Vassar Studies by Julia Augustus Schwartz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. College stories manifestly are written with a twofold object. The essential motive is esoteric, to embody in literature form for the alumnae of a particular institution memories and impressions of their college days. The secondary purpose is to endeavor to present before the public a truthful picture of the life in such a community. To graduates of colleges for women, a series of sketches which aims to delineate their academic years need no prefatory word. To those, however, who are unacquainted with the peculiar features of collegiate life under the dormitory system, an introductory statement may not be amiss, inasmuch as the important events of the college career are of an intellectual nature. Stories treating with true perspective of that formative period must deal with character rather than with incident. Even as character studies, the scope of interest is strictly limited to individuals of the same sex and approximately the same age, and possessing, broadly speaking, similar mental tastes and moral standards. Furthermore, the members of this roughly homogeneous democracy are deprived of a certain artistic variety of being separated from the often picturesque background of family relations. In the case of Vassar Studies, it is permissible to say that this representation of Vassar is necessarily incomplete and inadequate. Virgil is 1,000 books to 1,000 persons. Nevertheless, it is felt that there is a present call for some such portrayal in fiction of our first college for women. The collection of studies here offered has been planned to reproduce, by means of emphasizing in each paper a characteristic element or quality of student life, a faithful impression of the spirit and the personality of modern Vassar. J.A.S. Omaha, Nebraska, May 1st, 1899. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Vassar Studies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 1 In Search of Experience. When petted Alice left home for college, rejecting escort in token of welcome independence, she started gaily off alone with her mind in a state of enthusiastic receptivity. She had reached that point of life where the craving for novelty and variety suddenly leaps into prominence. At this stage, some young people plunge with a marvelous disregard for other interests into the pursuit of fun, which is only another name for excitement. Others, discovering ambition, fling themselves upon endeavor in a new-born struggle toward achievement. Still others fall to dreaming. Alice had fallen to dreaming. In spite of her 17 years, she was a child in every respect, ignorant of the world, of human nature, of herself. Books she did know, as far as reading of them goes, and her head was stuffed full of disconnected bits of that cheaply gained variety of knowledge. Since the age of 10 she had been wondering why she never saw any beautiful people like those described in stories, and why nothing interesting ever happened to her. At the prospect of college her dreams rapidly acquired vividness. She was tired of existing in a placid village where the chief events were ordinary little human catastrophes of birth, marriage, and death, varied only by the humdrum griefs and joys of average people. Basing her expectations upon her desires, assisted by the glowing accounts of freshman friends at Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, she beheld opening before her in the idea of college a magnificent vista of limitless possibilities. Thus alertly ready to scrape up every tiny crumb of a sensation within reach, Alice set out on her way to a woman's college in search of experience. The first suggestion of adventure met her squarely on the threshold of the new life. After a long day's journey, having been deposited by the train an hour late at a small station on the other side of the river from the college town, she was told that the ferry had stopped running for the night. The only feasible course for her and the two other passengers, strangers to her, was to engage a fisherman to row them across. With a delightful feeling of mental exhilaration overcoming physical weariness, Alice stood on the dock in the inky isolation of the night, watching the lights of the city opposite twinkle across the broadly flowing darkness of the river. When she was in the boat rocking under long steady strokes, with the water black beneath and around, with the great piers of the bridge rising shadowy above her, with the silent outlines of her companions barely visible, she gave a joyful little wriggle in her seat. This was an adventure at last. Although the fisherman did not turn out to be a cutthroat, nor her fellow passengers disguised bandits, nevertheless they might have been such unconventional members of society, and Alice fairly shivered with relief when she felt herself mounting the rickety wharf steps on the other side. Engaging a cabman, who looked capable of being in league with highwaymen, she contrived to become blissfully scared. During the drive to the college, while the cab rattled over cobblestones between lines of illuminated shops, swung around corners, and rolled along dark roads with here and there a glimmering window in the dusky bulk of a dwelling, or a solitary gas jet flaring lonely in a circle of shadows. At last a gloomy hedge, stretching endlessly, came in sight beside a street sombre under trees. Behind the hedge rose against the sky outlines of evergreen softly pyramidal. Soon several houses clustered cosily with lighted windows drew her attention to calculations of size, wondering if this was the college, and hoping that it might prove to be larger with more possibilities. Then, grating over car tracks, her conveyance rumbled under an archway, and behold! At the end of an avenue bordered with mountain ranges of tall evergreens, the mass of a great building spread out, twinkling many eyes under the stars. Through the pleasant days that followed, Alice moved serenely open-eyed, having thrust behind her the idea of monotony and fixed her mind in anticipation of variety. Some philosophers say that in the conduct of life attitude is all important. Others assert that each man sees in this world that for which he is looking. However that may be, it is certain that the dreamy home Alice had changed into a wide-awake college Alice, entering with untiring zest of enjoyment into every detail of the new mode of existence. One October morning a classmate who roomed near her spied her standing at a window where her scarlet dressing gown made a dash of color in the gray light of the long corridor. At the touch of a hand on her shoulder, Alice turned a radiant face. "Isn't it a splendid wind to bring the chestnuts down?" she exclaimed. "And the maple leaves are different every day. The cosmos is all budded, and I found fringed gentians last week, and there is going to be a reception tonight, and Lake Mohonk tomorrow. Isn't it mysterious to have an unknown friend, always doing lovely things for the students? This is the most exciting place." "Think so, little one?" The tone spoke of amused benevolence. Alice glanced up into the kindly eyes. She liked this tall young woman who was so much older than the rest of the girls, as well as so much more sensible and sympathetic. Some instinct told her vaguely of beauty of character springing from the depths of experience. She had never heard of the childhood spent among mountain people, of the invalid mother, the shiftless father, the struggle for education, the surrender of hopes of college to help support the family of a rascally brother, the hardly won freedom to study when youth had passed. "How old are you, child?" "Almost 18." "I'm most 1,000. So you find a great wear and tear of emotions in this place?" "Emotions? Oh, no, I haven't reached that yet. But everything is so interesting. The old girls say that every Friday and Saturday evening there will be a concert or a lecture or a play. Every Sunday we have a different minister, and breakfast is half an hour later than usual, and we have plum bread, and dinner at 1 instead of at 6. And other days the recitations are exciting when you don't know your lesson and are afraid the teacher will call upon you. Of course, I love to watch the girls in chapel, and it is such fun to rush up to the dining room just when the maid is shutting the door for the silent grace, and then you have to bow when you go in. There is always something to think about. What will you study now? Or where will you go for exercise? Or what will you wear to dinner? Or what they are going to have for luncheon? And, oh, isn't it awful when the maids bring in those yellow pudding dishes at dessert instead of something good? And the sophomores tell us that it is simply terrible, the question whether you can get hold of the reference books in time. They say that examination week gives you just one thrill after another. And besides all that, you know, we always have the weather." The other seemed to be smiling, though her features remained in repose. "Yes," she said slowly, as if to herself, "we always have the weather." Hereupon the gong began to whir, and Alice jumped. Her eyes sparkled. "Maybe I shall be late to breakfast. Isn't it exciting?" A day or so later, the older girl found Alice wringing out an assortment of dripping garments. "Doesn't the laundry work suit you?" "I fell into the lake," said Alice, and then looked delighted to hear the exclamation of amazement. "Indeed I did," she explained. "I slipped in stepping from the boat to the dock. I caught hold of the platform and hung on until I thought my arms were breaking. Did you ever feel that way? It is very interesting. I suppose people have a somewhat similar experience when they're strung up by their thumbs." "How did you get out?" "I expected to drown," calmly. "No one was in sight, and I began to think about the flood, and the tidal wave at Lisbon, and the Egyptians swallowed up in the Red Sea. I gained a great deal of sympathy with them." "Mercy, child, how did you get out?" Alice's face was solemn with enjoyment of this important adventure. "All at once I remembered the little bugs and slimy things which the biology class keeps in the mud at the bottom, and so I just climbed out. It wasn't very deep." Her companion gave a sudden chuckle, and then grew serious. "I am going to the doctor for medicine for you. Such a chill is dangerous." "Thank you," responded the girl, adding in a wistful voice, "I have never been ill, and I am wondering how it feels." The messenger stopped on her way out of the room. "Want to try it?" Alice hesitated a moment. Then, with a twinkle, "Perhaps another time will do as well." On the following Saturday, Alice played in the tennis tournament for the championship of the college. A blue sky shone pale above peaked evergreens. Groups of girls beside bicycles, on the grass, or cuddling under golf capes on settees, watched the game with eyes and cheeks glowing from the snap of autumn in the air. Poised alert, Alice exerted herself to win, longing for the sensation of victory. Defeat coming instead, however, was welcome after the first blankness had softened. Failure was much more broadening to sympathies than success, and she had often pondered over Napoleon's emotions after the Battle of Waterloo. At the end of the first month of college life, certain small white notes unstamped appeared in the mail on the day after a written test. That night Alice's neighbor heard her sobbing when she should have been asleep. Surmising the cause from her knowledge of girl nature, she tapped on the door with the wish to comfort. After a silence, she was admitted, and found the child apparently absorbed in study by the drop light with a green shade over her eyes. "Any new experiences today, Alice?" Lifting her head quickly. "Why, I never thought of it in that way, but it is, isn't it?" "I reckon." Alice had pushed back the green shade. "There was Nebuchadnezzar," she murmured reflectively. Her tall neighbor was watching her with the contented gaze of a physician whose treatment is working well. "And there was Lucifer, too," after a period of meditation. "From morn to noon, from noon to dewy eve, you remember." "I never heard that exact account," cheerfully, "but it does not matter." "Well, it might have been somebody else. I get mixed up occasionally because I know so much. That was the trouble with my Latin. Morn to dewy eve. Oh, yes, and there was Eve herself, and Adam, too. They all endured disgrace." Her eyes fell to the little white note at her elbow. "I must get a tutor in Latin," she explained, adding with a sigh that still quivered from earlier sobs, "some varieties of experience are expensive." Perhaps the most important event of the winter was a discovery which Alice made while listening to a lecture on life in New York tenements. Deeply moved, for it is needless to say that Alice was an impressionable girl, and swayed out of herself as the recital gained in tragic emphasis, she was suddenly conscious of an actual physical pain at her heart. Diverted from grief, she hurried to report this latest gain in the acquisition of knowledge. "I have learned the meaning of heartache," she announced somewhat breathless from her run down the corridor. Her friend had paused at the sound of the flying footsteps, looking into the glowing face. "Have you, dear?" with a new note of gentleness in her voice. Alice, walking beside her, broke into a little skip. "It's an awfully interesting feeling. It was a pang, and then a contracted sensation, quick in coming, but it stays quite a while." "Yes," echoed her companion absently, "it stays quite a while." The philosopher fell to pondering. "There was Niobe." A silence. And there was Rachel mourning for her children. Alice! Alice opened startled eyes. I did not mean to be flippant, she said. I was thinking, she spoke softly, of the heartache. The woman had turned sharply away. I wonder, thought the child, if she ever had the heartache. In a day or two Alice had forgotten the reproof in a new emotion. She came walking slowly into her neighbor's room in a drooping way that called forth an instant, "What's up now?" Alice seemed to melt into a chair. Did you ever feel uncomfortable? Occasionally. Prickly all over, as if you did not want to stay in one place? She inquired, rising to move uneasily from window to window. Go on. I've just had an essay interview. Oh, I see. No, you don't. I beg your pardon, but you don't. The criticism was all right, but the critic was telling how she is mistaken for a freshman every year, and she said, it seems very strange considering my gray hair. I popped out. Why, I should think so! And then I remembered and exclaimed, oh, no, I mean, I shouldn't think so. Too bad. That isn't all. You know that girl who was here last week visiting her? I was sure it was her sister, and so I began to say a whole string of nice things about how much prettier her sister was in reality than in her photograph. Well? It wasn't her sister. Gracious! Alice looked gratified. Your sympathy is soothing to me. Yes, soothing is the word. But I wish that you would say something to distract my mind. I want to get away from my thoughts. Why? With a quick, brightening manner. I am beginning to have sympathy with people who are tired of themselves or troubled by remorse. Field day in the spring found Alice's name entered for the long dash. The air was sunny and soft, yet of a tonic freshness. The evergreens, sweeping in a generous curve around the gardens, formed an effective background for the great grassy circle. The spectators, in bright shirt-waists and sailor hats gay with class colors, were ranged along the rope which protected the race-course. Girls in dark blue gymnasium suits had been jumping and vaulting and throwing the basketball. They were now resting on mattresses stretched under the elm tree in the center of the lawn, while attentive non-participants passed around dippers of oatmeal water. Alice and her two competitors were far away at the beginning of the course across the glass plat. They poised for the start with heads low and hands touching the ground. The starter beside them stood ready with her pistol aloft pointing skyward. Bang! Alice ran steadily, holding in, although one rival had passed her, sprinting rapidly, with elbows out and shoulders back. Faintly she heard cheering shouts, and caught glimpses of waving banners and fluttering ribbons, while through her head hummed persistently a line of yesterday's Greek lesson, and Hector ran, plying swift knees, around Troy. Ah, the home stretch! Now for it! Faster and faster she plied swift knees. The leaders sped on, widening the space between. Alice bent every energy. Inexorably the distance grew broader. Alice was interested in the weakness of her knees. Her feet kept trotting along, one and then the other, and yet they did not go any faster. The limp feeling was remarkably queer. The leader was crossing the line, panting slowly after her. Alice fell into somebody's arms. You did splendidly! She felt a sponge on her forehead and a lemon thrust to her lips. Oh, she gasped, I feel more sympathy with Hector. However strange it may appear in view of this rapid succession of experiences crowded into one short year, Alice felt that something was lacking in her college life. As the summer vacation drew nearer, this defect, vaguely bothersome at first, began to become a more and more clearly defined trouble. How could she explain to the boys and girls at home the fascination of a woman's college? How was she going to paint the picture with colors that would glow beneath the contemplation of the average mind? It was possible that the intellectual events which had rendered vividly stimulative the daily routine of sleep, eat, study, recite, exercise, might not work up effectively in spectacular description. Her various adventures, so promising in the opening stages, flattened out woefully in retrospect. On her arrival at college, she had crossed the river in a rowboat after dark. She had fallen into the lake. She had been defeated in the tennis tournament. She had been informed that her knowledge in Latin was deficient. She had listened with pain to accounts of poverty in tenement districts. She had committed conversational errors. She had taken part in the great field day races. The list ended blankly. She had not been robbed. She had not been drowned. She had not been driven to despair. She had not been set adrift in disgrace. She had not pined away of a broken heart. She had not died of remorse. She had not even sprained an ankle. And here it was almost June, and she would go home without a word to say when the boys told of deadly cane rushes, defenseless hazings, blood-curdling initiation ceremonies, entertaining midnight sallies, expulsions, costly boat races, and disastrous football games. Alice was rapidly becoming melancholy. At this dark period, she awoke one day to find a suspicion of dawn breaking over her great trouble. It was the occasion of the annual event known as the Senior Howl. Every year, the senior class is given a 10 days' vacation just before commencement. After their final examination, they are accustomed to celebrate the beginning of the recess by spending the afternoon on the river, coming back after dark, marching valiantly down the avenue to the main building, struggling to shout and sing joyously, while the underclassmen come running to the window to watch them. Later in the evening, the class gathers for the howl, a rollicking supper with good things to eat, and toasts and speeches and songs and cheering ad infinitum. Though at times here and there one falls into a reverie, with the corners of her mouth drooping, and the voices are always somewhat husky, perhaps from excessive indulgence in singing while on the river. When this banquet is in progress, it is a custom for the sophomores to assemble under the windows to serenade the feasters. Occasionally juniors and freshmen combine to create interruptions. There is a legend that once upon a time a class of enterprising juniors, tempted by echoing of hilarious revels from behind the closed firewall doors of the third-floor corridor, propped ladders to a window and climbed up and in, to be met by splashes of water and shrieks. Then ensued a general scramble, resulting finally in an accident to someone falling on the stairs. Since that season the juniors had been taught by those in authority a certain lothness to attempt participation in the senior howl. Alice, however, who was only a freshman, had never heard of any express prohibitions concerning the serenade. Her class, moreover, was of a peculiarly enterprising character, prone to espouse reform or revolution, as its later history proved. It was a young class, very young, with youthful bearing and spirit. On the evening of this particular howl, the freshmen, after watching the seniors come straggling back to college in the soft darkness, began to gather in whispering knots here and there, in corners of the library and recesses of the corridors, waylaying groups of classmates on the walks leading from hall to hall, hallooing gently over engaged signs, and withal melting away mysteriously at the approach of any curious sophomore. As for the sophomores, they too held secret councils, suspicious of these innocently inquisitive freshmen, with their naive questions concerning the hour for the serenade. The freshmen loved music, and they hoped to be able to steal a few hours from books in order to enjoy the singing. But the sophomores declined to tell their plans, and the freshmen lingered, ingenuously purposeless, until the sophomore began to disappear from corridors and reading room and library, while sounds of cheering and clapping drifted down more distinctly from the senior precincts. At 9 o'clock, from the outline of a crowd massed dimly on the lawn, beneath the windows of the senior corridor, rose voices clear and sweet. As the music floated upward in the cool night air, the noise of revelry above grew fainter until it had died away. Sashes were pushed up, heads leaned out, and faces gazed down, half smiling in the darkness at the loyal loving words, half saddened. Suddenly an awful clamor arose from around a corner of the building, a clangor of pans pounded with iron spoons, horns blowing, bells ringing, combs squeaking, drums beating, and girlish lungs sending forth shouting and squealing. It was the freshmen, and the serenade was heard no more. After a moment of dismayed deliberation, the sophomores formed a line of battle and made a dash for the band of enemies who had halted in triumph a few rods away. And then the conflict. Pans snatched from clinging hands, bells grasped voiceless, combs knocked to the ground, while mouths tooted at horns dragged this way and that, and amid breathless silences, involuntary gasps of, "I beg pardon," or "Did I hurt you?" and "Excuse me, please." 15 minutes later, Alice burst in upon her neighbor, who had been spending the eventful evening in quietly studying at her shabby desk. Glancing up at the flushed face and dilated eyes of her meteoric visitor, she noticed the gown rent as if by brambles, the scratched shoes, and loosened hair. "Hey, little one, take out the cork!" Alice bubbled over. "It was a battle, a real adventure. The freshmen fled. The boys shall not crow any longer over the spiciness of risks. Peppery, that is what is here when the girls are roused. Talk of excitement!" "Talk yourself, Alice," was slipped in slyly between breaths. I fled, pursued by avenging sophomores, 6 of them maybe, or maybe 5. Did you ever hear of Orestes chased by the Furies? That is the way I felt. We had spoiled their serenade, you know. Angry? Well, there was the wrath of Achilles, and this was the wrath of sophomores. Won't it be fun if they never forgive us? One of them snatched the fudge pan which you lent me. I scudded across the lawn toward the chemical laboratory, and plunged into the evergreen walk. It was like dread escaping into the great dismal swamp. They brandished things as they came tearing after me. They could not have known that the charivari was my idea, but they might have forced some prisoner to confess. I shot along the path by the brook behind the gas house. The trees were all ghosts, and the ashes crunched and crackled. I spied the enemy in the shadows. I went scampering by the observatory, out across the tennis courts, and hid under an evergreen. They hovered around, frightened, actually. Yes, they were afraid of me. Dangerous when at bay, naturally. They were plotting. Macbeth's foes plotted, you remember. They said, I did not hear distinctly, but I have not a doubt that they intended to confine me in the catacombs under the Main. Raleigh was shut up in the tower, but I slid out of covert. All the dry twigs rattled and snapped. I sped away behind the hedge like the Israelites fleeing to a city of refuge. Just inside the door, bump, there was Prexy, Daniel in the lion's den. Daniel escaped, you know, and so did I. I said, "Good morning," and he said nothing. He looked sort of funny. Eyes twinkled. I did not care. Now I have an adventure to describe. Oh, but those sophomores were angry. I shall tell the boys. Just here 2 other freshmen hurrying past the open door stopped with a jerk at sight of Alice. "Oh, Alice, we've had such a time chasing a sophomore. We could have caught her if we had not been afraid of what she might do." "Oh, girls!" And Alice broke into another round-eyed, gasping narration of her evening's adventures. As she proceeded, one of her listeners gave a little shriek and collapsed on the sofa. "Yes, wasn't it awful?" exclaimed the heroine, delighted at the effect. "It isn't that." The other girl had sunk into a chair with her face in her hands. "Oh, Alice!" "What is it?" A miserable misgiving fluttered about her heart. "The sophomore we were chasing." "Yes?" breathlessly. "It was you!" "Oh!" said Alice. They looked at each other. "Perhaps we'd better keep it quiet." "Perhaps we'd better," assented meek tones. "There was Falstaff," muttered the kindly neighbor as she meditatively sharpened a pencil. But Alice was not listening. Her head was drooping when she said good night. "What are you going to tell the boys, Alice?" "What am I going to tell the boys?" she repeated hopelessly, with eyes on the floor. A pause and a deep drawn sigh. Then the quick glimmer of a delightful idea. "I shall tell them," the words came out with a vicious snap. "Get thee to a nunnery." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 2. The History of an Ambition. Her first week at college had been a series of humiliations to Lois Exeter. On her arrival late Friday evening after her long trip across the continent, while with a firm grasp of bag and umbrella, she waited at the door of the lady principal's office, gazing up and down the vista of dimly lighted corridor, she spied 2 girls appearing from the distance. As they approached, her keen hearing caught, "There is another poor freshman." She was still pondering, in some amaze, the idea that she now belonged to a class open to condescension, when from the door beside her 2 women emerged in a cheerful flutter of good-night words. One held out both hands cordially. "This is Miss Exeter, is it not? Isn't she a brave girl to come all the way from California alone?" The other beamed. "I received a very nice letter from Miss Exeter last summer. Somehow I did not expect to see such a little thing." As Lois sank to sleep that night, she was sensible of confused impressions that, although home was depressingly far away, the people here were charmingly friendly. That she was extremely tired, and the bed was delightfully soft. That the college was unexpectedly large, and that she was remarkably small. The following day, Lois felt a realization of her own insignificance burning slowly into consciousness. During the endless waiting in line and the business-like interviews with officials, she experienced an obliteration of personal background in being transformed from an individual into a member of an institution. Nobody seemed to know or care that at home she moved in the best society, that her father was the wealthiest man in town, and that she herself had graduated at the head of her high school class. When she entered the tiny tower room, which had fallen to her in the democratic allotment, she sat down in the hard rocking chair and frowned severely for at least 10 minutes, as she recalled her white and gold room at home, the deference of her old schoolmates, and the pleasant flattery of her former teachers. By the end of the second week, Lois's self-esteem, in which she was by no means lacking, had been pricked into a painfully sensitive condition. When the students made up their groups for the dining room, as no one had given her any special invitation, she found herself assigned to a table of miscellaneous freshmen, who presumably had been too shy or too indifferent or too unattractive to find comrades readily among strangers. She had been repeatedly snubbed by upperclassmen, not intentionally, but carelessly. During the busy opening days, new faces, unless striking, slip easily from memory, and Lois, in spite of her small and fair prettiness, was not physically remarkable among 500 comely girls. She had committed a number of mortifying blunders, and suffered pangs out of all proportion, as freshmen sometimes do. Even in the classroom she failed to achieve distinction. Instead of that, she quickly joined the majority in the frequency of confessing, "I don't know." What stung her most sharply, however, had been an incident occurring one afternoon when she was sauntering through the pines, impatiently counting the minutes of the hour's exercise. Of two seniors passing together, one had paused to speak to her in kindly fashion. Lois's heart bounded. She was beginning to be known. As she was stepping on more lightly through the mingled shadow and sunshine of the path strewn with brown pine needles, she heard, wafted toward her on the breeze, "Do you know that little thing?" "Oh, no, but I have met so many freshmen that my head is a jumble of names and faces. I have made a rule to bow to every new girl who glances at me out of the corner of her eye, and this one looks so small and lonely." Ever since the days when she used to shake her flaxen curls vigorously in answer to sympathetic, "Does baby feel bad?" Lois had shrunk from pity. Now writhing under the compassionate note in the patronizing speech, she felt strengthening within her the desire for preeminence. To take her place above others, to be admired, praised, and sought to be acknowledged excellent, the best. At home and at school she had always been easily first, and now to be pitied. She threw back her shoulders and shut her teeth hard, and Lois had a resolute chin. One evening in October, her vague longing for fame, the ambition to do or to be something to win distinction, received a crystallizing touch. Having slipped into chapel early, she was watching the girls come streaming through the wide doors and up the aisles, those who passed on to the choir seats at the right and left of the great organ. Lois found with a gaze half grudging their conspicuousness. When the president rose to lead the exercises, she listened, with stifled envy, at the thought that everybody bowed to him and knew his name. During the singing of the hymn, she heard two girls beside her whispering together. "There, do you see that tall, dark-haired girl in white, third row down?" "Yes." "She is the president of the Students' Association, greatest honor in the college course. Elected by popular vote, you know. It takes an all-round fine girl. Perhaps I can arrange to have you meet her. She is the most admired girl in college." When Lois raised her head after the prayer, her eyes shining with a new idea, lingered long upon the tall young woman in white as the students filed out, 2 by 2, in an orderly array. It may be reasonable to conjecture that Miss Lois Exeter, being a remarkably clear-sighted young person, took stock that very evening of her prospects for securing the coveted honor. In the first place, and of the weightiest significance in her case, was the determination to succeed. Her will was unusually strong. Her energies were concentrated, however subtly, upon one purpose. In the second place, she possessed the ability to fill a public office such as that in view. An intellect above the average, a certain maturity of judgment, and dignity of manner were reinforced by command of language and tact, circumspect rather than intuitive. In the third place, Lois had her full womanly share of political talent. Among the students generally, there was an unworldly attitude with respect to competitive rewards. There was a tacit feeling that some unbecomingness lay in striving for self-aggrandizement. Comparatively few entered the lists in competitions, athletic or literary. In scholarship the prizes were openly contemned as noxious to the spirit of true learning. In such a campaign as Lois now began, she had the advantage of consciously aiming for the mark. Few of her mates looked so far ahead as their senior year. Few had the requisite self-esteem to recognize themselves as possible candidates. Almost all considered the honor in the light of a spontaneous acknowledgment of excellence. Lois's method during the first 2 years was to make herself known, to impress with her ability, and, most important of all, to win popularity. In this she succeeded, though not without sacrifices of time, inclinations, and minor ambitions. A policy of universal sociability forbade the formation of special friendships. Lois gave up many an opportunity of companionship with those congenial to her, for the sake of extending her circle of acquaintances throughout the mass of more ordinary students. After once forming a connection with anyone, she never permitted a cessation of amicable relations. She made it a point to appear always sympathetic, helpful, and eager to confer favors, a state of mind which met enthusiastic appreciation from those who felt the isolation of that necessarily self-absorbed life. The cultivation of popularity, furthermore, interfered with thoroughness in class work. To accomplish well each day's allotted task demanded the student's best energies. It was impossible for Lois to do justice to every interest which she had assumed in order to prove her ability and public spirit. She belonged to a number of societies, athletic, dramatic, literary, social, and charitable. She never declined to serve on committees. She earnestly sought every available office, no matter how obscure the honor or burdensome the duties. In countless ways her time leaked away. Her room became a rendezvous for the socially inclined. Half hours slipped away in fraternal loitering through the corridors, and in neighborly chats prolonging business errands. Entire evenings vanished during inopportune visits from the conscienceless idlers. Even her precious minutes, sacred to concentrated study in the library, were often stolen from her by the whispered consultations of inquiring friends. In the spring of her freshman year, Lois found herself face to face with the necessity of making a far-reaching decision. It appeared to her that as she was neither phenomenally brilliant nor strikingly attractive, she must choose between alternate, not certainties, but possibilities. Her hopes of being elected president of the Students' Association were built upon popularity rather than obvious superiority. That popularity, not easily won, as in some cases, could be fostered only through the expenditure of time and energy. To employ her forces in that way might shut her off from another ambition, to excel in scholarship throughout the college course. On a certain evening in March, she was hovering on the outskirts of the senior corridor near enough to see the class clustering within the parlor at the end of the vista. Someone, perched on the piano stool, was reading the just issued official list of those seniors who had achieved distinction in their college work. Lois heard the shouting, clapping, and nervous laughter which greeted each name. She saw the ecstatic congratulations with which the girls fell upon the honored students. Sympathetically, she scanned the subdued, radiant face in the center of each rejoicing group, and almost envyingly she noted the generous exultation of those who remained undistinguished. Then, walking rapidly to her own room, resolutely she scribbled "Engaged" on the back of an envelope and pinned it on the outside of her door. Relaxing comfortably into an easy chair, freed from harassing expectations of knocks, she proceeded to bend her mind upon a long piece of work in mathematics. Soon footsteps in the hall roused peaceful memories of the engaged sign. She must have these 2 hours secure from interruption. After a restless pattering, the intrusive footsteps withdrew for a few minutes, only to return more decided. A voice floated over the transom. "Lois! Oh, Lois! Won't you please help me with this Latin? It can't take more than 2 seconds." Though the "come" sounded the least bit short, Lois had a smile ready when someone was wafted in with a flutter of curly hair and rose silk wrapper. The 2 seconds had lengthened to 15 minutes before the caller had finished rattling on about the delights of her recent trip to New York. When at last alone, Lois turned again to her problem, first closing the transom, as sounds of revelry from the next room were growing more penetrating. At the end of half an hour, somebody was dancing a double shuffle against her door. Another voice came through the keyhole. "Lois, Lois, we've brought you fudges and molasses candy." A moment's irritation gave way to a soothing consciousness that this was one of the penalties of popularity. Opening her door in time to catch a glimpse of a girl disappearing into the neighboring alleyway, Lois was bending to pick up the candies, when someone else, with black hair wildly loose, fell down the stairs and dashed upon her. "Oh, Lois, I'm going crazy! Those people under my room are having a party and the noise all comes up the register. I can't translate a single line. Won't you speak to them? You are on the self-government committee." Lois hesitated imperceptibly. Though as a member of that most important committee of the Students' Association her duty concerned to this point, she dreaded the antagonizing tendency of a reproof. Smothering inclination, however, for Lois was a girl of principle, she promised relief. The odor of boiling chocolate and molasses was permeating the corridor when Lois tapped on her neighbor's door. The room seemed full of girls and laughter. One was playing a banjo, and another was trying a tune on a comb, while the rest appeared to be all chattering at once. Lois was greeted with a chorus of welcome. As she found a seat among half a dozen girls on the divan, "I heard your fun," she began, accenting the verb. "Squelched!" groaned the hostess, flourishing a big spoon. "Hurry and give her something to eat." Lois helped herself calmly. "Ladies, as a representative of self-government, I must protest against this disturbance of the vicinity. It is not etiquette to give parties on Monday night." "Squelch on!" muttered the wielder of the sticky spoon, while several others broke out. "Nobody is studying tonight. We are all celebrating senior honors. Talk to the seniors about howling." Lois pretended to reflect. "You also may have the right to howl, when you find your name on the honor list." "I don't think that is a very great honor," responded one. "Some of the brightest seniors aren't on it." "It is a distinction for digs," put in another. "Well," Lois felt her way cautiously, "it requires ability and industry, and a system of judicious reviewing and a well-worn engaged sign." A serious-faced girl beside Lois bent forward earnestly. "You see, in a way, the idea of graduating with honors tempts a student to work for marks, and that is unscholarly." "Oh, nobody works for marks here," exclaimed another, "and we never know what they are anyway, unless—" "Oh ho, unless the information is accompanied by a polite suggestion concerning the rates for tutoring." Lois spoke. "At any rate, the nature of college life is primarily intellectual, and the honor students are those who have excelled in that sphere. It is fair to suppose that they possess ability above the average." "Oh, I don't think so," burst out several, and another added, "It isn't such a great honor to be one among 16 or more." The night seemed long to Lois. She could not bring herself to resign either possibility. A strain of New England ancestry, combined with her woman's consciousness, where higher education is concerned, forbade her to slight her work to any glaring degree, even while her stronger desires led her to place first the honor carrying with it the greater preeminence. Although her knowledge from observation and her common sense told her that for her to strive for both rewards might rob her of vitality for future years, she was unable to surrender endeavor. She knew that she could cultivate a knack of making brilliant recitations upon superficial preparation. She let slip the standard of thoroughness. It is an interesting fact, significant of attitude, that, after that evening, visitors rarely found an engaged sign guarding her solitude. The progress which Lois had made toward her goal was fully indicated during the course of a discussion among a group of her classmates one Sunday morning in May of her sophomore year. Half a dozen girls, carrying with them the luxury of pillows, had strolled out to the clover scope behind the chemical laboratory. Under the shade of a parasol, one of them was reading aloud, while the others, half hidden in the sweet-scented depths of red and white clovers, were lazily watching soft fleecy clouds float above Sunset Hill. Now and then a bobolink rose from near the ground, pouring forth a bubbling stream of music, as he winged his joyous way to another bending twig. Sometimes a butterfly flitted by, or a little breeze, wandering over the blossoming field, brought whiffs of summer fragrance. When the story had come to an end, one of the listeners sat up, showing fair cheeks flushed pink, and blue eyes drowsily shining. "I think that heroine is very much like Lois Exeter," she announced. At this, a head of short curls rose from the clover. "Why, Grace, Lois is not naturally popular. Everybody likes her." Another head appeared. "She is always doing favors. She helped me all through algebra, and at the table she has hardly time to eat, because she is so busy in passing things." "It makes me nervous to have anybody so attentive," laughed the second speaker. "I'm awfully fond of Lois, but still she makes me drink too much milk by keeping my glass filled constantly." "She is as sympathetic as she can be," put in the girl who had been reading. "I go to see her whenever I am blue." "What does she do? Give you nut cake and salted almonds?" Hereupon Grace interrupted. "You know that she is generosity itself about everything she has, and she is unselfish and courteous and careful of people's feelings." The curly-haired critic looked wise. "The main reason for her popularity is the way she has of flattering people." "That is unkind," spoke up the champion with an angry note. A new voice floated up from the green depths. "She means that Lois's manner gives the impression that she values your society, appreciates praise from you, and respects your opinions more than those of anyone else." "Well," meditating, "perhaps I did mean courtesy assisted by brains. The only point which I am attempting to make is that, like most of us poor mortals, Lois is not naturally popular. She is obliging and delightful from principle. She is really one of the strongest characters in the class, but she was not, so to speak, born popular, like our Margaret here, for instance." "The question is, should I or should I not bow in response?" came from the invisible speaker before she appeared out of the clover. She was a fine-looking girl with earnest eyes and a sincere manner. Under the parasol, the reader, fingering the leaves of her book, scanned Margaret reflectively. "I certainly think that Margaret is more like the heroine than Lois is." "Oh, come," in careless expostulation. "We talk too much about ourselves in this place." "Lois says that it is as bad as gossip," remarked Grace. "Lois has brains," commented the critic, trying to smooth her curls as she studied Margaret's unruffled part. "She is one of the brightest girls in the class," added another. "And everybody likes her," persisted the champion. "Exactly," assented the critic. "She has brains." As the time drew near, in the spring of her junior year, when the nominations for the presidency of the Students' Association were to be made, Lois's brains were keen enough to perceive clearly that, notwithstanding her general popularity, it occurred to no one that she might be a probable candidate. In choosing this officer, who was supposed to be as far as possible typical of the student body, who was their deputy in dealing with the faculty, and with other colleges, who represented them before the world of curious guests on Founder's Day, the girls sought nominees who should combine both physical and mental distinction. The fact that Lois, though pretty in a vivacious way, was too immature looking to be personally impressive to strangers, was undoubtedly the reason why she was not mentioned in discussions of the coming campaign. However, she had not laid the foundation of success at such expense to lose all for lack of a timely suggestion. Her political genius was called peremptorily into play. One day, while chatting about the election, her champion, Grace, in giving the list of desirable candidates, concluded with the remark, "But most of the girls think that Margaret would be the best. She is brilliant, and well balanced, and dignified, and fine looking, and everybody admires her." "Do we know whether she has executive power?" demurred Lois, with two lines deepening between her eyes. "She has never had anything to say in meetings of the association, and she never served on the self-government committee. We ought to choose some one who has proved her ability, and so avoid the risk of untried material." Grace looked perplexed. "Everybody thinks that Margaret has a great amount of executive force." "It may be merely her reserved manner," suggested Lois, impatiently remembering her own record of service on various committees of the association. "We should select candidates from among those students who have been prominent in work such as will be required of the head of self-government." Grace pondered. "Why, Lois, you have been as prominent as any. Why, I never thought of that before. I do believe that you could make a good president, only—" "Only what?" "Oh, nothing." Then after a silence, And you are one of the girls who deserve some big honor before we graduate. I always said that you should have been on the miscellany board. And we all thought it such a shame when you lost the speakership of T&M and the election as class secretary. You certainly ought to have something in our senior year." Before the day was over, the name of Lois Exeter was included in the list of possible candidates for the highest honor in the college course. General amazement at first hearing the idea soon merged into a judicial weighing of qualifications and advantages. An attitude of mind, somewhat surprising to any one acquainted only with normal American politics, was revealed in the interpretation of the fact that Lois had met with defeat in several recent elections for petty offices. As Grace had said, the opinion seemed to be that she merited a recompense for the disappointment. 1 week before the day set for the election, the nominations made by ballot resulted in the choice of Margaret and Lois. Then ensued a long-drawn suspense of 7 nervous days. Lois was aware of being the subject of conversation everywhere. She felt herself open to a fire of criticism concerning each event of her life at college. She knew that she was being pointed out to the freshmen whom she had not met, and she could almost hear the comments descriptive of her as she walked down the chapel aisle. What she found hardest to endure smilingly was the joke of the girls over her chances. It struck her as being in extremely poor taste, inasmuch as the humor of the chaffing depended wholly upon the outcome of the election. A particular incident caused her forced merriment. One of her protégées came to her in bewildered simplicity. "Won't you please advise me impartially, Lois? I cannot decide for whom to vote. I admire Margaret so much, and you are such a friend of mine." After breakfast on the appointed May Saturday, a meeting of the Students' Association was called for the election of officers for the following year. Less than a quorum responded. With a selfish lack of interest that boded ill for women's suffrage, a goodly number of the outgoing senior class did not attend. The juniors were present in full force, as party spirit for their rival candidates ran high. Some of the sophomores could not spare an hour from toiling over history in the library, and others consented to come only on condition that they might bring their books to study. With characteristic curiosity, most of the freshmen were there for the fun of the novelty. It was found necessary to send out recruiting officers to drum up a quorum. Meanwhile, Margaret and Lois remained, ostensibly studying, in their respective rooms. To Lois, alone behind her closed door, the minutes stretched out interminably. At first she made a pretense of working over astronomical calculations, but soon dropping her pencil, began to pace restlessly from desk to window, with every sense on the alert to catch any signs of approaching messengers. She had reached a stage where long continued expectation and struggle to achieve a purpose had apparently deadened desire. It seemed to her on the surface that she would not care much, no matter what the result, and yet all the while, deep in her heart, she shrank in terror from the possible blankness of a certainty. She began to reflect dully that no honor was worth the price which she had paid, on speculation as it were. She thought regretfully of the opportunities for real friendship and scholarly accomplishment which had been sacrificed to frittering pastimes and uninteresting companions. Then, with the well-known superstitious feeling that to expect the worst may ward it off, she pretended to herself that Margaret was surely elected. Otherwise, by this time, Grace would have come running to announce the good news. With a sudden throb of fierce jealousy, she wondered why Margaret should have everything, beauty, popularity, success, without an effort. And the girls would pity her. Smitten with a swift, unreasoning desire to escape somewhere out of sight, away from their effusive condolence and maddening petting, she rushed to the door just in time to hear the sound of far-away clapping, and the quick patter of flying footsteps in the corridor. Drawing herself up, she tried to smile. Grace dashed upon her. "You've got it! You've got it!" Lois turned white. Across her mind flashed instinctively, "Poor Margaret." And then a glow shone out in her eyes, and she threw back her head and smiled. Late that night, after the chattering girls who had thronged her room all day had at last left her alone with Grace, she sank down among the pillows on her couch, saying, "If you don't mind, Grace, I think I'll cry." As the months of her senior year passed on, Lois discovered the taste of ashes underneath the sweetness of preeminence. When she took the chair as president of the Students' Association, in spite of the enthusiastic applause, she felt subtly that an atmosphere of antagonistic criticism had gathered about her success. Craving commendation to justify herself in the conspicuous position which she had assumed, she sounded a number of girls afterward with respect to their opinions. All said that she did very well. One envied her knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order. Another wished for half as much self-possession. A third suggested that she speak a trifle more distinctly. Until she had ceased to care so keenly did anyone give her the spontaneous praise for excellence for which she longed. Time glided on, bringing discomfort and disappointment, as well as morsels of satisfaction. It became the custom for a certain group to oppose whatever measures she advocated in the association. She was at odds with several of the executive board. She found that she bore the public responsibility for all the irrationalities of the student body. Many of her pet plans for reform miscarried. Notwithstanding the fact that every student knew her, and the freshmen always looked shyly pleased to receive a bow, notwithstanding her official prominence at many a social function, notwithstanding the delightful importance attaching to her views, she was ill at ease, sensible of critical eyes ready to note any defect or error. One pleasure, for which she had blindly hoped, befell her, though with diminished glory of demonstration. In March, when the list of those who had completed the college work with honor was to be made public, the senior class, in token of disapprobation of the system, requested that the announcement might be made privately, without jubilation, to each of the students concerned. Traces of repressed satisfaction over the unusual length of the list, however, appeared among the seniors themselves, and the congratulations, though almost guiltily sedate, were warm. The first wave of gladness, receding, left Lois with remorseful memories of showily superficial scholarship. Nevertheless, she was far happier than before in having this salve for the pinpricks of self-distrust. The fact that Margaret had failed to attain a similar distinction seemed to indicate that she was really less typical of the standard college girl than Lois had proved herself. This second and less valued success heightened Lois's anticipatory fancies of the coming Founder's Day. Through all the harassing cares of her official term, she had nourished fondly the idea of the glory, shared with no one else, for the time being, of representing the student body before the world on the birthday of the founder. Then she would be pointed out as the president of the Students' Association, the most admired girl in college. At last, the day arriving found Lois, after a final worried scrutiny of the image in the mirror, walking swiftly down to the college parlors. The speaker for the day, whom she was to introduce with her carefully prepared speech to the audience waiting upstairs, was already there, immaculate in dress suit and shining linen. At the door of the chapel, crowded with students and their guests, when Lois spied the faces turned toward her from the seats or bending curiously from the gallery, she was struck with sudden shyness, and advanced with downcast eyes down the long aisle of the lecturer's arm. She forgot to wonder if the girls liked her gown. It seemed as if they would never reach the platform, and then that the steps were endless leading up. Finally, she knew that she was mechanically sinking into a little gilded chair set before a bank of palms, and she saw her escort carefully deposit his roll of manuscript on the floor before taking the other seat of honor. Her speech was to come as soon as the music ceased. With a flutter of eyelids, she stole a glance at the audience, rows and rows of faces stretching into the farthest corner. She felt herself growing pale, while an unreasoning terror crept over her. What if she should break down after these 4 years, and the girls would pity her? It was time for her to speak. Almost involuntarily she rose, and moving a few steps forward, opening her lips. She did not know what she was saying. She was conscious only of an uncontrollable trembling as she heard her own voice ring out and echo back from the roof. Then she remembered that the elocution teacher had cautioned her against permitting that metallic ring to become manifest, and she found herself listening for it, as if it were the voice of another person. After a while she began to notice different faces here and there. One, far away, leaning toward her from the gallery, smiled. It was Margaret, and all at once Lois was smitten with the realization that she could not remember the first word of the next sentence. An instant's pause, with hundreds of faces staring up at her, and then her tongue continued mechanically through the laboriously practiced speech. At last, the sweetest rapture of relief which she had ever experienced, she was again in the gilded chair, and the most glorious moment had passed. Later in the evening, when left alone for a moment after the illustrious, if somewhat fatiguing, ordeal of playing a part on the grand reception committee, Lois had sunk down to rest in a nook curtained with Bagdads. From behind her came snatches of a low-toned conversation. She was like a doll. It was the voice of that classmate whom Lois, in an unguarded moment, had once nicknamed Tennyson's Brook. A pretty doll, but then not much life. Yes, she wasn't too bad. She is really a very nice little thing. Bright, you know, and quantities of character and all that. It is an honor, isn't it, to be president of the Students' Association? Oh, sometimes. It used to be. Last year we elected the brainiest girl in college, and the year before that she was the most popular. And when I entered, the president was simply the best all-round fine girl. And this one? This one? Oh, Lois. Well, I don't know. I never understood exactly why we chose her, unless, well, you see, she had run for office so often, pretty often, and had been defeated several times, and she cared so much about winning, more than anyone else, and she, well, you understand, don't you? She wanted it so much. And well, I suspect that we elected her from pity. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 3. The Genius. And this one is the genius. Different from the other photographs, isn't it? Most of my college friends were the sweetest things. What? You think her beautiful? With that high forehead and starved sort of eyes and thin face. Like Lepage's Joan of Arc? Joan of Arc, Bastien Lepage, let me think. Oh, yes, now I remember. That big picture in the Metropolitan Gallery. A girl with light blue eyes and her hand stretched out, and with her clothes not well made. I don't know. The genius was dark and, well, slimmer. She wore her hair altogether different. To be sure, she resembled Joan in the countrified way she dressed. You see, she did not have much money. She seemed not to care for that, however. In fact, she did not care for anything except her bothersome old ideals, and oh yes, and writing. Why, would you believe it? She'd rather write any day than eat. Perfectly ridiculous. But then she never did have a particle of common sense. You wish that I would tell you about her. I love to talk about the genius. People are always so interested. I fancy that they wonder how I ever managed to get along with her for a whole year. She was my roommate at college. We had 2 of the dearest rooms opening into each other, with 4 windows in the larger. That was mine. Absolutely darling. Embroidered pillows all over the couch, and easy chairs, and a tea table (I'm awfully sociable), and photographs stuck up everywhere. Sometimes I suspected that the genius was envious because I have so many friends, and a border of posters at the top of the wall and signs which the boys procured for me in town when they came up for the Founder's Day reception, and banners, blue, crimson, orange, and black, and oh, and so forth, and a fishnet draped over the door. I am simply devoted to anything aesthetic. The genius took the little room, a nightmare, positively nothing in it, so that she could go in and shut the door when I had company in the other. She was a regular hermit, and so peculiar that I found it a terrible nervous strain to live with her. Actually, my health almost broke down after the mid-year examinations. For a while I feared that I might be obliged to give up and go home, but I contrived to struggle on until June. I often think that I might have been strong enough to complete the course, if it had not been for the genius. For instance, during the first week of the semester before the genius came, I had the loveliest time. College life was not the least bit trying. Some of the other freshmen, who were horribly homesick, used to come into my room and eat apples and preserved ginger, while I played Home, Sweet Home on my zither. They would sit around nibbling and looking sadder and sadder until the tears rushed to their eyes and they cried with their faces against my rose and gray couch cover. It was melancholy for me, but it did them ever so much good. You know how it is. You get to feeling so sorry for yourself when you hear your own sobs that it distracts your mind. After the arrival of the genius, the girls did not visit me more than 2 or 3 or maybe 4 times a day each one, because they saw that she did not like to be disturbed during study hours.
I am sure that they were not half so noisy as college boys. Of course, it was hard on me because I absolutely need social intercourse to keep up my spirits. I grew very much depressed, especially in the morning just before going to the first hour recitation in mathematics, and consequently found the work more wearing on my nerves. Honestly, in the spring my appetite began to fail, and I felt so languid that I wanted to be outdoors all day. Moreover, I was not able to return in the fall. The genius did not go back either, as she had hoped. But I don't know. I think that it was mostly her own fault. A sort of retribution or discipline or something like that, you know. Dear me, I have not told you about our first meeting. She did not arrive until the second Saturday just before dinner. She was always late to everything, particularly breakfast. And when she appeared at my door, escorted by a senior, I was curling my hair. I intended to let myself down gradually to a Madonna-like coiffure such as the other intellectual girls wore. By the way, don't you think that the Venus of Milo does her hair pretty well, front view? I am going to try how it suits me some day. Where was I? Oh, yes, when that senior introduced the genius, I could not shake hands, could I? While the tongs were all twisted around a lock. She flushed up, a dark red, not a becoming blush at all, and then, walking over to a window, pushed up the sash and sat on the ledge. Cool, wasn't it? Or else she was embarrassed. I think it is selfish to be shy. Bashfulness springs from self-consciousness. Isn't it fascinating to dig down to the roots of ideas? Shallow intellects can never wrest the highest meaning from life. Well, as soon as I saw the genius, I perceived instantly that she could never be congenial to me. And besides, she was so tall and thin that she made me have the effect of being too well-rounded. Of course, I know that the ideal of friendship is two souls with but a single thought. But I think that there ought to be an additional stipulation concerning height. While she sat there on the ledge, I was so afraid that she would receive the impression that I did not like her, that I began to talk as fast as I could about everything. The table fare and the work she would have to make up, and the rule of sending stupid freshmen home if they failed in too many examinations. And what do you suppose? Here is gratitude for you. When we became better acquainted, she said that at first she thought that I was a frivolous little thing, without a heart. The idea of me being frivolous! Why, all my friends here at home consider me a regular dig. She was not very keen about some things. For my part, I never confided to her what were my views of her character. I believe in using tact. That was one of the great points of dissimilarity between us, her utter lack of reticence. Before a week had passed, she had given me an account of her entire history. Everybody belonging to her was dead, and she had been teaching school for years in a forsaken New England village without even a railway. She had always wanted to go to a college, or somewhere, so as to cultivate a faculty she had for writing poetry and so on, but she could not save enough money from her salary. A woman living near, she looked starved in her picture, just like the genius, did not have any one else to take care of, and she believed that the genius possessed wonderful talent, and so offered to send her to college. She did not have much money herself, but the genius intended to pay her back some time. I consider that the genius was unappreciative. She did not write to that woman oftener than once a week, and I generally wrote home 3 times, counting postal cards and notes when they sent me boxes and things. The genius answered my expostulations by saying that her friend preferred that she should concentrate her energies on her work. It may be that she sincerely judged herself economical in the expenditure of energy. Isn't it comical how people can hold mistaken ideas concerning themselves? She used to waste whole evenings, squander hours, in listening to the organist practicing in the darkened chapel, or in leaning from a window to gaze at the stars, or curled up in a corner of the library and reading books which were not prescribed in any course. And then, sometimes, just when I was ready to go to sleep, she would come upstairs and sit down to study in my room because our drop light was fastened to my burner. It would not have been polite for me to complain, so I would merely say the air was bad and throw up all 4 windows. After a few minutes she would shiver and look vaguely around, and pretty soon she would sneeze and then go into her own room. Do you wonder that I found it a nervous strain to live with her? As another illustration, there was that fuss which she made when her first essay was returned, marked in red ink, "Rewrite." She put me in a fidget by lying on her bed, face downward, all the afternoon. I am so sensitive that such demonstrations wear me out through the drain on my sympathies. About twilight, getting up, she said that she had decided to go home, because it was only a waste of time and money for her to remain. Instantly I began to ponder which of my congenial friends I should invite to room with me. Of course I was sorry for her, but sometimes we just have to bow our heads to fate. Well, while she was starting to pack, I happened to pick up the essay, and discovered on the last page another note which she had not seen. It said that although in mechanical execution the work was faulty, in power of conception and treatment it was far above the average. That girl acted half crazy, danced around the room, flung her arms about me, and kept exclaiming that she was too happy to live. Wasn't it ridiculous for her to depend so entirely upon another person's opinion? Now, as for me, I knew when my essays were good, although generally the critic did not like to commit herself. So the genius stayed at college, and after a while she began to get excellent on her essays, and have her stories and poems printed in the college magazine. I never could understand how she accomplished anything with her peculiar methods. The truth is that she had no method. After wandering around alone in the pines, she used to steal away to the attic to write behind big ghostly tin pipes, or in the spring to the orchard or the fields, nearly every Saturday. That was our day for writing themes. I was obliged to spend a long time in looking for her to tell her that luncheon was over. Now, when I wrote, I had a system. I believe that if you take plenty of nourishment and recreation, your intellect will work along by itself. Unconscious cerebration, you know. That is science. And another point, when I desired to think hard, I always laid my head down on my desk in order to facilitate the flow of ideas to the brain. Haven't you ever noticed it in church when you rest your forehead on the pew in front? I always worked a definite time and then stopped. That is a system. One thing I never permitted myself to do. The genius was perfectly conscienceless regarding it, and that was to skip a meal. As a result, my thoughts were clearer and more simple than those of the genius. My handwriting was better, too. Hers was almost illegible. I dare say that she regarded it as an indication of originality. Once I offered to copy something for her, because it seemed a pity to have that poem scrawled. It was her competitive poem for Founder's Day, and it was pretty good, and I was anxious that she should win the prize. She snatched the paper away as if my touch might spoil it. The genius cared considerably for that poem, and she was wild to have it chosen as the best from the whole college. That friend in Maine would then see that she had not been mistaken in believing in her. It would be, too, well, a sort of advertisement of ability. The reason why I wanted her to win was, first, of course, for her own sake, and then so that I might be able to point her out to my guests as my celebrated roommate. You know, all the boys from the other colleges come there on Founder's Day. Think of the glory of having your own poem read before that great audience. At one time I intended to try for the prize myself, but I happened to be too busy with extra work the second semester. However, I was so eager that the genius should win that I often did the dusting when it was her turn, so that she might have more time to write. And in spite of all that, to behave the way she did. It was criminal ingratitude, of course. I mean toward that woman in Maine. But then I suppose I should not have expected anything different. She was peculiar all the way through. In fact, she was abnormal. That year was awfully valuable in teaching me forbearance. There was her habit of borrowing things without asking permission. I know that she was generous with her own property. But she did not have very much anyhow, and, well, how would you like to go to your room some afternoon and find your watch and fur cape and alligator skin pocketbook with silver mountings and new muff of white fox all missing? And then, after you have notified the authorities and telephoned for a detective and suggested suspicions, and when the girls are all gathered around you looking so scared while you describe strange noises and vanishing figures, how would you enjoy having your roommate, who had been in town all day, come sauntering in wearing every one of the stolen articles? I would not forgive the genius until she coaxed and coaxed. She had grown pretty fond of me by that time, and she could not bear to feel that I was displeased. Notwithstanding that, she was rather disagreeably critical at times. Why, would you believe it, she maintained that character study was rude. I would scorn to be impolite, and yet I had the greatest fun studying character at concerts. My friend and I used to sit in the gallery and test the attention of individuals in the audience downstairs by mesmerizing them. Judging from the frequency with which they glanced up at us, I surmised that few of them truly loved music. The genius always listened with her eyes shut. It made her conspicuous, but then she never paid any regard to the conventionalities. I am very particular concerning such little observances, because convention is crystallized politeness, you know. The genius displayed further oddities in her choice of associates. All the queerest girls in college, when, as my roommate, she might have been often with my set. It was one of her companions who remarked that I appeared to be gifted with an appreciation of the humorous in music. I never cared what such girls said. One of her friends was so absent-minded that she kept forgetting to bow to people. The genius was forever going off with her to see the sunset. Another eccentric creature, who usually stood around in corners at receptions, frequently invited the genius to stand with her. I think that it was a pose with both of them, imitation of the spectator, you know. She furthermore indulged in a similarly conspicuous and crazy custom in the spring of tearing off over the fields to the woods every afternoon, coming back long after dinner time with her arms full of rubbish. I often carried bread and milk up to our rooms for her, and generally she would toss away the milk so as to put flowers in the glass, just common wildflowers. The most bothersome part, however, of her ridiculous conduct lay in her insane ideals and theories of how she ought to treat other people. To see her attempting to carry her principles into practice almost threw me into nervous prostration. To find out that she had been taking care of a student who afterward proves to have been coming down with the scarlet fever, and I never had it myself. To watch her rowing loads of ragamuffins over the lake when there were few enough boats for the girls. To be scolded for demanding proper service from the table maids, when I am positive that I should not grow tired, even if I had been ironing all day, provided I had been brought up to that occupation. And worst of all, to learn that she had given away to the newsboys in town all that delicious maple sugar sent by the woman in Maine. Why, I'd have been willing to buy it from her, and pay her enough so that she could get the dark brown kind for the poor children. The quality was utterly wasted upon their indiscriminate palates. I regard that proceeding as a slight to her friend. But then, the genius never appeared to pay much attention to her wishes anyway, especially in that affair of the poem. If only she had behaved with common sense about that competition, I should have been too perfectly happy on that Founder's Day. As it was, I had a splendid time. I had 3 guests, the best-looking men I knew, because the girls grow so critical during the weeks of college seclusion that they form exalted ideals of manly beauty. Wasn't it fun to walk down the chapel aisle with 1 man beside me and 2 following, while the girls without guests leaned over from the gallery to watch us? I wore the sweetest new gown, pale yellow trimmed with fur around the neck, cut low, the kind that keeps looking as if it were going to slip off your shoulders. I pinned on all the violets which the boys sent me. The genius wanted me to leave 2 of the bunches in water, but that would have been impolite to the givers, and besides they would not have made such a show. My men told me that they had never enjoyed a more delightful evening. I had filled their programs with the names of the prettiest girls in my class, because I was anxious that the college should make a good impression. I did not ask the genius for a number. You see, she could not dance. But I did intend to have them meet her sometime, maybe the next day. Somehow I could not bring it about conveniently. Perhaps she did not care very much. She was feeling disappointed about the poem. What about the poem? Well, it was this way. At first she wanted awfully to win the prize, and she wrote a poem. It was the one I offered to copy. It was pretty good, and everybody who heard it said that no other student could do so well. The genius was always reading her writings to me or to someone else. It seemed as if she craved sympathy too much. I should not wonder if she had, well, you know, starved for it since her family died. She kept their pictures in her room on the table where she wrote. They were rather country-looking people, but I dare say she was fond of them. Where was I? Oh, yes, the genius had written the poem, and we were all certain that it would be chosen for the exercises on Founder's Day. I had even asked her to give me the original manuscript for my memory bill, and what do you suppose? The very evening before the competition was to close, she came in after moping around all day, and said that she had decided not to submit her poem. I begged and implored and pleaded and teased, but she would not budge an inch. She was so stubborn that she absolutely refused to listen to my arguments. She kept saying that what was right was right. I don't know. It seems to me that sometimes it depends on the circumstances. After the prize had been awarded, I gave her no rest until she told me why she had withdrawn. She discovered that the competitor who was considered to have the next best chance, a scrawny little sophomore with a comical fashion of wearing her hair in 4 ringlets falling from a twist, wanted to win so as to please her mother. As she had never had anything printed or received any encouragement like that, she was building great hopes on this chance. And so the genius thought it incumbent upon herself to remove the obstacle of her own poem. Wasn't she simple? She did not appear to give the slightest weight to the claims of that woman in Maine or to my wishes. Perhaps she sincerely thought that she was acting from principle, but I am certain that it was mere feeling. It was because this other girl was doing it to please her mother. Did the other girl win? Oh, no, the prize went to some senior whom nobody had suspected of being a poet. The genius did not say much on the evening when the result was announced in chapel. She went into her room and locked the door. It was rather rude, don't you think so? I would not have disturbed her if she had wanted to look at her photographs all night. Why, dear me, must you go so soon? You have scarcely been here at all, and you have not told me a word of news. Where is the genius now? Oh, I am under the impression that she is teaching somewhere in the wilds of New England. I have lost track of her since hearing that she could not return to college on account of the death of her friend. I doubt if she ever accomplishes anything in literature. Her methods are so peculiar, you know, and she has such queer ideas. Very likely she objects to the element of competition in the struggle for existence, and in a starving business like that, of course, she would have no chance for survival. Well, I don't know. Perhaps it is all for the best. Oh, yes, no doubt she was a genius. But then, she never did have a particle of common sense. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 4 Heroic Treatment. The gaslight in the gymnasium was just bright enough to illuminate without crudity the lower portion of the lofty apartment, while leaving the rafters in picturesque obscurity. It was the night of the Halloween revel, a rustic ball given to the freshmen by the seniors. Girls everywhere, maidens wearing calico gowns and scoop bonnets, were frolicking with suspiciously fair-faced farmer lads in overalls and flapping straw hats, through an intricate and original dance, of which the principal features appeared to consist of swing your partner and sashay everybody. Rose-cheeked grandmothers playing chaperone with prim gray curls under wonderful caps were constantly deserting their posts to frisk through a dance at the request of fierce, long-haired cowboys, sombrero in hand, and artless Gretchens with muslin kerchiefs and flying braids whirled about in the arms of gaily plumed Indians, or visited the dusky booths where bent witches mumbled fortunes from under tangled black locks. Having run up from New York for a day at the college, I had slipped over to the gymnasium, eager for a glimpse of the well-remembered merriment. As I stood in the doorway, the remarkably handsome young farmer, who was calling off the dance, waved her baton in gay welcome. During a pause between numbers, when the attentive swains, having raided sundry tall cans of lemonade, shiny new dishpans full of peanuts, and a barrel of apples, were hovering about their sweethearts, in mimic masculine devotion fanning them with big hats plucked off for the purpose, the leader came threading her way through hilarious groups to a seat by my side. "Isn't it fun?" she exclaimed, with color glowing and dark eyes shining. Looking at her as she sat on the lower step of a ladder, in rough blue jeans, with a scarlet necktie askew under a negligée collar, and a rather battered straw hat pushed back on her classic head, I thought of the picture she had made the preceding week, in a box at the Metropolitan, wearing a low-cut gown of ivory satin. "Is it more fun than grand opera?" I asked. "Grand opera is not fun," she answered. "It is pleasure, and the difference between fun and pleasure
Pleasure plus a mirthful atmosphere. Yes, the difference lies in atmosphere. Here there is a light-hearted joyousness arising from the presence of so many young, irresponsible creatures. Don't call them irresponsible. I know that some of them are trying to carry the world on their shoulders, but tonight they are all children. Aren't they enjoying it? No need to be a wallflower. No envying, no jealousy, no vanity. Give me a room full of girls as a recipe for fun. Who is that little thing dressed like a baby with the big eyes and lace hood and long white frock? I inquired, as a young girl passed with a shy glance at Rachel. That? Oh. Rachel had bowed graciously, and with an expression suggesting uneasiness, was watching the ingenuous face light up happily with a smile and quick blush. That is a little friend of mine. Well, no, not exactly a friend. She is one of the freshmen. And? Rachel was following the pretty figure with a disquieted gaze. Hero worship is good for boys. A shoulder-to-shoulder, healthy admiration. And it need not hurt the normal girl who keeps her nerves steady with bicycle and basketball. But this child is the dreamy kind. She is wasting her energies in thinking about me. Does she know you? Only superficially, not enough to feel any genuine affection. It is pleasant to be liked, but it is uncomfortable to be idealized. And it is dangerous for her. She is very young yet. Oh, I beg your pardon. Haven't you had refreshments? You shall have a gallon of red lemonade. When next I visited the college, I found the seniors gathered in their softly lighted parlor for the distribution of valentines. On the chairs, on the window ledges, on the floor, everywhere, were girls in dainty light gowns, with eager faces and tongues busily exclaiming, while the class president, standing by a deep basket which overflowed with white envelopes of every size, was reading the address on each. When the chatter and flutter and laughter over bright verses tossed to and fro had begun to subside as the girls drifted out into the corridor, I caught a glimpse of Rachel walking slowly toward her own room. Noticing that her hands were filled with valentines, I asked if she had received any from the little freshman. Her eyes clouded. The child has sent me 7, she answered, and each one means a dissipation of time and thought and energy in the writing. It is wrong. Hero worship still? Yes, admiration, imitation. That is not bad. Ah, but add emotionalization. She cannot think of anything else while I am in sight. At least that is what she says. She blushes when I speak to her, and mopes when I forget to smile. What remedies have you tried? Expostulation, that she has great ability, and such an abnormal, unnatural feeling must hinder the growth of that ability, that she should keep her heart and soul open only to the actual and to the real. I never suspected you of anything like that. Well, Rachel made a wry face, it was not easy, and after all, it accomplished nothing except to give her an opportunity to explain how anyone can be a lover of the beautiful without loss of manliness. Oh, me! With a long sigh at the recollection. And then I essayed the effect of ridicule, and she withdrew into herself, brooding in an introspective way she has, and haunting me with big hurtful eyes. Now I am practicing indifference. I ignore her. And the result? Rachel held up the packet of verses. I have her on my conscience, because I was really very nice to her at first before she took it into her head to fall down and worship. Why not encourage her to become acquainted with you as you actually are? Rachel looked amazed. Wouldn't that make her worse? Visual familiarity, oral strangeness, the great aids to idealization in love, I quoted. And you think that it might cure her to discover that I am not what she fancies me to be? You might experiment. Rachel stared at me solemnly for a full minute. At last, I shall certainly try it, she said. At the end of the following month, I was again at the college for the last hall play of the year. As Rachel was chairman of the committee, I saw her only for a hurried greeting in the dining room, and later on in momentary glimpses of a flushed face at stage doors. After the curtain had fallen on the last scene, there was a fluttering of students toward the ecstatic congratulations, kisses, and excited laughter. Rachel, as manager, received her share, standing tall and handsome in the center of an exulting cluster. She came down into the auditorium with the little freshman stepping radiantly beside her. The child impressed me as shyly well-bred, although once or twice she betrayed abstraction by failing to reply to several remarks which I addressed to her. The frankly admonitory manner in which Rachel called her attention to the oversight indicated that a degree of intimacy had already been attained. Later, when Rachel and I were alone together, Rachel brewing chocolate at her tea table, and I at ease in a basket willow chair, I opened the subject. "Well?" My companion glanced up quickly. "You should have seen her stare when I sneezed." "Now, Rachel," reprovingly. Rachel was lifting the kettle lid to watch for boiling bubbles. She did not like it tonight when the girls came around to congratulate me. She turned away her eyes. Anything set upon a pedestal ought to be out of reach. I no longer discuss fashion, except when she is out of earshot, and as for slang, she is better than a system of fines. I don't play shinny on the ice any more. I used to hippity hop down the corridors when nobody was looking, but she has an unfortunate habit of unexpected appearances. Does she venture any criticism? That depends on your definition of the word, but she watched me once march my best friend upstairs by the ear, and I saw her face. She seems devoted still, clinging to hope. However, I have great expectations that she will succumb when she notices how crookedly I pin my collar. Sometimes I invite her to my table for dinner. Not often, though, for I am pretty hungry nowadays. Has she ceased to dedicate verses to you? She has taken to prose. Excellent! Rachel was pouring the chocolate. She raised her eyes to mine. I wish, she began. What? I inquired. But Rachel did not answer. Founder's Day, several weeks later, tempted me to the college for the 4th time that year. All the morning the main building was throbbing with preparations for the reception of the evening. Girls were everywhere, some furnishing the ordinarily bare corridors with rugs and divans, chairs and cushions. Others adorning the parlors with flowers, draping curtains, and arranging artistic nooks. Still others were banking palms and ferns in the entrance hall and on the platform in chapel, or directing the disposal of sculpture brought over from the Hall of Casts. Rachel, in demand, as usual, for her executive ability, was superintending the process of clearing the great dining room for dancing. At one time I spied the little freshman standing in the doorway with her arms full of wild cherry blossoms for the decorations. Her eyes were seeking Rachel, who just then, having twisted her head to get the effect of the rose and gray drapery being twined about the pillars, was unmistakably squinting. The child turned away with a wistful trouble in her face. That evening, as I was sitting among the groups on the staircase, watching the panorama of shifting clusters and couples which thronged the halls and parlors below, Rachel's small admirer slipped shyly into a place beside me. She did not speak much, seemingly absorbed in the changing play of color, light, and movement, and wooed to silence by the music of a waltz. Presently I found myself following her glances through portieres to Rachel, holding court in a corner of the first reception room. She looked unusually radiant, apparently inspired to a pitch of becoming vivacity by the circle of admiring masculine faces. My companion was surveying the scene with an expression of vague discomfort. Finally she murmured, half to herself, I wish that people did not care for admiration. Why? I don't know. Maybe it is because, she looked up at me almost pleadingly, it suggests vanity. Everybody desires to please. Do you think so? Then after a pause, did you see the Juno Ludovici? Recalling that face of magnificent disdain, I glanced toward Rachel, glowing with the pleasure of the moment. Yes, I have seen her, I replied. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. A few minutes passed wordlessly, then a low-voiced comment. The men seem worried, and some of the girls are thinking about how they look. I caught a glimpse of Rachel holding her head high as she swept into the dancing room with the consciousness of many eyes upon her. It requires a strong nature to endure without detriment the possession of physical beauty, I ventured. It requires a stronger nature to endure the lack of it. The girl was leaning her cheek against the banisters with a tired sigh. I have been wondering if moods are a sign of weakness. I mean yielding to moods. Strength is superior to elation or depression. I remembered occasional, unsmiling periods in the history of Rachel's days. How about Cleopatra's infinite variety? Why, yes, I never thought of it in that light. Only, I never exactly admired Cleopatra as an ideal character. Again a silence, dreamily listening to the music and pleasing our eyes with the gliding scene below. Gradually I became aware of a subtle change stealing over the little freshman, an expectant stiffening of posture and a conscious expression in her eyes. Rachel, on her way upstairs with the cavalier, paused for a word. Everything is going off beautifully. The floor is much better than last time, and there is not such a crowd. Don't the girls look pretty? Loveliest gowns. Oh, see there below the clock, that ridiculous red Mother Hubbard. Intended for an empire, presumably. What a specimen. After Rachel had passed on, the child spoke softly. I know that girl in red. She thinks the gown is beautiful. She helped her mother make it. She sat with her chin resting on her hand, her eyes wide open, gazing at nothing. Maybe we would not make fun of anything if we understood everything. Later. Somebody told me that it is a mistake to idealize anybody. But suppose that she really is an ideal character? Another stillness, then. I wish that I understood everything. Not until commencement week did I yield to the indulgence of another visit to the college. Reaching the ground in time to witness the Monday morning game of basketball, played for the edification of the alumnae who had graduated before the advent of that entertaining pastime, or shall I say pursuit, I was invited to share the protection of Rachel's parasol. The scene was one of those most distinctly characteristic of the place, a broad sweep of level lawn hemmed in partly by the curving gardens, backed by shadowy pines and hemlocks, firs and spruces, and partly by a semicircle of tall yew hedge, ranged over one of the grassy courts, where the players in the dark blue gymnasium suits with bright-hued neckties and collars. The spectators formed gay clusters of color here and there. Overhead arched the blue sky, softening mistily above the evergreens. Among the players who had been enlisted promiscuously from the different classes, I noticed the little freshman, fair with orange tie and ribbon on flying braids, skipping gracefully through a few waltzing steps while awaiting the signal for the game to begin. At Rachel's beckoning gesture, she came bounding lightly toward us. After a blithe welcome to me, and bright fun bandied with my companion, she exclaimed, Now you must both shout for my side and help us win. I will cheer for you, I promised, but I suspect that Rachel won't. The seniors are to play against you, and she is too loyal not to shout for them. Then she must shout for both sides, laughed the little freshman, slipping an arm around Rachel and tilting her pretty head contentedly up at me. Because, you see, we're friends. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 5. The Career of a Radical. Marian tried not to hear the sudden burst of applause, hand-clapping, and girlish shrieks of inarticulate delight, softened by the distance to a joyous shrill commotion. The professor rose to shut the transom, while the score of seniors around the long, green-covered table seemed to draw deeper breaths. A flash leaped into eyes here and there, traveling swiftly with an apprehensive smile. One or two of the girls moved restlessly in their seats. Some fingered the fountain pens or snapped elastics on packets of notes. Others sat unnaturally still with a gaze carefully lowered. After an interval of silence came more faintly the murmur of another expanding uproar. The professor, resuming her place in the great easy-chair, hospitable with its quaint height of back and arms, said, If you please, Miss Roddice, we will go on with the report. And Marian shuffled her notes hastily to find the summarized results of recent study. When she was speaking, the members of the class sat with eyes politely resting on her face, while their thoughts went roving at every recurrent swell of muffled exultation. It had been whispered throughout the college on the afternoon of that March Monday that the announcement of senior honors would be made that night. The honor list comprised the names of all seniors who had maintained a certain standard of scholarship during the 4 years. As the students were never informed of their marks in recitation or examination, except in case of failure to pass in a subject, there was always wide scope for speculation concerning the possibilities of the announcement. For some weeks before the decisive evening, daily chatter in the upper classes found absorbing interest in assorting the seniors into groups of those who were sure to get an honor, those who were only probabilities, and those who ought to get one, but undoubtedly would not be distinguished in that way. After chapel, though many students belonging to the evening history class loitered about the senior parlor in hopes that the messenger with the list would arrive before time for recitation, Marian had marched unswervingly to the professor's room. She knew that she was numbered among the probabilities. At the first sound of applause, she could not keep herself from stiffening nervously, although, when she saw the girl opposite mischievously framing her lips the word "Congratulations," she had turned away her face unsmilingly. For Marian did not believe in the honor system, and Marian's beliefs, or disbeliefs, invariably affected her actions. Throughout the creeping hour the professor calmly conducted the discussion, apparently heedless of cheeks flushing into a slow glow under repressed excitement, and eyes beginning to burn in elaborately indifferent faces. There was a basket of growing ferns upon the table, and Marion remembered long afterward just how a spray of maiden hair drooped over the edge, and a frond of sword fern hung broken halfway. For an instant prolonged politely after, "I think that is all for tonight," the girls sat quietly in painfully easy attitudes. Then, without haste, they began to gather up pens and notes, moving back their chairs leisurely, and lingering to look at book or picture or curious memento of foreign lands, before turning to catch a good-night nod and smile from the professor. Finally, some one of them reached the door and opened it, and they were passing laggingly in ones and twos out into the corridor. An instant's peace, and then a dash from around the corner, and a swoop and clutches of arms about 3 or 4 with, "You're on it! You're on it!" and a rustling tumult, and a crowding room the news bringers with, "Who?" and "How many?" and "Is it so and so?" Marion disentangled herself in stern silence, while someone's joyous voice at her ear was exclaiming, "And you are one of the commencement speakers, too!" Without a responsive glance, she walked swiftly away. Some of her friends who had come running after her with congratulations fell back, chilled and embarrassed. In her progress down the corridor, every alleyway was an ambuscade whence issued reinforcements exclamatory with goodwill. At the main staircase, a group standing with arms over shoulders around a girl with shining eyes and smiling lips fell upon Marion and drew her into the circle. The one in the center took her limp hand, clinging to it as if wistful for all sympathy. Just then someone passed rapidly by without looking toward them, and Marion, catching a glimpse of a face set in lines of bitter disappointment, heard a whispered comment. "Everybody was certain that she would get an honor." Marion turned sharply upon them. "Girls," her voice quivered from its strained pitch. "Oh, girls, it's the injustice of it!" And she was hurrying on to her own room alone. Pinned all over her door were notes of congratulation. With one sweep of her arm she was brushing them off, when she heard quick steps turning into the alcove. "Marion, some of the honor girls are going to telegraph the news home. If you wish to do so, send word to the messenger room before 10 o'clock." Marion did not even say thank you. "I intend," and her tones were biting, "that they shall never hear of it at home." As she spoke, there flashed before her memory an image of the slender little woman with hair fast changing to gray, with eager eyes burning in the thin face. She felt again the nervous kiss, more ambition than affection, which hurried her away to college every year. She heard the insistent voice, "Remember, Marion, your grandfather led his class." As swiftly came a vision, which lingered longer, of her father with his peaceful look. "Live up to the best that is in you, daughter, and let the rest go." Marion had entered her room, and locking the door, sat down by the window to think, leaving the gas unlighted so as to prevent troublesome calls. As she leaned her elbows on the sill, staring out toward the library, she noticed that the lights were turned low, and the students had disappeared. From that she knew that it must be later than 9:30, and there was the great question to be decided all over again before 10 o'clock. Why should she not refuse to accept this honor which had been thrust upon her? The spirit of her whole college career demanded such a refusal. At the very opening of her new life, the keynote of her character had declared itself as a love almost pugnacious for intellectual independence. Undoubtedly, this trait, based upon a natural tendency, had been strengthened by her previous experience. The eldest daughter in a large family, she had early assumed responsibility and authority. After graduating from the high school, 3 years of teaching had by no means weakened her habit of self-reliance. Close companionship with her father, an earnest and liberal thinker, supplemented by an enthusiastic assimilation of Emerson's teaching, sufficed to prepare her to become an active radical whenever her principles should happen to clash with precedent. In taking the entrance examination for college, her method was significant. She worked leisurely, being in no haste to measure achievement by the arbitrary limit set by another mind. She did not hesitate to state her views in contradistinction to accept textbook decisions. In the geometry papers she preferred to attempt original solutions, thereby spending more time than was needed for ready memory reproduction. She lingered over other points that interested her, and slighted others. She disliked so thoroughly to be an echo that she was almost tempted to display some originality in the matter of giving dates. In choosing a subject from the list for essays, she selected one upon which she had never thought, instead of others which she was familiar. It was somewhat of a trial to her to correct, as required, a series of ungrammatical sentences. She felt vaguely antagonistic toward bringing independent phraseology into harmony with accepted standards. Upon her arrival at college, she came into conflict with a state of affairs which cried out to the radical mind for help against precedent. She found existing a system of self-government. In the organization of the students into a self-governing body, the faculty had directed the incorporation of 3 general rules referring to exercise, sleep, and attendance at chapel. Upon becoming a member of the college, each student signed the constitution binding her in honor to respect the provisions therein enjoined. Marion objected to signing the constitution on the ground that the association was falsely styled self-government, inasmuch as the laws had been originally imposed by a superior body. After a spirited discussion of her position with the executive committee of the Students' Association, she was allowed to choose either to abide by the laws of the community which she had entered, or to consider herself under the surveillance of the faculty. Marion replied with dignity that she had passed the boarding school age, and gave her formal signature to the document. Thereafter, though keeping her pledge scrupulously, she preached reform at every opportunity. While maintaining that the rules were expedient in themselves, as she was merely an individualist, not an anarchist, she focused her opposition up on the fact that in drawing up its own constitution, the association had not been absolutely free. This first experience turned the main energy of Marion's reformatory zeal into one channel, that of resistance to the conservative element at college as embodied in the authority of the faculty. The great public question of her freshman year had considered the advisability of petitioning the faculty for permission to wear academic caps and gowns. In the debate, Marion used her strength in protesting against appealing to the faculty. If it was an association for true self-government, she declared, the students should carry out independently their own decisions. When the petition was refused, she promptly arrayed her forces on the side of caps and gowns. Although recognizing reasonableness in objections against the costume as being a relic of medievalism, and as deepening the distinction between students and the outside world, she argued that when girls were old enough to come to college, they were sufficiently mature to expect persuasion instead of dictation. Marion herself was 2 years older than the average freshman. It was due in a measure to her efforts that Washington's birthday of the following winter was marked by an outburst of undergraduate rebellion against authority. For certain reasons, the faculty had decided not to give the day as a holiday. The students were wrathful, pinning their justification to the name of patriotism. The birthday dawning discovered black-bordered posters announcing the death of patriotism. The girls attended classes in traveling garb as if intending to catch the earliest train after dismissal. As the instructors entered the classrooms, they were greeted with national songs. The professors found on the blackboards starring signs expatiating on incidents in American history, which contrasted with the present celebration, or, rather, want of celebration. One teacher checked somewhat the obstreperous infatuation for our country by requiring her pupils to translate into Latin the Declaration of Independence. At dinner the seniors appeared dressed in black as priests and nuns, while their tables were draped in mourning and ornamented with imitation tombstones. A rope was stretched around the faculty table, and flags were hung so as to cut them off from the students. Once during the meal the suggestion of a hiss was heard. Marion, breathing in the air of insurrection, began to hope that the girls would be capable in time of rising all together in the might of unity to abolish the honor system. Marion was exceptionally suited to head such a crusade. In accordance with university tradition, the sympathies of the student body are almost invariably revolutionary. From the first, both in general and personal affairs, Marion had proved her lack of docility. One season when the faculty deemed it wise, in consideration of the waste of strength involved, to prohibit the customary fourth hall play, Marion was chairman of the committee appointed to issue a mock playbill for the play that never came off. She developed an unsuspected talent for satire so powerful that she barely escaped a reprimand. The refusal to permit bicycle races on field day afforded her further scope for frowning denunciation of nursery methods and for effectively sarcastic speeches upon paternalism. One winter the students circulated a petition asking for an extension of the Christmas vacation. Marion had reached the stage when she declined to sign petitions of any kind from principle. Imagine her ire to hear one night in chapel an address to the girls apropos of the vacation petition, scoring the 2 or 3 who had refused to give their signatures to the paper, pledging all to return punctually if the request should be granted. Failing to grasp the point of the admonition, Marion assumed that her beloved principle of individualism was attacked. She spent the evening in firing upon her inoffensive friends a fusillade of quotations, chiefly Emersonian. It is only fair to add that Marion seldom hid behind quotations. She formed her own opinions, and stood by them boldly. In this respect, she differed from the majority of the girls, who, however radical they might be in the mass, were generally docile as individuals under the pressure of superior knowledge and experience. Occasionally a professor, maybe, particularly forceful and decided as well as brilliant, exerted a strong, even compelling, intellectual influence. Independence in method of study was invariably required, while originality of results, when strikingly in discord with the established view, was carefully corrected. Under 1 or 2 instructors of this description, though many of the other pupils followed the leaders in the sheep-like way, Marion was continually demurring against what seemed to her dictatorial criticism. She often attempted argument, and was honored with notice as promising, and set back upon herself as young yet. In her manner of studying, also, Marion was unlike the greater number of her mates. The students were expected to spend 2 hours in the preparation of each lesson. Marion objected to the word lesson at an institution for higher education, as she repudiated the designation of college girl instead of college woman. Frequently a teacher gave out so much work that more than the specified time was demanded, and thus other subjects were robbed of due allowance. Girls are said to need the bit, boys the spur. The majority of the students permitted their work to master them. They strained every nerve to accomplish the amount assigned, robbing themselves of rest, recreation, and reserve vitality. Marion was slow, steady, and thorough. After expending upon each piece of work the amount of time to which she considered it entitled, even if she had failed to cover the ground required, she passed on to the next task. When some of her companions criticized her consciousness of the clock as unscholarly, she found a reply ready in the fact that the college day is divided strictly into successive periods. In deciding upon electives, Marion never consulted anyone, not even her father. She acted unwaveringly upon the conviction that she herself understood her own needs better than anybody else. Sometimes, when troubled by a suggestion of misgiving verging toward regret for having adopted a certain course, she sweetened her philosophy of life with a grain of fatalism and refused backward looks. When Marion was elected an editor of the Miscellany, her department grew markedly independent. Students and faculty in their conduct of affairs which pertained to the community at large were frankly criticized. The issue of the magazine became each month something of an explosive event. Faculty decrees were discussed freely. Lectures were sharply reviewed. Committee work was held up to public view. Hall plays were reported with an accompaniment of specific praise and blame. Perhaps, even if occasionally the scorings were based on presumptions somewhat too absolute, the power of the press, in this particular instance, tended toward elevation of ideal and improvement of effort. The most successful reformers are seldom tender in handling personal feelings. In molding society, they sometimes pinch an individual. As Marion sat there in her darkened room with her chin resting on her hands, she could look back with satisfaction upon a succession of minor reforms in which she had been influential. Her class had been the first to curtail the extravagance of flowers at the sophomore party. Her chapter of the Philalethean Society had been the pioneer in reviving the old literary spirit of the organization. She had served on the committee which renovated the celebration of Founder's Day. She had been prominent in advocating the democratic allotment of the senior tables, and in supporting the resolution enjoining economy to respect to class day gowns. And, most important of all, this last year the Students' Association had carried a vote to suspend the 10 o'clock curfew rule, one of the 3 fundamental laws in the Constitution. It had been a victory almost in defiance of the faculty. But, and Marion's palms pressing into her cheeks seemed to set her mouth in more resolute lines, there was the honor system. In college life there are certain questions which come to the front, grow most absorbing, and then drop entirely out of sight for a few years. The honor system was one of these recurrent topics of vivid interest. During Marion's college days, public opinion among the students had been gathering a wave-like force of increasing antagonism to the principle of discrimination embodied in the promulgation of an honor list. The main objection emphasized the assumption, mistaken or otherwise, that the system made excellence in scholarship a question of marks. Voraciously critical, the girls seized upon an apparent inconsistency. Throughout the undergraduate years, the college preached the importance of independent interest in each subject of study without stress upon marks. That is, upon comparative facility in meeting the emergencies of recitation and examination. When, behold! At the end of the course, those who had chanced to obtain marks above a certain standard were held up for honor as distinguished beyond their mates. Believing that a superficial preparation could often achieve a more showily brilliant recitation, some argued that the weight laid upon marks by the honor system discounted the more solid study which was not guided by calculations upon possible questions to be encountered in the classroom. In defense of the system, the authorities maintained that the only practicable method of preserving a record of individual accomplishment was by means of so-called marks. These marks were used solely as a tangible basis for the final computation of each student's general standing. They were never put forward or brought into notice, in the slightest degree, as an incentive to effort during the 4 years. Furthermore, it was undeniable that an able student, working conscientiously, without reference to learning a lesson, merely for the day, would be thoroughly equipped for recitations, and would count for more in every respect than the flimsier time server. The honors were conferred not as a reward but as an acknowledgment. There were distinctions of position and office for those who excelled in athletics, executive force, social graces, literary accomplishment. Should not an institution existing primarily for the cultivation of the mind uphold the custom of awarding public recognition to those who surpassed their companions intellectually in combined ability and industry? During Marion's senior year, the crusade against honors had culminated in a petition requesting the faculty to refrain this spring from creating invidious distinctions by means of such an objectionable method. Besides unceasing agitation in personal conversations, Marion had taken a resolute part in every meeting. No opposing arguments were heard, and the champion of reform spoke with the unshaken courage of her convictions. Her speeches harped over and over upon 2 chords: the honor system is not scholarly. The honor system is not just. The unscholarly tendency of the system to encourage some types of ambitious girls to study with an eye on probable percents she discussed at length, but without feeling. Her own nature was too utterly without sympathy towards such a temptation. The charge of injustice inspired far the stronger philippics. The honor system is not just, in the first place, because it may be said to work in the dark. If honors at graduation are to depend upon marks, then let the marks be made known month by month and year by year. Do not keep them secret until the honor list comes out with a flare of publicity, announcing that the specified girls have maintained their college work at a certain grade. The honor system is not just, in the second place, because it is based on a wrong principle. It is not fair to measure all the students by the same standard. It is not fair to make no allowance for different tastes and specialized talents. If it is absolutely necessary for the college to thrust such distinctions upon helpless seniors, let the acknowledgment of excellence be found upon work in special departments. Substitute for the glittering, vague, and comparatively worthless honors the more significant distinctions of honors in Greek, honors in history, honors in chemistry, and so forth. In its present form, the honor system is not scholarly. The honor system is not just. Marion's speeches invariably slipped into an exhortation at the close. Let the seniors unite in the might and the right of their principles and decline to support this system. Let them, as a class, protest against the public announcement of honors. Let each one, as an individual, pledge herself to refuse to notice or acknowledge in any way the possible and embarrassing contingency of finding her own name included in the list. And finally, in a last and most effective assault against stubborn authority, let those who should chance to be appointed the speakers for commencement day stand together in an absolute and irrepealable determination to repudiate a distinction disgraceful from being based on injustice. Marian's hands felt very cool against her hot eyes. She was pressing her forehead against the window pane. The honors had come out tonight, and she was one of those appointed to be speakers on commencement day. And the other girls? They had followed her, but lukewarmly beyond the point of protesting against the system in that petition to the faculty. Marian was thinking of the muffled swelling of joyous applause, of the excited laughter and chatter and congratulation, of the shining eyes and happy faces and the talk of telegrams in the messenger room. And then she thought of that other face passing them at the staircase, with the eyes staring straight ahead, with lines set hard about the mouth. "Live up to the best that is in you, daughter, and let the rest go." "Remember, Marian, your grandfather led his class." The window sash flew up with a sudden fling, and Marian leaned out into the soft night air, sweet with the breath of wild growing things. Almost against her will, Marian's thoughts leaped back to her childhood, her first success at school, the headlong scamper for home, the dash into the house with, "I've been promoted, I've skipped the whole class," and the way her mother had looked as she kissed her, her monthly report cards, the lagging or the flying step, the grieved glance or the smile, her high school days, the year when she stood highest in Latin, the time she won the prize for the best essay, her record through the course, her mother's dismay over the decision of the school board to have a lecture in place of the customary exercises by the graduates on commencement. No essays, no valedictory, no salutatory. "Perhaps, Marian," in wistful disappointment, "at college, if we can ever get you there." The window banged down, and Marian groped her way to the matchbox. If it were anything but what it was, a question of principle, she would not hesitate for a single moment. Of course, she knew very well how much of a sacrifice her mother had made to enable her, the eldest daughter in a large family, to spend 4 years at college. For all that, what right has a woman to inflict her ambitious designs upon the individuals who happen to be her children? It was absolutely imperative for Marian to be true to herself. The spirit of her whole college career demanded that she should refuse to countenance, in any way, a system working injustice and upheld by authority. It made no difference what the other girls did. She was bound by her utterances as well as by her principles. She owed it to her sense of right, she owed it to society, she owed it to herself, to decline to support the honor system by taking part in the exercises on commencement day. Marian had an instant's vision of the crowded chapel, the gallery thronged with girls, downstairs the middle pews white with seniors, and then the rows and rows of guests, packed from the front to the farthest corner upon the platform tiers of alumnae and instructors behind the grave ranks of professors and trustees, and standing up before them all somebody in white, and gazing up at her from the audience, her mother's face. At this point, Marian became aware that her fumbling had revealed only empty boxes, and she stared out to borrow a match next door. In the lighted hall a glance at her watch showed both hands pointing near 10. She held the case to her ear in suspicion that the works had stopped running. Reassured by the steady ticking, she had passed on and tapped at her neighbor's door before she was conscious of a dim knowledge that this girl was also on the honor list, recalling the shining eyes and lips that smiled in the center of the group by the staircase. As Marian heard no answering "come," she turned the knob mechanically, intending to help herself in the free manner of their unconventional intercourse. Yes, it would certainly be the wisest course, not even in her letters to allude to reprehensible college customs. It might prevent a great waste of explanation and fruitless repining if someone should never hear that her daughter had been awarded college honors and been appointed one of the speakers for commencement day. From the disdainful imagining of a pile of telegrams waiting in the messenger room, Marian tried to recall the class meeting zealous in indignation against the system. She, at least, would stand by her principles. With cheeks growing hot over the inconsistency of the other girls, she began slowly to push open the door. Doubtless this very neighbor of hers was still standing somewhere with smiling lips amid congratulating friends. Setting one foot over the threshold, Marian stopped short with the knob wavering in her grasp. Under the faint glow of a drop light on the table, a girl was crouching with her face hidden on her arms. Once or twice her frail shoulders rose and fell under the dead black of her gown in a long quivering sob. Propped against a book before her was the tear-stained picture of a woman. Marian had closed the door from the outside, and was walking swiftly down the corridor in the direction of the messenger room. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 6. A Case of Incompatibility. Anne picked up the blue silk umbrella with the ivory handle and set it in the hall. Then, leaving her door ajar, she went back to the absorbing occupation of watching, with her forehead close to the pane, the exodus of students for the holidays. From her window in the north wing of the building, she could see the main entrance and a portion of the evergreen-lined avenue which led to the lodge. It was snowing heavily. Anne told herself that she was getting an impression in black and white of hurrying figures and umbrellas aslant, softened to the requisite vagueness of outline by distance and the veil of whirling flakes. Anne's eyes, however, were naturally far-sighted, and her window was not so high up that she was cut off from a view of the great door under the porte-cochere. For a genuine impressionist, she scrutinized too keenly the individuals in the stream of humanity, as she chose to call the girls trooping out of the entrance. Some stood a few minutes, deliberating under shelter, carefully raising umbrellas and bracing them against the wind, before starting out at a dignified pace toward the electric cars tinkling impatient bells at the lodge gates. Now and then one burst from the door and dived into the storm on a blind little run, grasping a skirt and holding a dress suit case in one hand, while spasmodically struggling to open an umbrella with the other. Occasionally a hack rolled noiselessly up the avenue, with snow clinging to the revolving spokes, and showering thickly back upon the road. After a pause, during which the outflow of travelers had almost ceased, the door opened gently, and a girl, carrying only a small satchel, appeared on the threshold. In spite of a certain resolute stiffness in the lines of her shoulders and poise of her head, she was detected by Anne in a shy half-glance at the window while ostensibly scanning the weather signs with face upturned toward the infinity of softly falling flakes. Drawing quickly back from the glass with a suggestion of defiance in the movement, Anne stood looking until the other had disappeared behind the evergreens. Then, although the girls had begun to sally forth again, the impressionist, after drumming restlessly on the sill in apparent oblivion of the silhouette still before her eyes, abstractedly picked up a notebook and walked from the room. The umbrella standing in the hall, Anne set inside the room with a thump, although in propping it against the wall her fingers rested upon the handle almost caressingly. "Well," she replied to some inward voice, "of course her hat will be ruined." But she left this here herself. As Anne turned the corner of the transverse on her way to the library, the main corridor seemed to lengthen before her like a long, empty tunnel. To her fancy, with sudden blankness, the 2 weeks of vacation stretched out into an endless procession of flagging hours. All at once, life became a desert of useless tasks, and the vision of home appeared to recede hopelessly into the distance. "Well," said Anne again to the inward monitor, "she has got to learn the inutility and poor taste of gratuitous criticism." Outside the library door, when she halted mechanically at the bulletin board to read over the old notices, she was accosted by one of the girls in traveling array. "Why, Annalee! What are you doing here? I thought that you always spent the holidays with Estelle, and she left 10 minutes ago." Anne turned her head, as if her neck moved on a screw. "You were mistaken," she responded coldly. Then, unbending somewhat at the dictate of courtesy, "I have decided to remain here to finish a special topic." "Oh, and run down to New York later, I presume. But don't work too hard. You look so awfully tired. Good bye, and Merry Christmas. Of course you will have a lovely time in New York. When you and Estelle are together, you always manage to get more fun out of life than anybody else. Wish her a Happy New Year from me. There, I must run for my car." Anne smiled in what she imagined was a sarcastic manner, but which was externally only a rather unpleasant drawing down of the corners of her mouth. Oh yes, she was perfectly willing to wish Estelle every happiness except the pleasure of her society. That should be withheld until Estelle saw fit to repent of her attitude of gratuitous criticism. Though Anne was not altogether clear in her mind concerning the exact meaning of gratuitous criticism, it sounded enchantingly right, and Anne was fond of effects. An artistic satisfaction in the phrase sustained her in moral comfort until, glancing out as she passed a window. She spied the black figures still trooping forth into the whiteness. Smitten with the query of why she had lost interest in the scene, she stopped short, and with a muttered "Idiot," walked slowly back to her room to resume steadfastly her enjoyment of the view. As she stood there, the hurrying individuals appeared to become mere black dots against the white. They seemed to fade and grow smaller, merging into the background and leaving only a limitless world of softly falling flakes. Anne recalled herself to reality with a mental jerk. The spectacle was unquestionably glaring for eyes tired from study, and the girl blinked a little as she turned away. The umbrella leaning disconsolately against the wall roused recollections of Estelle's comment on New York winters. No wonder that she could not preserve friendship with a girl so hypercritical in every respect, and Anne sat down at her desk. On the shelf underneath lay a large scrapbook in which she pasted mementos of college events. Memory bills, the girls called them, thus escaping the pedantry of memorabilia. Some day it will be pleasant to remember these things, they were wont to meditate, in a luxury of mourning over the swift flight of the present, their college days, named by so many the happiest time of life. Anne lifted the book to her lap, aimlessly fluttering the leaves clumsily with programs, notes, pressed flowers, bits of ribbon, blueprints, and whatever else of interest could be fastened to a sheet of paper. Even so refractory a souvenir as an olive stone and almond shell glued side by side in memory of last Thanksgiving Day. Anne's eyes rested on this token distastefully. Vividly came the picture of the long dining room brightened out of its ordinary monotone of white tablecloths by many-colored flowers and fruits and shaded candles. Estelle had been sitting beside her, absently nibbling an olive with the speculative abstraction that always characterized her when pursuing an idea in oblivion to results. "The trouble with you, Anne," she mused aloud, "is that you care only for surface emotions. Yes, that is the great flaw. You are a sentimentalist." Anne recalled her own mental shock of amazement at such an interpretation. At the time she had answered nothing, because the president was just then rising at the head of the faculty table to read a telegram announcing the outcome of the football game in New York. During the night the criticism rankled in her mind. Many times before Estelle had pondered aloud over various traits of character, and once in their freshman year she had said half seriously, "I cannot decide whether you are really deep, or if it is only your manner." With eyes full of laughter, Anne had replied, "What if you never find out?" It had struck her as the merriest of jokes. Now, with her nerves painfully on the edge from the steady strain of fall work, after a summer spent too ambitiously in study, she was in a mood unpleasantly pugnacious and ready to take offense. A spark of resentment was nursed into smoldering anger as she brooded over the gravity of the accusation, the fatal defect of superficiality, as well as the implied superiority on the part of Estelle. She knew that Estelle had not spoken maliciously, and of course she herself did not object to sincerity, but Estelle ought to learn that she had overstepped the boundaries of friendly forbearance and committed an error in infringing upon the personality of another with gratuitous criticism. And so, when unsuspecting Estelle had come gaily into her room the next morning, Anne, with a little thrill of excitement conscientiously repressed, hastened to cherish a carefully reasonable irritation over her friend's lack of ceremony. Catching the poise of head, Estelle had exclaimed, "Oh, you are cross!" And Anne had responded, scrupulously polite, "Not at all." Then the caller throwing herself upon the couch, while the hostess with an effort inwardly glowered at the dents given to the freshly puffed up pillows, began, "Oh, dear, it is such a bother to come 35 steps every time I want to see you. I wish that we had taken the double room together for our last year here. Don't you think it would have been pleasanter? Because," and she was smiling at Anne, "you see we are pretty fond of each other." There must have been a flinty streak in Anne's self-love. She turned deliberately, saying in tones coldly distinct, "I am perfectly satisfied with the existing situation." Without looking, she saw the deep red flush sweep over the sensitive face, and Estelle had gone out without a word. That had been 3 weeks ago, more than 3 weeks, and they had not spoken to each other since, beyond mere conventionalities at the table where they were both elaborately courteous. For the first few days, though struggling against a tendency toward self-condemnation, Anne fully expected that Estelle would understand how she owed it to herself to display a just resentment of gratuitous criticism. She did not realize, or more truly, she refused to believe, that impulsive Estelle had not given a second thought to the frank outspokenness of Thanksgiving Day. When at last Anne permitted herself to see that wounded affection had roused Estelle's pride in all its stubborn strength, she set her self-righteousness to work to fortify her own position, and Anne was skillful in such operations. Now the holidays arriving found one of the two girls hastening away to the gaieties of New York at Christmas time, while the other, with a splendid spirit of scholarly devotion, clung to her books in the lonely college. Anne lifted slowly the page bearing the olive stone and almond shell. The shell was a relic of a philopanna which she had eaten with Estelle. It was to have been a give and take philopanna. The one who should accept anything offered by the other would be required to pay the forfeit. Anne glanced toward the umbrella. It was always easy to catch Estelle. And what fun! But recalling her thoughts with a portentous frown, Anne turned to her book and tossed it open at the first page. At the top appeared an addressed envelope, surrounded by blank spaces and inscribed underneath, "My first letter." As Anne's eyes lingered upon it, she saw again the row of girls waiting in the lower hall for the mail window to be opened. Everything seemed to take its tone from the strip of gray rubber stretching down the long corridor. The gloomy light of a rainy morning was struggling in through narrow windows. Rough low walls, dull white, extended in a cheerless vista. A few men, trundling boxes and trunks in every direction, wore an air of melancholy resignation. Some of the faces in line had an effect of homesick dolefulness. Not until her letter was handed to her did Anne notice that many girls by no means dismal looking were flying in and out of the janitor's office, lugging step ladders up and down the halls, busily unpacking trunks outside the doors, chattering and laughing and falling on each other's necks in a way delightful to behold. Walking toward the elevator, with eyes fastened on the written pages, Anne stumbled against another freshman, who met her with apologies with the cheeriest good will. "I know how it is," she said. "I received my first letter to day. Isn't this the loveliest place, and isn't it queer to see so many girls together?" "Yes," responded Anne, gazing solemnly about her. "It is an impressive spectacle." After staring a moment, the other bent her head down and laughed a long time. Estelle said afterward that impressive spectacle won her heart then and there, and as for Anne herself, she had never before discovered how easy it was to say funny things, and how pleasant always to be appreciated. On the same page with the envelope was the invitation to the first reception for the new students. An important little senior had escorted both Anne and Estelle, who by this time were sufficiently well acquainted to be intensely interested in each other's tastes and opinions. Estelle had disappointed Anne by not caring at all for the effect made by the dancing globes of the Chinese lanterns which outlined the sweeping curves of the walk leading to the brilliantly lighted hall. She would not even admit the peculiarly collegiate beauty of eating an ice upon a Japanese divan covered with a Baghdad under a cluster of palms, with Demosthenes in plaster, life-size, frowning before her, while the dying Gaul agonized on one side and the Lao Kuan writhed on the other. Anne had been fascinated by the play of color, light, and movement, by the fresh curves and tints and expressions of pretty girls, whereas Estelle preferred to study the people who looked as if they had lived. Once during the evening, the two girls made their way through the thronged art gallery into the museum, and upstairs to a balcony where Anne had discovered some mummies. In delightful horror gazing at the shrunken skeletons, she tried to work herself into an emotional realization of death. Her companion expostulated. "Save your feelings for real experiences. Sorrows will sink deep enough without spading up a soft spot for them." Anne turned the leaf quickly. Even so early in their acquaintanceship, Estelle had begun to assume a censorious attitude. And yet, how pleasant the years had been! As she looked back, it seemed as if the two together had gone laughing like joyous children through the gliding days of busy college life. One night, while they were chattering light-heartedly as they climbed the stairs to their rooms, one of the other students, a woman who had reached the seriousness of maturity, passed them with a half-wistful, "You two always look as happy as daylight." Estelle, sobering, spoke to Anne. "I never laugh all the way through, do you?" adding after a minute, "But perhaps we ought to skip and laugh while we feel that way, for we shan't feel that way long." Anne let the book fall shut in her lap while she leaned back to think. There had always been that undertone of melancholy in Estelle's temperament, and many a refreshing dispute they had enjoyed concerning Anne's tendency to blink the sadness of facts. Anne remembered that Estelle had called her cheerful views the result of a shallow optimism. Ah, well, they had never agreed upon any point capable of discussion. The daily history of their comradeship had all along prefigured a parting of the ways. A certain day had been especially significant. Anne sighed, recollecting. Off for a ramble on a May afternoon, over the fields, round a meadow, through a grove with red partridge berries underfoot and flowering trees above. Estelle, sitting on the moss, ate berries, while Anne scrambled over the rocks after wild columbine. When they strolled on, Estelle halted at a stone wall to announce that, as she was tired of wading across plowed fields and tearing through bushes, she did not intend to go any farther. Anne, moving forward, said that she did not intend to go back so soon. Laughing a good-bye, each had gone her separate way. Anne got up from the chair, letting the book slide to the floor, where it lay forlornly with one leaf doubled over and a program pencil dangling from an edge. Only last Sunday that disagreeable Miss Greene had said at dinner that she was rejoiced to notice a less exclusive intimacy between Anne and Estelle. Such monopolies were beneficial neither for the girls themselves nor for the college. Anne had responded sweetly that she was willing to make any sacrifice in order to please Miss Greene. Estelle, looking white when Anne spoke, stole a glance at her studiedly expressionless face. Anne had just caught herself back from smiling at her. Picking up a brush at the sound of the luncheon bell, Anne stared into the mirror. She did not care. She was having a much better time than Estelle. Yesterday she had watched Estelle out walking alone, and she knew, from the languid way she stepped, in spite of the attempt at vivacious interest with which she followed the flight of a bird and examined an empty nest under a pine, that she was trying hard to pretend to be happy. Estelle was so dependent upon other people for enjoyment. She herself did not mind solitude in the least. In fact, she preferred to spend the holidays at college in the welcome pleasure of her own uncritical society. At luncheon the girls there were 40 or 50 remaining through the vacation appeared irritatingly commonplace, as though all the pretty and attractive students, whose homes were too far away to render the trip expedient, had been invited to visit their more fortunate friends. Anne thought the table fare particularly tasteless. The oyster stew was cold, and the beef was too well done. A sturdy little sophomore, sitting opposite, ate so cheerfully and so much that Anne longed fiercely to proclaim that the shorter our descent from peasant ancestry, the more we eat. When some one said that Anne looked homesick, and some one else volunteered, smiling, that Estelle was away, Anne decided not to wait for chocolate, but to begin work on her special topic at once. Somehow, after she had settled herself in the deserted library, with books spread open and fountain pen shaken into a favorable condition, she could not concentrate her attention on the subject. When she found herself reading the same page for the 4th time, she resolved to rest for 3 days and begin with fresh zest on Monday. As soon as she was in her own room, and it seemed unusually far away, she seated herself at some mending. She had once heard the statement that a bit of sewing is tranquilizing for nerves worn by mental work or worry. Anne lost faith in the speaker. An overwhelming restlessness to escape from the monotonous brick walls urged to action as a safety valve. As a glance out of doors gave no hope of open-air exercise that afternoon, she determined to put her wardrobe shelves in order. By the time she had piled all her gowns on the couch, tossed a dozen pasteboard boxes into a corner, and arrayed her boots and shoes on the bureau, she felt more resigned to the prospect of walking down the long corridors when the gong should strike for dinner. Upon sitting down to rest, she noticed that her skirt was covered with dust, and she remembered that the last time she had held a house cleaning, Estelle had lent her a white apron. Estelle herself always looked so sweet and domestic in a white apron. She was winning and womanly, too, and undoubtedly she would marry some day. Of course she would be monopolized, narrowing down her interests to the family circle. There was a possibility of narrowness in her character. For instance, in her manner of studying, she was bound so exclusively to details that she failed to appreciate Anne's broad grasp of the subject in hand. When they used to translate together, Anne always skimmed ahead through the sight reading, while Estelle plodded on behind, wrestling with the difficult constructions. Estelle said that Anne was not thorough. At this point in her retrospection, happening to raise her eyes, Anne spied her own face rather grim in the mirror. She said aloud, "I think you are horrid," and then she threw herself down among all the gowns, and covered her face with her best hat, and cried. Saturday, snubbing all overtures of companionship, Anne conscientiously divided her time between roaming through the cleared paths, and reading a novel recommended by an enthusiastic freshman as good to distract the thoughts. On Sunday she gathered with the dozen other seniors stranded for the holidays to open the Christmas parcels which had arrived the day before. Upon hearing that scarlet fever was prevailing in town, she made it a matter of principle to walk in the 2 miles to church. The musical part of the program she found far less effective than usual to soothe her into dreamy enjoyment. The sermon she considered peculiarly inappropriate to her mood. Never since they first met had she and Estelle lived through such a peaceful month. No disputing, no contradicting, no ferocious epithets, simply politeness. On Monday Anne plunged into work with an intensity that brought her up short by Saturday night, and landed her in the infirmary with a furious headache and quivering nerves. In the morning, as she lay listless contemplating the sunshine which streamed in upon a jar of flowers, she was fancying herself in the role of a martyr. Feeling rather vague concerning the grounds of her prospective martyrdom, she decided to call it principle. Week after week she would be lying there ill, perhaps dying, while the bells would be muffled throughout the building, and carpets would be laid in the corridors, and the girls would move about on tiptoe, whispering to each other praises of her character and ability and heroism in upholding principle, the principle of self-respect and church attendance and such things, and then Estelle would be sorry. As Anne did not feel eager to go into details with regard to the reasons for this grand remorse on Estelle's part, she was relieved to see the physician enter. In a few minutes the program of the week had been drawn out, one day like another, breakfast rather tasteless, study absorbing every faculty until the gong summoned her dazed to a hurried luncheon among girls who aroused an uncomfortable sensation of antagonism. Then a solitary saunter for a scant hour, and reading until dinner time found her without the energy or interest to change her gown. In the evening she tempered her withdrawal from society by spending some time in the senior parlor, silent over a book in a corner while the other girls were chattering and sewing and playing whist around her. Then, conquering a nervous dread of dusky alcoves and recesses, she started, coldly unapproachable, on the lonely journey through the long empty corridors to her empty room. The doctor surveyed the girl thoughtfully. She often knew more than appeared. There crept over Anne a sensation of restfulness from contact with a wholesome personality. Into her eyes stole an expression of beseeching, of supplication for help against her own self-will. "What you need," announced the physician, "is rest and a complete change. I know that some of you girls think that vacations are given for the sole purpose of enabling you to do special topics. But they aren't. You hate the looks of the brick walls, don't you? And you have forgotten how to hurry when the gong strikes for breakfast. You can't stay here this week. Where shall you go?" A light sprang into Anne's face. She spoke tentatively. "I have cousins in Albany." "That will do." Anne looked disappointed. "Isn't Albany almost as quiet as it is here?" "A change of scene will do you good." "Don't you think," the girl swallowed something in her throat, "that New York would be more of a change?" The doctor's keen look lost its edge in its personal interest. Anne's fingers were twisting in and out around the slender brass bars of the bedstead. "I shouldn't wonder if New York would be better. By the way, has your friend decided yet whether or not she will return to college after the holidays?" "Not return to college!" gasped Anne, springing erect and staring with dilated pupils, while through her mind flashed a vision of doors flung tauntingly open and rooms desolate in their emptiness. With a touch that was gentle in spite of its firmness, the doctor pushed her back on the pillow. "There was some talk of passing the remainder of the winter in Florida. You know that she is a delicate girl." Anne had turned her face to the wall. The minutes were creeping by one after the other. The doctor had risen. "And so you will go to New York?" She bent to listen. "Maybe I will go down." The voice caught. To see the opera." Tuesday morning in the Grand Central Station, a young girl was rereading a yellow strip of paper. "Have decided to take the 8:45 tomorrow. Will bring umbrella. Anne." A train was sliding in under the arch of roof. One of the passengers, stepping quickly, held out a blue silk umbrella, with a look square into eyes. The outstretched hands received it. Anne heard her own laugh with a gay little ring in it. "Oh, you goosey Philopena!" The other was smiling back into her face. "Idiot! You have forgotten to wear rubbers!" And Anne did not mind the criticism at all. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 7. For the Honor of the Class. It was the evening before Field Day. After chapel, having dropped into her own room and lighted the gas to find a particular notebook, Mildred had bethought herself of exploring the window seat for the long streamers of class colors to be used the following morning in waving classmates on to victory. Upon lifting the upholstered cover, she discovered the ribbons carefully spread out just above a fluffy mass of scarlet tarlatan. Elise must have put them there in readiness, thought Mildred, letting her hand rest one caressing moment upon the airy tarlatan as she raised the generous loops of satin. The little sister had been particular to buy ribbon that was all silk. Class colors ought to represent the class worthily, she had explained to Mildred, when that young woman had made a long face over the price. The sight of the butterfly skirt recalled to Mildred the trig ceremonies of their sophomore year. She saw again the thronging faces in Phil Hall, and upon the tiny stage the 8 fair-haired little sophomores in witchery of a fairy dance. After the last scene, when the curtain had been drawn up for air, Mildred's special fairy had come skipping happily across to the footlights to throw her arms about the tall sister in excited blissfulness. "Oh, do you think it was good? Do you really? And are the ceremonies a credit to the class?" Elise's enthusiasm for the credit of the class had been an influential factor in her college career, a factor which often took the form of censorship over the conduct of the older sister. Mildred must not whisper in the library, or be tardy for dinner, or out late at night, because such misdemeanors, if habitual, might reflect upon the reputation of the class. She was always hurried back to college promptly after vacations, for punctuality was on Elise's list of cardinal virtues for both individual and organization. When Mildred belonged to sections comprising members from different classes, she was pushed on to study with increased application in order to shine among the representatives of the 4 divisions of students. Before punging was abolished in accordance with courteous request, Elise had succeeded in persuading Mildred that begging for rides on wood sleds over country roads was unbecoming to a dignified senior, even if everybody did it. Mildred leaned on the sill, drawing deep breaths of the cool, twilight air fragrant of loitering through May woods and playing with drifting apple blossoms. From the evergreens rose a murmur of sleepy twittering, now and then swelling into the full, sweet thrill of the robin's evening call. The breath of lilacs wafted from the gardens suggested to Mildred her sister's zeal for their junior party the year before. The juniors and seniors had gathered in the circle, where the thickening dusk was beginning to shut off all except a few surrounding faces on the near benches. Against the heavier blackness of the hedge appeared the twinkle of a small candle and moving shadows. A rustling of gowns over the grass, low-toned orders, once a bang of something falling, and a stifled cry of dismay. Then a last flicker of the candle flame gleaming on a face pursed to blow, and darkness. Suddenly a radiance of light turned full upon one spot, and there, riding on the glowing sickle of a great moon, a white-robed maiden with fair hair floating loose, and the rapt, uplifted face of a beautiful spirit. Later, when the festoons of Chinese lanterns were illuminating the lawn, Mildred, while serving ice cream and strawberries from one of the rustic pavilions, overheard an instructor saying, "It is the most charming junior party in years." Feeling someone seize her arm and squeeze it, she looked around into Elise's shining eyes. "Our class," in an exultant whisper. "It is our class that is giving it." Mildred gave a last lingering little pat to the mass of fluffy scarlet, and closing the lid upon it, walked slowly out of the room. She did not notice how the transparent curtains were fluttering and flapping almost horizontally when the open door caused a draught. She did not see how dangerously near the fringed edges blew to the wavering gas flame. She was marveling in her slow way over Elise's capacity for caring for trivial successes. In the last public debate between the juniors and seniors, while awaiting the decisions of the judges, Mildred had been terrified by her sister's pallor, only her eyes blazing with a dry light in the perfectly still face. During crucial innings in the interclass basketball games, Mildred had sometimes turned an anxious, half-wondering gaze upon Elise swaying backward and forward in the helpless suspense of a spectator, with her teeth clenched upon her lower lip and her hands pinching each other convulsively. They were very beautiful hands. Mildred's pace as she moved through the corridor suggested a smothered worry. When she had pleaded with Elise not to enter the lists for so many field day events, she had been asked in reproachful amazement, who among the seniors had any chance for winning the short dash, the running jumps, and the hurdle race, if their lightest and most agile champion failed them? In spite of this unanswerable argument, the older sister had harbored fleeting thoughts of enforcing the authority of her rarely roused will, as she fancied the possible evils of overexertion. It was therefore a guardian-like scrutiny, half sisterly criticism, half pride, and wholly protective, with which she surveyed the group revealed by a certain door swinging open at her touch. To her the 5 or 6 seniors in positions varying from ease to formal dignity seemed to be clustered about Elise as a center. In her white dressing sacque, with laces falling away from her soft throat and drooping over the beautiful hands, Elise looked like a lily. She was lounging among pillows in a posture which would have been ungraceful in a girl less daintily perfect in line and molding. Someone had once said that Elise was exquisite enough to be the only child of her parents. To Mildred, larger and stronger in every way, with longer limbs and looser joints and more robust bloom, the little sister had always appeared as fragile as a precious bit of porcelain. With an exaltation almost maternal, she delighted in each faultless detail, while she could not help being tormented by any needless blemish. She had taught Elise to sew without pricking her forefinger, to row without making callous spots on her palm, and even to use a fountain pen without spreading ink over the back of her hand. As Mildred entered, one of the girls was saying, it happened to be the tall senior, who was thrower in on their basketball team, and also the best vaulter, "After tomorrow I shall begin to make up for the desserts I have missed. Think of all the ice cream and chocolate cake before me. Girls, I shall eat sugar on everything, and please won't some of you collect a purse and send me a box of Huyler's?" "Poor dear," murmured a voice, "and all because of one little piece of rose and gray silk." "We will write an addendum to Fox's Book of Martyrs, and put our champions in it," suggested another. "You shall have all the maple syrup you can eat on your waffles tomorrow evening," came consolingly from a third. "Have you ordered that supper already?" exclaimed Mildred. "But suppose that we do not win enough points to carry off the banner?" "In that case, there will be double need of waffles." "And syrup," drawled the martyr, "with oceans of butter." Elise's wild rose face had suddenly grown more human in a pained frown. "How can we miss winning? We have held the championship banner every year since we entered, and we are the most athletic class in college. The other classes have not yet produced any remarkable champion except in golf, and we have the best vaulter, and the second best pitcher of the baseball, and—" Another took her up. "And the best little hurdle jumper and sprinter, and maybe you will win in the running jumps, and our basketball team cannot be beaten." "I only hope it won't rain," piped up melancholy tones. "Don't talk about fatal contingencies. Who knows what hostile fates may be waiting around for hints?" A second foreboding mind found speech. "I feel superstitious. It seems as if we were too confident. What if something should happen?" Mildred, who was sitting so that her sister fell just within range of vision, spoke lazily. "There might be an earthquake, or a military invasion." "From West Point?" with a laugh. "That would be effectual." "Number of guests strictly limited," put in someone else. Mildred had turned her head quickly toward her sister. Elise was erect with her chin tilted forward while she drew short, swift breaths. "I smell fire." Mildred was on her feet and in the hall while the others following scattered here and there, sniffing the air with eyes on transoms. The corridor stretched out in deserted peacefulness. From the chapel, the tinkle of a faraway piano had given place to a round of muffled applause. A maid in white cap and apron, who had been pausing by the main staircase, had begun to move out of sight. Elise, poised doubtfully at the transverse, caught a stronger whiff of something scorching, snatched the direction, and ran fleetly after Mildred, who was disappearing around the corner of an alleyway. Hurrying after the sisters, the other girls beheld an open door, a gas jet flaring in the draught from a window, and a blaze of filmy curtains swaying to and fro while the window seat smoldered. Mildred was tearing down the curtains, another sprang for the water pitcher, and a third seized a rug. A minute's flurry, and only charred edges were seen, stripped of the glowing border. Smoke still floated up, however, and the window seat, opened, disclosed burning clothing. "Hold on!" coolly. "Don't spoil everything with water." And Mildred was preparing gingerly to separate the top garments from those yet uninjured. Excitable Elise, darting toward the box with a little cry, pushed her sister aside, and grasped the airy mass of tarlatan. Fanned by the motion, the smoking stuff broke into a blaze. For one stupefied moment Mildred watched the flame lick the drooping lace of the sleeve and curl around the tender wrist. Then Elise was holding her arms out swiftly, with water dripping from every stitch down upon a draggled heap of red on the floor. "We had intended to sell those trig ceremony suits at the senior auction for the benefit of the class supper," she explained with a disappointed sigh. Mildred gently lifted Elise's right hand and turned it toward the light. A straggling mark from the delicate wrist to the dimpled knuckles was already beginning to glow an angry red. "Hurry, hurry!" Mildred was fairly dragging her out of the room. "Quick! The doctor will keep it from leaving a scar." Somewhat later, when Mildred returned to her room alone, she found the girls waiting for her. "The doctor thinks it best for her to remain in the infirmary a few days, so that the burn may receive proper attention and be free from the danger of bruising." Mildred looked sternly resolute. No one suspected that a despairing voice was insistently ringing in her ears. "But field day, Mildred?" The next morning, when Mildred, who had secured the privilege of an early visit to the infirmary, was passing through the waiting room on her way out, she came upon the best senior vaulter being assisted into the office. A dismayed smile greeted a despairing one. "Twisted my ankle," was the laconic comment. "Late to breakfast, of course, and in a hurry." "It is all up to us now," added the friend who was serving as a crutch to her limping steps. "With two of our leading stars eclipsed, we could never win enough points to carry off the banner this year." Mildred stared after them a minute. Then, as the physician had been called away for the day, she contented herself by saying something apparently impressive to the head nurse, who nodded understandingly. "We'll keep her safe enough." It did not occur to Mildred as suggestive that Elise was in the infirmary annex, and the annex had a window opening upon the corridor. Furthermore, the senior who had just passed her escorting the disabled vaulter had never displayed any trace of feminine vanity, not even with regard to other girls' faces and hands. It was almost 10 o'clock when Mildred came hurrying through the arch in the yew hedge which shut in the circle on one side. She had barely time to notice that the scattered groups of girls and guests were drifting over the lawn toward the rows of benches along the racetrack, while from the mattresses stretched under the elm half a dozen of the competitors had risen, throwing off shawls and capes and standing forth clad in dark blue athletic costume, when a messenger girl hastened toward her with news that a guest was awaiting her in the college parlors. There was nothing for her to do, amazed, wondering, and impatient, but to respond as quickly as possible to the call, leaving the timekeeper about to start the events with the 100-yard dash. She walked away so rapidly that she failed to perceive a newcomer, looking far more dainty than a French doll, in a gymnasium suit with a broad sailor collar and a kilted skirt that actually produced an effect of style, who was peering cautiously around the corner of the hedge as Mildred disappeared. In the college parlors she found an alert-looking young man, who begged pardon for troubling her personally, stating in excuse that he had come out to report field day for a certain illustrated daily, and that two young ladies, whom he had met at the door, had informed him that Miss Mildred Coutant was the proper official to assist him. After the first flush of displeasure, Mildred felt a thrill of self-confident relief that it was she who chanced to be confronted by this emergency. She knew herself equal to the occasion. The list of guests for field day was limited in more respects than mere length. Not until after the judicious expenditure of 15 minutes of diplomacy did she succeed in persuading him that the lake was well worth a visit, preliminary to every other scene eligible to him. She even took particular pains to accompany him to the very front door, and see him started in the opposite direction to that in which lay the circle. At the last he hesitated, turning his face wistfully and suspiciously toward the quarter from which sounded a burst of soprano cheering. "They must be really beginning," he almost pleaded. "The girls are so devoted to exercise," she assured him, "even needless exercise of the lungs, and indeed you should not overlook boating. It is one of the features of life at Vassar." "The athletic side, I see." Perhaps he was too scrupulous to make other than a mental note. "Crews, I presume, and races and so forth. Do they have a special costume?" "When the girls are in the boats, they do wear a sort of costume," with a flicker of a smile at the thought of the universal shirtwaist and sailor hat. After Mildred had fairly dispatched the reporter in the direction desirable according to her convictions, she hastened to arrange that one of the professors should be ready to intercept him on his return from the lake. She herself almost ran out to the circle in regret over having lost so much, and in suspense concerning the meaning of the obtrusive applause. Without noting the fact, she saw a face at the archway disappear as she came in sight. When she entered the circle, she was just too late to catch a glimpse of one of the guests vanishing in matronly haste around the far corner of the hedge. The vaulting was going on. Mildred watched it a few sober minutes while her thoughts were straying to the infirmary, where she had helped to strand the hope of senior success. Presently, one of the athletic representatives of her class rose from beside someone unrecognizable under a voluminous cape and moved toward Mildred. "Mildred, I am sure that my mother is in the college parlors. Would you mind going to bring her out here? You are the only one of the girls whom she met last week." Politely eager, Mildred went at once, with only one swift glance toward the shade of the hedge where the gardener stood leaning on his rake beside the space smoothed off for the running jumps. Even when she heard the solicitous daughter call after her, "By the way, we have won the short dash," she did not spare time to inquire who, how long. Unhappily for her hope of speedy return, however, the guest proved to be intractably desirous of inspecting the senior parlor before going out to the circle. "I hear that you have a genuine Corot," she explained with the stately sweetness of one accustomed to deference. "It has been there all year," suggested Mildred, trying to smile playfully while clinging to the resolve to dissuade this willful lover of art. A moment's hesitation imperceptibly beneath serenity sprang from an inclination to yield the facetious point, but instructions had been explicit. "Your parlor is not very far away, is it? And there is something else which my daughter has often mentioned. It is the chair which once belonged to the author of the Star-Spangled Banner. I am told it is such a courteous chair that, when any one begins to sit down in it, it bends forward and bows before settling back solidly with a little bang." Though Mildred may have been influenced by such an example of obliging behavior, she was more acutely conscious of being swayed by expediency. The more promptly she acceded to the request, the sooner she would be at liberty. The two were already on their way to the apartment containing the specified curiosities. Nevertheless, in spite of suavely nervous efforts to quicken steps and shorten comments, when they reached the circle at last, the running jumps were over. The spectators were forming in a long rectangle near the center of the lawn. A girl in athletic costume, with dark curls tied back, was grasping a big leather ball in the curve of her arm, her face set in the stern resolve to do her best, while two others, cool in white duck, stood ready with a measuring tape. Mildred watched the ball career clumsily through the air. She was trying to forget how much Elise would have enjoyed this last of their college field days. When onlookers had surged forward to see where the ball had fallen, Mildred slipped out of the throng and hurried to ask the score of a group of seniors under the elm. The friend whom she accosted, giving her a keen glance, said something about writing the names plainer, and began to fumble with her stubby pencil. From the other side of the trunk crept an unheeded sentence. "Too bad to send her away again, but will she really rattle you? We need just that point to make sure." A girl near, bursting forth into a vivacious description of the fire the evening before, impressed Mildred into service by appealing to her for confirmation of statements. In toning down the dramatic lights of the narrative, Mildred was too much occupied to insist upon seeing the score at once. She had accepted the opinion that the senior class had lost all chance to win the championship banner. The hurdle race was about to begin. The hurdles, newly planed that spring, looked freshly yellow above the green grass as they bared the long straight course stretching across the circle. On the side toward the elm was the small group of blue-suited girls upon whom attention had been focused all the sweet spring morning. On the opposite side, pressing up to the rope extended along the track, was the line of eager faces, not calmed as were the others by responsibility, but mobile under the sway of emotions springing from contemplation of endeavor out of their control. Far away at the beginning of the course, the starter was practicing vainly at making her pistol go off whenever she should snap the trigger. 3 competitors were idly watching her, while awaiting the time for the real call to effort. Laggingly, someone else was detaching herself from a group on a mattress, and walking slowly to the beginning of the course. Mildred glanced at her carelessly, then with interest. There was a hint of familiarity in the motion of the small figure concealed from head to foot under the strange cape. " Who? " commenced Mildred with bent brows. Just then one of Elise's special friends came running up. " Oh, Mildred, Elise wishes that you would go to the infirmary right away." The habit of joyful assent to her sister's harmless requests started Mildred hastily in the direction of the college. Once outside the hedge and hurrying away from the lively scene, she felt herself stopped by an impulse, a longing to behold this last field day race, in which Elise could have come in so easily first. Elise's message had not spoken of requiring instant response, and why, of course, she would inquire at first sight which class had won the banner. Mildred had barely entered again through the archway of U when the starter's pistol popped its small signal, and she spied far away at the beginning of the track not 3 but 4 figures springing forth from position. Running across the lawn, Mildred pressed close to the rope. One of the racers had already fallen out, having stumbled and failed to recover promptly. One was jumping recklessly, sometimes catching her foot and displacing a crossbar, and momently being left farther in the rear. A third, though almost on a line with the leader, was taking the hurdles heavily in awkward bounds that threatened rapid exhaustion. Mildred's fascinated eyes clung to the leader, a dainty little creature, speeding swiftly toward her, seeming to skim the bars as lightly as a bird. Something magnetic in the gaze must have drawn a flashing glance from Elise as she was darting fleetly past. An instant's pause, almost a stumbling, a faltering leap, with a foot tripping, and the blow of a bandaged hand against a crossbar. Mildred sprang forward, dragging the rope, but Elise was out of reach in bird-like flight to victory. Mildred found her the center of a gleeful cluster at the finish. There was a sharp-breathed, "Elise?" Elise looked up with a saucy smile, though there was a curious stiffness about the corners of her mouth. "Don't you wish you knew?" And she put her hands behind her. From the thronging group of seniors where the banner waved rose a joyous shouting, and ribbons and pennons fluttered out, wildly brandished. Elise danced up and down. "Hurrah! Rah! Rah! They're cheering for our class!" Then she leaned against Mildred, looking white. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 8. A Superior Young Woman. It is the saddest thing. What? The way our old institution keeps on year after year swallowing up superior young women and grinding out average girls. But Rachel, there, look, that is one of them about to be swallowed up. She is an extraordinarily perfect specimen. Following my companion's glance, I noticed a tall young woman walking erectly toward the baggage room. The very outlines of her alert figure, in its tailor-made gown, with an irreproachable Knox sailor set squarely upon an inflexibly upright head, produced an effect of absolute self-confidence. Even her elbows were held at a self-assertive angle. "I know what is before her," sighed Rachel in a whimsical sympathy, as she hastened in the same direction to discover if our luggage had arrived, while I sought an expressman on the platform bustling with travel of the opening college year. On our way up the river, other returning students had been on the train with us, and that meant preliminary joyousness of nods and smiles, eager greetings, and chats side by side, with the words tumbling over each other in the hurry to recover lost vacation time. Trooping from the cars at the station, with a subconsciousness of condescension toward the other passengers bound on insignificant journeys to unimportant places, we found the platform gay with possibilities of meetings. Everywhere college girls, trim and businesslike, identifying baggage, giving orders to expressmen, or clustering in groups for a word or two, while eyes shone and satchels swung from right to left for a hand clasp. Out from the waiting room, where a dozen or so travelers, not college girls, kept their places meekly against the wall, thronging into a trolley car, we sat there in 2 long lines, ready to smile to one another. Here and there a strange face, sober at the newness of it, stared watchfully, perhaps with a hint of wistfulness, at the sunny chatterboxes so enviably initiated.
A whisper from Rachel was at my ear. The superior girl is almost haughty enough to be shy. Taking the hint given by a flutter of eyelids, I looked across the aisle directly into a pair of gray eyes gazing level under straight brows with calm impersonal interest in the caught whisper. Inevitably equal to emergencies, Rachel gave her a frank smile expressive of boundless kindliness. The girl seemed to stiffen, and barely acknowledging the gracious patronage, hastily changed the direction of her glances, just as a preparatory rustle swept through the car at sight of the long hedge back of familiar evergreens. Sliding along swiftly under the row of maples, the car came to a stop at the lodge gates. Then a slow crowding out, and dribbling off in twos and threes up the straight length of evergreen-bordered avenue to the great building beautiful in the crimson and scarlet of its woodbine. As we entered the main, Rachel, touching my shoulder, nodded toward the broad marble staircase. The superior girl, apparently disdaining to follow us into the gloom of the lower corridor, was mounting the steps in solitary state. "I'm afraid that she knows it all," murmured my companion sadly. And then, with an ecstatic little series of shriek and run and hug and kiss, half a dozen previous arrivals had fallen upon us, and we were all talking at once. "Who has come? And when are the others coming? And have you had a lovely summer? And isn't it nice to be back? And there are oceans of freshmen around, and the juniors are mostly in Strong Hall. And the apples are all gathered from the orchards, and oh, has your luggage come? And here are some welcome letters waiting for you." Escorted through the corridors lined with trunks and packing boxes, we discovered that some friends had placed bowls of nasturtiums in our rooms, and collected our stray chairs and china. At the striking of the dinner gong, a journey full of laughter down to the dining room, in a long line, arms over shoulders, and when opposite the entrance a crowd of newcomers trooping in with satchels and umbrellas. Then a sudden breaking of line, and new shrieks and running and shaking hands with some, and not shaking hands with others because somehow our arms had slipped away around behind their necks. At dinner, after we were seated at a table in the middle row reserved for seniors, Rachel announced, "There she comes," advancing down the room in a dignified rigidity of self-possession. The superior girl came straight toward a vacant chair beside my friend. With a slight bow, she appropriated the seat. Before I could think of some cordial word for the stranger, Rachel was introducing her. "Permit me," graciously. "I feel as if I know you from having seen your name on your trunk. You have reached this table just in time to keep me from being lonely. They are all seniors except you and me." The girl's smile was faint, and faded quickly, while her eyes seemed to grow more icily blue every minute. She spoke not at all beyond monosyllables, and then with apparent effort, and an air of aloofness. On our way upstairs to chapel, Rachel pretended to shiver. "I am chilled through and through," she complained, "and that young woman is even more superior than I was when I entered. Do you suppose, that she will condescend to converse with the professors?" The following day was appallingly busy with getting settled. Boxes to be unpacked, trunks to be hunted up, step ladders to be kidnapped, tack hammers to be borrowed, pictures to be hung, curtains to be draped, and perhaps a trip downtown to be taken for the purchase of extra brass rings, or window shades, or a couch frame. Between times, a journey to the grocery in the rear to lay in a supply of sugar and chocolate and wafers, or a dash into the stationery shop to order textbooks. And every little while in the headlong rush, a pause long enough to shake hands with a teacher or a professor, to bow to an underclassman, to chat benignantly to a freshman just introduced, or to cast aside dignity in rapturous haste to greet some late arriving classmate. At dusk, Rachel, successful in a raid after picture hooks, came in with her eyes brimming with enjoyment. "I met her by the bulletin board. She is beginning to unbend. She asked me to come to see her because I must find it lonely these first few days." "And you an unapproachable junior." "I wonder what seniors she intends to include among her acquaintances." "Oh, we are going to be very select, my dear, and probably we shall join Dickens and Shakespeare, and be president of the freshman class, and head editor of the Miscellany, and chairman of the Phil. committee, if the girls beg hard enough. And we shall win the championship in golf and tennis, provided that we consider it worth while to enter the tournament and if we decide to exert ourselves in studying, look out for the college records. We, my dear, happen to be a remarkably superior person. That evening, when I lingered on the stairs to watch the students thronging out from chapel, I spied the erect young freshman, while making her way through the chattering, laughing groups which were blockading the corridor, come suddenly upon Rachel. The junior's bow was undoubtedly somewhat too beaming for mere goodwill, untainted by amusement. At sight of her, a swift quiver like a shadow swept over the freshman's face, leaving it set in haughty, indifferent lines. Her nod was almost imperceptible. Rachel looked up at me and began to shiver violently. The next morning, which was Sunday, Rachel and I seized the hour before church time for a saunter through the grounds. Out to the gardens, spicy with autumn scents. On the basketball courts, the spots worn bare last spring around the posts have grown thinly green. Fragrant afar, the tuberoses stand in tall white ranks. Marigolds, cheerfully gorgeous, line the farther curve of walk. Nasturtiums blaze from carpets of foliage, freshly green from the rain of the equinoctial storm. Buds are forming on the hardy chrysanthemums and the sprawling, feathery sprayed cosmos. The few pansies which have survived the drought of summer hold up big rich-tinted blossoms. Down toward the lake we strolled, where goldenrod in corners and purple asters sheltered in angles of the stone wall tempted us to thoughts of country rambles and speculations concerning woody nooks where fringed gentians grow. In the field toward the rink, here and there an ancient daisy brought memory of white-starred June. Sturdy spikes of butter and eggs usurped the meadows belonging in spring to buttercups. Through the evergreen walk, and to pause by the ruined bridge to inspect the 2 chestnut trees beyond and calculate upon frosts and winds. "Are you planning to show your sociable friend where the biggest chestnuts grow, Rachel?" I asked, idly talkative. "I don't dare," under her breath in mock terror. "I'm scared for fear she won't bow when next we meet." At the word, from around the curve of shaded path appeared the superior girl. She was walking swiftly with strong, free step, and an alertness of interest in trees and birds, which argued self-sufficiency, so far as concerned human companionship. Coolly, her unseeing eyes swept the vicinity of the 2 loitering by the brook within range of ordinary vision. Rachel turned to me. "Is my hat on straight? Oh, is it?" in anxious tones. "Since we are part of the landscape, at least let us be decorative." "I should like to see her when she has developed into a senior," I said, sending a half-wistful thought before her through the 4 carefree years. "Why don't you look at me?" inquired my comrade absently, as we passed on toward the glen. "When I entered college, I was also a superior girl, on the highway to developing into a superior young woman. And now you see what I have become, an average girl. What a tragedy!" with a comprehensive glance at the distinguished-looking girl beside me. "It is a pity," she assented, "and I might have been so perfect." "Well," watching her sidewise, "what is lacking now?" A slow laugh shone out. "What a criticism! But such is the understanding of those we call our friends," with resignation. "Of course," I persisted, "you have grown older." I did not add, as I might have done, that she had also grown more womanly through a softening of self-assertive angles. I remembered in her, as a freshman, a certain intolerance, lack of sympathy, and hardness in judging others. "Older," she repeated. "I wonder if it is growing older, or if it is coming to college." "I came to college once," I ventured. "You!" she laughed again, outright this time, and so gaily that a squirrel, twinkling at us from a dead stump, disappeared precipitately. "You came to college, but the trouble is that you have grown younger. At any rate, you have not improved in the way I have." "Candid." Rachel had seated herself on the railing of the Glen bridge and was dropping leaf after leaf into the water. "Never mind," she said consolingly. "You were not so very superior when you entered." After a moment's silence, she spoke slowly. "Ever since I entered college, I have been learning my limitations. Limitations of body, brain, intellect, temperament, character, personality." "Hold enough!" "When I entered college, see here, I am afraid that you will think that I was conceited." "Don't bother to discriminate tenses." "Discriminate tenses? Will think. Was conceited. Villain!" Oh, go on, sweetheart. Very well. When I entered college, I was in much the same state of mind that you were in when you came. My self-esteem was magnificent. Who would have thought it? Seriously, you know what I mean. Many of the girls come here from preparatory or high schools, where they have shone without peers in their respective orbits. Valedictorian, you know, show pupil, pride of their teachers, and all that. Their friends bid them admiring farewells, praying them not to let college change them. Naturally, they are not groaning in dust and ashes over their own shortcomings. Not exactly. Having been praised and petted, and held up as models, at home and at school, never having been surpassed by their companions, and never having failed in any undertaking, they possess, well, a good store of self-confidence. Perhaps, Rachel, the narrative would be more vivid if you spoke in the first person. The second might answer fully as well. What happened to your stock after you arrived? Sad, too sad for tears. Therefore I mourn for our superior young freshman friend. Shock after shock of disillusionment, until on commencement day, wail, wail, weep and wail, all ye average girls. Be specific. Rachel gathered another handful of leaves. Behold her future, black, black, and dripping with grief over self-limitations. First she will learn. By the way, do you recollect what occurs shortly after the Christmas holidays? Mid-year examinations. And after the exams? Flunk notes. Presumably you speak from experience. And I was surprised. Cherishing silence, I looked sympathetic. The professor said, "Aren't you strong?" Now, never having been ill or mentally tired, I was not acquainted with the limits of physical strength, and so I answered that I did not know. The professor turned to look at me. I remember just how she swung around in her swivel chair, and said, "Suppose you experiment a little in that direction." And so I experimented. Rachel's face was pensive. "Are you strong?" Her eyes resting on me were serious, while her lips smiled. "I am about as strong as the average girl." A note of what might have been tragedy in a more ambitious nature sounded here. Rachel turned again to her play as Jack Frost. Once in the high school, a stupid, pretty little thing confided to me the discovery that some people, no matter how hard they study, are unable to excel others. After a moment's intentness in watching a red maple leaf circle toward the water, I made the same discovery at college. Is excelling others different from accomplishing excellent work? The laugh was frankly genuine. It was not different in my case. You should have seen me study that second semester. I worked some days until my head ached, and my hands shook, and the slightest rustle made me jump as if shot. On the day of a written test, I felt as if a band was tight about my head, and ideas kept slipping away from me as beads roll off a loose string. I learned the meaning of can't. We started up the steep path to Sunset Hill. Once, my companion continued, I fell when playing basketball, and somebody stumbled over me. I could not catch my breath. I tried, and I could not. Could not, you know. Yes, I know. That poor young freshman. Think of her struggling to comprehend the problems of life and death, the system of the universe, Plato's theory of ideas, and the question of Achilles and the tortoise. Vainly will she strive to define time. Hopelessly will she grapple with free will and predestination. Despairingly will she wrestle to comprehend the nth power of x and the square root of a negative one. Couldn't you understand those little things? Miserable me! From the seat under the evergreens upon the hilltop, we were gazing far away across brown fields of the mountains blue against the pale sky. Rachel's eyes had fallen to the ridge, where dark spikes of firs set off the splendor of its autumn coloring. Another limitation. Cedar Ridge means to me rocks and trees and spring flowers, and it is pleasing to the sight. But why don't I love it? And there is music, too. If I have a comfortable seat and an easy mind, I enjoy music. But, oh well, that poor freshman will find out that there are limitations to her capacity for suffering and enjoying, and to her sympathy, and her unselfishness, and her forbearance, and a few other things. She will discover that she has been a model because she has never been tempted, and that she has had a reputation for sweetness of disposition because she has never been tried. And worst of all, she will learn. A pause. What?
It is not so bad when you do wrong against your will, but when you will to do wrong. Tell me about it. Pshaw! Jumping up. This bench is all angles. It was nothing, except that I knew I should not do it, but I wanted to, and so I did. It was a corruption of will, and then I persuaded myself that I had done right. I can deceive myself. Silently we passed out from under the evergreens upon the free curve of the hill, sloping fields on every side, with the orchard below us, and the brook seeming to rest on its slow way across the sunny meadow. I should not be surprised, I said, if it is simply growing older. No, spoke Rachel decisively. It is coming to college. You overlook the fact that I kept on growing older all the years at home. It was not until I came to college, where there is such boundless scope for endeavor, and such an inimitable opportunities for comparison. You forget, I hinted, that you are still at college. You are only a junior. From behind the screening evergreens across the brook came the faint clangor of a gong. We quickened our steps until the sight of the familiar red walls coaxed our pace to a contemplative saunter. Year after year I watch with ghoulish glee this old institution swallowing up superior young women and grinding out average girls, chanted Rachel. The tyranny of fact, the tyranny of fact. And so you think that the career of that freshman will be a duplicate of yours? Only more so. When I entered, I was not quite so haughty and self-sufficient. I sometimes dispensed with the ceremony of introduction in the case of anxious aspirants. I never cut people. Is that an argument pro or con your claim to less superiority? I never answer foolish questions, severely. Quoth the average girl. The process is not yet complete, laughed my comrade. Wait until I am a senior. As we turned into the long corridor of the main building, we spied far away a remarkably erect figure pausing at the mail chute. It might be interesting, murmured Rachel, to read that letter. A year or two later, by a fortuitous combination of circumstances, or, in other words, an extension of Rachel's circle of acquaintances, she was shown the letter treasured by the girl's mother among the relics of her daughter's college career. Vassar College, September 25th. My precious family. Family, with a capital, you see, because I am appreciating more and more the advantages of having a ready-made reputation and position. Here we are at an aggregation of units, each one for herself, and I care for nobody, no, not I, and nobody cares for me. We are like wooden images standing up sharply in the public gaze without any softening background of relations. No one of us is daughter of this, granddaughter of that, or sister of somebody else. We are simply girls. Of course the situation is trying on those who have lived so far in the reflected glory of their kinsmen, as I have done. I know that I shall disgrace you all. I, your stupid daughter, the black sheep, or gray, that is, some color not at all brilliant. When I first came, I was so scared that I did not know where to go or what to do, and I was afraid to ask, because everybody seemed to know everything, and they all hurried along as if they had no time to help strangers. So I screwed up the wee bit of courage which I borrowed from you all, and stood up straight, as I have been taught, and shuffled ahead. It was not so bad getting to college, except that some girls noticed that I was decidedly a freshman. One of them was saying something interesting about superior girls, and I was listening in the greenest way, when they both looked straight at me. I saw them smile. Sinking through the floor would have been too slow a mode of exit. I longed at the very least for spontaneous combustion. At the college, there were students on duty to escort us to the principal and show us our rooms. Considering that you have been here, I thankfully omit descriptions. Already this morning I have expatiated in 3 different letters upon the woodbine-covered buildings, the lawns, the evergreens, the lake, the hills, and the gardens. The trouble came in when the gong struck for dinner. As I did not know where to sit, I took the first empty place I saw. And just think! It was a senior table. Wasn't that awful? I hardly dared to open my mouth except to eat, and not much for that. But the girls were lovely to me. One of them told me that all the rest were seniors. I took her for another freshman, idiot that I am, and invited her to come to see me. That was the most awful break. A freshman patronizing a junior. You see, I thought that she was lonely, because she kept looking at me in a sympathetic way as if we were in the same predicament, cats in a strange garret, so to speak. She impresses me as a type of the superior young woman physical distinction added to perfect self-possession, and graciousness of manner, undoubtedly with intellectual ability. She always seems to be mistress of circumstances. As for me, I was dreadfully afraid that when I saw her next after my mighty blunder I should lose all self-control and turn and run. However, I faced it out, though my knees almost succeeded in carrying me off on a terrified trot. I saw her again by a brook this morning, but I did not look at her. It is so much easier, when you are embarrassed, to pretend that you do not see people. It appears to me from comments overheard that every girl is the flower of her adoring family. Imagine my heart sinking clear down to my heels whenever it gets a chance to leave my throat. Would you be much disappointed if I should give it all up and fly away home to you dear indulgent people? You understand how to deal out allowance for my runaway temper, my talent for making mistakes, and my brain in its normal state of muddle. Almost time for church services. Don't worry about me, because I am not in the least homesick. And, who knows, perhaps if I stay here a while associating with these fine girls, I may absorb a little brilliancy and charm and strength of character. Just fancy, wouldn't it be fun if college should evolve a superior young woman? From your ordinary daughter. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 9. That Athletic Girl. 1. That athletic girl puzzles me. In spite of the frivolous way in which she goes laughing through her freshman days, and she looks pretty well when she laughs, she impresses me as a naturally joyous temperament overshadowed by some impending calamity. In chapel, nestling up into a corner of the pew, she watches everything with deep solemn eyes. Often I notice her lingering with a hopeless face outside the algebra classroom. Something which happened to-day has strengthened my suspicions. As I was strolling around the gardens in the shadows of the evergreens, contemplating the new moon above the fading sunset glow, there was a sound of quick breathing, a soft swish of pine needles, and something in a kilted skirt and sweater darted to my side. "Oh," panted a girl's voice, "I am so glad to find you alone. Perhaps you did not understand how it happened, but when I tell you, it is hereditary. You will help me. I will try. I will work. No one must know." "I beg your pardon?" "Oh!" Her face flashed around into mine, and blazed with swift color. "I thought you were somebody else." 2. I was leaning out of my window, trying to decide whether the earth's satellite was 2/3 or 3/4 full, and meanwhile reflecting that in my freshman year I would rapturously have written in my diary, "A glorious moon sailing aloft in the dark blue sky is turning the little clouds to silver." At that time, also, I used to rave over the splendor of womanhood in this white beautiful world. Now I occasionally allude to the college woman, or mention the fact that it has been snowing. As I was beginning to blush at the recollection, I heard that athletic girl's gym shoes race up to my door. She burst in with such a waste of valuable energy that I felt like collapsing into the nearest chair to emphasize repose of manner. I fear that she has not yet learned to save superfluous vigor for examination week. "I beg your pardon," she cried, "but have you anything good to eat? Jelly or olives or crackers? If I grow much hungrier, I shall become desperately blue." There is a point. The very fact that she connects so early in her college career a physical state with a mental attitude argues an abnormal intelligence. I wonder if that hereditary blight, which she mentioned so inadvertently the first time we met, has anything to do with the brain. Certainly her choice of articles for consumption is a proof of mental obliquity. Jelly, olive, crackers. At the table she never takes rice pudding, and for breakfast she eats sugar with a little oatmeal under it. She has an engagement with some senior 3 times a week. Probably it is to make fudges. 3. That girl is positively shallow. I cannot see why everybody insists on liking her, unless it is because of her attitude toward life. The aim of the college course is to teach criticism of the world. others, and ourselves. She has not even begun the lesson. This afternoon she caught up to me in the corridor and flung her arm, boy fashion, over my shoulders, my senior shoulders, and I believe in individuals walking like separate personalities, each surrounded with its own untouched atmosphere. A questioning smile concealed the wonder if she could feel the calcium hardening in my bones. She said, "I am blue. The remedy is nature. Take me to see the sunset." As I stood somewhat apart from her on the hilltop, with a volume of Browning open in my hands, I saw that girl, while the sun was setting in floods of gold above the blue hills, I saw that girl take a chestnut out of her pocket and pensively eat it. On the way home she said, "What did it make you think of? I kept thinking all the time, let X equal the number of sunsets from now until the first Saturday in December, and then I seemed to feel the formula. 1 divided by infinity is 0. Struck by the poetry of her thought, I endeavored to forget that chestnut. "Yes," she went on meditatively, 1 equals me. Infinity equals the amount of study I must do. 0 equals the result of the examination." I looked at her. "And then I wondered," she continued, "if the ice cream tonight would be chocolate or apricot. The flight of time always reminds me of weekly ice cream. I cannot help hoping that that chestnut was wormy, just a little wormy. 4. That girl came rushing into my room like a person with a firm hold on life, on physical life, and dragged me out to skate. "You are morbid!" she exclaimed. "Morbid! You have been writing poetry, haven't you now? I see it in the way you look out of your eyes. Come, exercise is the remedy for morbid blues." There is something taking about that girl. I do not know whether it is because she has not yet learned to mount neat cross-sections of her heart under a mental microscope, or because she looks so well in her gym suit. I watched her skate, every movement instinct with life, the red of her cap catching the tint of her cheeks, her eyes reflecting the blue of the sky, and sunny curls blowing. Curls are by no means intellectual. I was pondering over that hereditary mystery. She certainly has no physical defects. When my ankles were tired, I stood near the ashes of last night's bonfire, and tried to imagine the history of each blackened brand. "I think of the green living tree this was once," I began, "with birds singing in its branches, and leaves dancing on its limbs, and breezes whispering to it. And now, look." "Make it a tense of momentary action," she broke in. "Come, skate up the lake with me. I am the cure for sentimental blues." Sentimental? I sentimental? I sentimental? Upon the whole, I believe that that athletic girl is mentally defective. 5. I have misjudged that girl. When she refused to go to the asylum for the insane (she calls it insane asylum, so inaccurate in her use of words) with the class in social science, I decided that she was afraid of the deep problems of life. She said that the institution's smell of sud-soaked floors (see Warner's American Charities) made her blue, and she was out of the remedy for that variety, sweet violets. She has never shown a scholarly attitude toward the broadening of her intellectual horizon. I left her in a chaos of paper and pencils, X's and Y's, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. She appears devoted to mathematics. The asylum made me resolve to demonstrate to that girl the inexcusableness of blues at any other place. One woman was pacing back and forth, her hands clasped behind her, her head dropped on her breast. As I happened to pull out my handkerchief, my tin spoon fell to the floor. I had slipped it into my pocket that morning, when I found that girl using it to scrape sugar out of a candy pan. At the tinkle of its fall, the woman stopped short, then darted to the spoon and picked it up. She glanced at it, and then at me, and her eyes looked as that girl's do when she is trying to calculate the purchasing power of her month's allowance. Finally the woman said, "Give me this spoon. It reminds me of home." I thought of the initials scratched on the spoon, and of all they meant to me. Then I looked at the long sunless corridors, the dull eyes, the heavy faces, and, realizing the hopelessness of their lives there, I gave her the spoon. She smiled, and suddenly I understood. The same smile, only wrinkled, the same eyes, only shifting. That girl's hereditary blight. 6. That girl has not sufficient mental ability to manage the conduct of life without moral standards. When she read the first chapter of my senior ethics, old moral standards are demolished in that chapter, and new ones, only they are the same as the others, are constructed in the last. She straightway lost all regard for authority and order, even for the rising gong. That is what spoiled my trip to New York, that irresponsibility of hers. On that particular morning, the senior who had intended to go to the theatre with me was taken ill, with the kind of tonsillitis that breaks out, and I asked that athletic girl to go in her place. At the station she bought a local newspaper instead of studying character. She is so neglectful of the grand opportunities for self-culture. The through express had thundered to a vibrating pause, and we had found seats on the river side of the car. We were comfortably settled, with no perceptible breeze ruffling our hair, and the curtain just high enough. That girl glanced at the paper, then darted out of the car, then dashed through the waiting room. The train pulled out. I looked at the page she had scanned. In bold headlines I saw, "Escape of 5 insane patients." Instantly I comprehended everything. That insane woman. Escape. That athletic girl. The poor child. The thought of her troubled me all day. I had given her both our theatre tickets to carry. 7. I am never blue. Occasionally I realize that nothing is worth the trouble it costs. At times I dress in my most becoming clothes. It is a well-known fact that each individual is born into this world to cherish and watch over his own precious self. By making himself as sweet and agreeable as possible, therefore, he puts himself into better relations with life. At twilight I was walking in my best clothes. Today's newspaper contained an account of the capture of the escaped insane patients, and a description of a key made by one of them out of a clock wire and a tin spoon. As I plodded around the gardens, I saw that girl dancing a hornpipe on a pile of dry leaves. Darting up to me, she flung both arms around my best collar. "Oh!" she cried. "I got through! I got through all right!" I walked on, waiting for further developments. She skipped along at my side. Expression of emotion is essentially undignified. "What if I had not happened to see the date on that paper Saturday?" she rattled. "I had forgotten. I reached the college just in time." "In time for what?" "The second examination in entrance math. And I got through. I got through. No more tutor for me. My father never could do mathematics. It is an hereditary blight. But I got through. I got through, I tell you. Through. Here's to good old Vassar, for there's none that can surpass her. And goodbye to entrance math." She disappeared in a whirl of twinkling feet and breezy hair. Well, I have always suspected the existence of a mental deficiency. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 10. The Ghost of Her Senior Year. It was Thursday evening of commencement week. A gray sky was deepening into purple above the evergreens, when Louise, leaving the garden paths, wandered across the grassy basketball courts to the graceful elm in the center of the circle. A low railing constructed for the class day exercises still hemmed in the space about the tree, where the seniors had gathered to bury their records and sing their last song. Louise stared gloomily at the new stone slab sunken into the freshly turned earth at her feet. It had been like a funeral. The farewell words, the lowering of the box into the grave, the casting in of flowers as the girls marched past, the singing. Louise cleared her throat. She considered that the verses had been sentimental. It was hard enough to accept the fact that the 4 pleasant years were gone, without whimpering over the irrevocable. Louise winked once or twice, while her arm slipped around the tree beside her. The sky had become quite purple in the twilight, and the evergreens stretched dark and shadowy along the broad curve of the gardens. Now and then a sleepy twitter came from some hidden nest, or a squirrel's cheep sounded in the yew hedge. Louise fell into a reverie, with her cheek against the rough bark. With a sigh of half-wistful regret, her fancy roamed back to her first year at college. Then her uncloyed zest of delight in every feature of the new life had nourished an admiration passionately uncritical. Coming as she did, from a noisy Western city which spread its sooty bulk over a treeless prairie, she was enraptured with the fresh daintiness of the garden-like place in the green hill country. Every bud and bird and blossom was a marvel to her. The clustering woodbine upon the old brick walls, the level stretches of lawn with tree shadows falling on them, the lake sparkling in its setting of gold and scarlet, russet and brown, the long avenues of maples with yellow leaves drifting down in the sunshine, the meadows, fields, and woods, the far-away blue hills, even the sky and the clouds, now floating high, pearly white, and now purple and black, torn and driven in riotous flight before a rollicking wind. All things seemed more beautiful there than anywhere else. The manner of daily living also was charming to her. She loved the pleasant routine of work and play, the regular hours, the intellectual stimulus of the classroom, the wholesome diversions indoors and out, and, most of all, she rejoiced in the blithe unconventionality of social intercourse. At home she had seldom taken her head out of a book except to dream. It was probably due, therefore, to the general novelty of her surroundings and interests at college, that, emerging from self-absorption, she entered upon a vivid exaltation of the people around her. With an enthusiastic impartiality, she discovered that every student was pretty and every teacher beautiful. Louise raised her head and rubbed the spot on her cheek where the rough bark had left its impress. Lightly her thoughts passed on to her sophomore year. Then had appeared the first small signs of discriminative power. She lost the naive satisfaction with which the previous spring she had been wont to arrange for miscellaneous distribution saucers full of many tinted flowers. She learned that not all evergreens are pines, and that there are more varieties of birds than can be designated by the names of colors. A growing differentiation of intellectual tastes began to interfere with her former strict equitableness in the division of time among her studies. In the choice of recreations, also, she was conscious of dawning preferences as an individual in place of catholic enjoyment as a member of a community. She found out that she liked basketball better than gymnasium drill, and that skating was a more enjoyable exercise than either. The relation, however, which exhibited most strikingly the development was her attitude toward her associates. The all-embracing benevolence of her faculty for admiration was gradually converted into various forms and degrees of appreciation. One girl she respected for her manner, and another for her mathematical ability. As for the faculty, although her awe had become less distant, her regard was more sympathetic. A certain childishness of freshman irresponsibility had given place to a deepening intellectual seriousness. She began to distinguish sharply between mental and physical beauty. And then she had become a junior. Moving a few steps, Louise sat down on an edge of the tiny platform built for the spade orator, and rested her chin on her hands. During that year she had developed into a critic. She dissected the earthworm. She analyzed the element of the artistic in dogwood blossoms. She studied the color scheme of sunsets. Adopting the principle of selection, she specialized in her favorite subjects in the college curriculum. She experienced an individualistic instinct of rebellion against the dictatorship of bells, of sleeping, eating, working, walking, at the striking of a gong. The question of exercise and recreation started her mind on an investigation of the necessity of the see-saw of energy and exhaustion. She learned to evolve a reason for each action and emotion. With respect to the people about her, she attempted to classify them according to manners, nerves, and temperament. She scrutinized motives, judging every fault and virtue with scrupulous regard for the personal equation. She still approved of physical beauty, and paid reverence to intellectual, but her deepest admiration she now lavished upon moral worth. And then she had become a senior. The girl's mind, which had flitted rapidly over the first 3 years, here paused hesitatingly. Something distasteful in the memory caused her to stir uneasily, glancing vaguely at the darkening sky, as if the pleasures of introspection had begun to pall. Her senior year. All at once Louise sprang erect at the sound of a rustle behind her. Someone suddenly appearing from the other side of the tree stopped short at sight of Louise, with a movement like the frightened flutter of a bird. There was still light enough to catch a startled look of recognition, before the newcomer fled swiftly away without a word. An eager bend forward of the slight figure as it glided into the dusk told of shy haste to escape following eyes. From under lowered brows Louise watched her until she seemed to melt into the darkness. That, and her mouth drooped in helpless discomfort, that was the ghost of her senior year. Slowly Louise walked over the grass in the direction of the main college building. Under the arched gateway of the sombre hedge, she turned to look for the last time at the shadowy masses of the evergreens, and the delicate outline of the branching elm. As she gazed, she forgot to weigh and calculate and consider. She forgot, for the moment, the novel sting of recently learned diffidence. She remembered only that she loved this beautiful place, and that she must leave it. The girl stood motionless. She had not the will to turn away. The breath of June roses blew toward her, and the darkness gathered more densely around her. Suddenly she pulled off her hat, and bent her head one long minute. Then, starting away, she ran quickly without looking back. In the dim corridors of the building, packing boxes were ranged desolately along the walls in a lengthening vista of disorder. Louise hurried on, past the dark transoms and closed doors of the first floor, to the second, where a glowing oblong of light here and there down the hall proclaimed the presence of seniors not yet vanished into the world. Pausing at the reading room door, she felt a dull ache at sight of the vacant chairs prim in their places beside the distressing neat array of magazines and papers. A step over the threshold brought into view somebody standing by a table and listlessly fluttering the leaves of a pamphlet. At the sound of Louise's footfalls she glanced up, and as quickly snatched away her eyes. Then, as if under the pressure of a will trained to habits of politeness, she lifted her face toward Louise without meeting her gaze, and gave her a curt nod. Louise bowed unsmilingly, remembering the dismayed look under the elm trees and the wordless flight. And was this to be the end of her senior year? A prescience of future reveries hovering reluctantly about the unexplained discomfort of this relation persuaded her to make a straightforward dash into the mystery, dealing with words only, and thus interpret the puzzle springing from manner. But as the first movement toward the other, who seemed poised on the defensive, an almost imperceptible quiver, eloquent of shrinking before her approach, smote Louise with a sense of utter helplessness. She hesitated, infected half unconsciously with tongue-tying embarrassment. Her companion, with an assumption of sudden interest suspiciously excessive, appeared to be devouring her pamphlet, held needlessly close. Louise turned slowly away. Out again in the deserted corridor, she stepped languidly, thinking over the past year. This young woman had entered college, joining the senior class, the previous fall. Louise remembered noticing with careless indifference, when the newcomer first came to her table, that she looked very young to be a senior, and that she acted shy, as if frightened to be among so many strangers. Soon, however, she became more at ease, at least in manner, and displayed a spirit of bright fun which kept the girls about her poised but lightly on the edge of seriousness. Attracted by the laughter, Louise had sought a seat near her at dinner. Later, interested in the apparently contradictory traits of a character new in her study of human nature, she had set zealously to work to classify this member of a novel species. Louise had exerted herself to be more thorough than ever before, watching every word and action of the helpless specimen, analyzing her ideas, dissecting her motives, interpreting her statements, probing her opinions, judging her conduct, and meanwhile scientifically experimental, effecting new situations and emergencies as tests of character. The final result of the investigation had been to assign the harmless girl to a class by herself as a human being almost perfect. As for the young woman under consideration, she had rewarded Louise's interest with shyly guarded sweetness of manner, changing later into painful self-consciousness, before deepening into half-fascinated avoidance. And Louise was puzzled. In her abstraction, oblivious of material difficulties, she stumbled over an open trunk, beside an alleyway. Glancing toward the room at the end of the alcove, she spied, amid a disorder of small wooden boxes on the floor and large paper boxes on the chairs, a girl making little dabs at her eyes with a wet handkerchief, while trying to fold dress skirts. "Oh, Louise!" she exclaimed. "Where are you going? Come in and see me. It is the last time." Louise stood in the doorway. "I will be down later," she said. "Now I am going to make parting calls, gather up the loose threads of my relations to different people, and tie them into neat bow knots of farewell speeches. Do you know beforehand what you are going to say?" "Oh, dear, yes, all analyzed out. To number 1 I shall say, 'Thou beautiful, thou inspiration of admiration.' To number 2, 'O intellect, thou dost symbolize to me the deeper joys of discrimination.' To number 3, 'Thou art character, thou didst teach me the revealing power of true criticism.' To number 4, 'Thou, oh thou.'" Louise paused. "Oh, thou what?" "Well," cautiously, "there must be a stage beyond criticism. Hypercriticism, maybe. I have not composed that speech yet. It will be something about nothing in particular." And Louise added under her breath, "except self-dissatisfaction." The other girl had ceased to wipe her eyes. "How awfully interesting! Who are they?" "Ghosts, my child, only ghosts. The ghosts of the years that are past." The last word caught attention. "It is a shame to let us grow so fond of each other, and of the college, and then scatter us to the four winds." Louise looked at her, fathoming the depth of feeling. "You would not choose to live here always?"
No.
"What is to be is to be."
Behold me comforted.
"Come," commanded Louise, "let us go find the other girls." On reaching the 3rd floor, they were greeted by an uproar from the senior parlor. A dozen girls, hilarious, with eyes bright, were howling class songs, and improvising accompaniments to a chorus of animal cries. Some of them called Louise to help with the whistling. Her companion deserted her to assist in varying the meows, but she herself managed to escape, laughing while in sight. Up another flight of stairs to an open door, with light streaming out upon a shallow wooden box half filled with books. A glance showed the room vacant. However, a vase of violets on the desk wooed Louise to enter, and an easy chair invited waiting. As she bent over the flowers, she heard a firm, quick step sweep into the alcove and pause on the threshold. Louise raised her head. It was a beautiful face smiling down on her from its stately height, and she felt again, in an involuntary thrill of the whole-hearted admiration of her freshman year. "Last sighs, Louise?" "Yes. And last speeches. Something about how much I owe to X, Y, and Z. Many thanks, and so forth. It is difficult to drag such feelings to the surface for wordy expression. It is struggling against an instinct. Oh, an idea. Perhaps if you find it awkward to say a certain thing, that is a sign that you would be wiser to keep silent. How about the conjugation of a Greek verb, for instance? Very well. If you prefer to joke on serious subjects, I shan't tell you what stage you represent in my intellectual development. Lost. The chance of a lifetime." "Your intellectual development? That is easy. I represent the first stage, when you began to open your eyes on the world, and move about saying, 'Oh, oh, oh.' You used to be delightfully credulous of perfection. I kept my best foot forward so constantly that I almost lost the use of the other. But now, alas, the grievous change." "And now?" "Hypercriticism." "I do not grumble." "Grumble? Maybe not. Nor find fault with people. You merely judge them. Oh, I know, an attitude purely scientific. You trot around with your little microscope polished up bravely. And beware, ye miserable insects." "Well?" "Well, it is an extreme, a swing of the pendulum from your unsophisticated days. You will recover balance when you are out of this rarefied atmosphere, away from this abnormal mode of existence." The girl drooped suddenly. "You are not sorry to leave it?" "Not a twinge. The monotony of this place is terrible, after you have finished your own intellectual development, and are only a teacher assisting in the development of others.
Buried? Drowned in work and buried in books. Exactly. But that reminds me that those books must be packed tonight. Hand me a few, Louise." The girl carried an armful. "You never say please." "Now, Louise." "Oh, indisputably unnecessary. But I was thinking." "Don't. Thought is a disease of the flesh. Why can't you throw away that small microscope? The secret of happiness" Eureka! "Lies in the attitude of acceptance. Why don't you accept people as they are?" "Or reject them." "I should think that the girls would be afraid to have you around when they are off dress party duty." "If that isn't the most barefaced hint!" "Louise, don't go. I want you to bring me more books." "And what will become of all the rest of these farewell speeches withering on my hands? One more armful, and then "Not good bye." "Oh, no. You are going to get up to the early breakfast to see me off." "Am I?" Louise blew her a kiss. After another journey through the cheerless disorder of the halls, with the sounds of desperate gaiety coming faintly from the parlor, Louise found herself at the closed door of a room belonging to one of the professors. To her, as she entered, the book-lined apartment seemed an oasis of calm in the midst of the turmoil of emotions and packing boxes in the rest of the building. Two other seniors were already there at ease among the divan pillows. Louise chose a seat near the hostess, who with cordial tact drew her within the conversational range. "We were speaking of ideals, and how they change as the years pass on. When I was a freshman," spoke one of the girls, "my ideal of happiness was to be a senior." "And now?" "To be a freshman. Well, no, I do not mean that exactly. A repetition of all our written quizzes would be such a nervous strain. Think of the manual labor of examinations. And yet," the girl beside her lifted eyes heavy with shadows, "I saved out from packing an extra embroidered handkerchief on purpose for tonight, but I am too tired even to feel." Louise leaned a little forward in her eagerness to grasp the conversational thread slipping out of reach. "Don't you think that during the college course our ideals develop from the spectacular to the spiritual?" The student who had spoken first pretended perplexity. "I am worn out from sitting near you at the table all the year. What do you mean, spectacular to spiritual?" "I mean that your ideal of beauty changes its emphasis from complexion to character." "Oh, yes, the evolution of criticism." The professor was listening in as interested a way as if she had never before heard such novel ideas. "Education, then, is a gradual deepening of insight?" "Yes, and I think well, perhaps we are born blind. At least, I was. And we need each other to help open our eyes. Why, do you know, I had never thought much about intellectual honesty or self-deception until you spoke of such things one day in class." "I remember," murmured the caller who had bemoaned loss of feeling. "I shall always remember. There are initials whittled on the seats in that room, and there are spots of ink where we shook our fountain pens, and there is a scratchy gray place on the blackboard, and we shall never "Stop her, somebody!" broke in the other, rising hastily. "She left that handkerchief in the parlor. Help me to drag her away. We have decided not to say good bye." With a faint smile into the professor's face, "Good night is so much shorter, and answers quite as well." Louise lingered for a last word. As the door closed, her hostess turned toward her. "Well, Louise," taking the girl's hand in both her own, "you will write to me?" "If I may!" exclaimed Louise, joyfully anticipating the preservation of memories. As she watched the professor bending over her desk to write her summer address, she spied a new photograph propped against a paperweight. An instant vision of the slender figure shrinking away from her into the dusk faded from Louise's mind before she picked up the card for a lingering scrutiny. It was a young girl's face with the mouth of a sensitive child, and eyes looking shyly into hers. The professor raised her head. "It is a winning face, isn't it?" noticing the picture. "She brought it to me to day. Her mother and I were classmates. I have been glad to have the child with me here, even if it was only for her last year. She was timid about coming among strangers." "Hasn't she enjoyed it?" Louise spoke quickly. The professor hesitated. "She is naturally exceedingly shy and diffident. I am afraid that she felt the critical atmosphere at first." "She belongs to the charming type," murmured the student of character. "The type that possesses genius for winning personal attachment. There is something lovable even about the photograph. Those lovable natures are the very ones which are peculiarly sensitive to atmosphere. During the early part of the year, She used to come to me to catch her breath, as she expressed it. She felt like some prisoners of ancient times, in a cell with all luxuries and conveniences, but with two eyes at a hole in the ceiling, following every movement. Oh, the syllable breathed a pang of swift contrition. The professor spied the contracted forehead. Don't look so tortured. It was better after a while. She told me that the eyes disappeared, and then some one set her up on a slippery pedestal and kept watching to see if she was going to fall off. The silence that ensued was broken by the flutter of gowns and girlish chatter at the door. Louise slipped away during the greeting. The next room presented a bare appearance in the blankness of linen shrouding over bookcases, pictures, and furniture. When Louise tapped on the door set ajar, she heard a gentle rustle, and felt herself wafted in on a breeze of cordial welcome. " My dear, I have been thinking about you, and wondering if you would vanish without a good-bye." " You knew that I would not do that," responded the caller reproachfully, as she sank into an armchair, while her hostess chose the least comfortable seat in sight in an habitual way. Her face drew charm from its attentive sympathy. " I wanted a good talk with you before we scattered," began the girl, " but last moments generally find moods out of tune. What mood is it to night? "" I am leaving everything at loose ends," with a long sigh. " And you expect to finish off all the relations of your life with a Q.E.D.? " Louise reflected the glimmer of a smile. " Ridiculous, isn't it? But if I could only convey ideas, the impalpable, evanescent, intangible," she waved her fingers in the air, " impression of influences, in short, if people would only understand." " Is she misunderstood? "" Well, how would you like it," and Louise sat up straight, " if some one always acted as if she thought that you were going to hurt her? "" Oh, that's the particular loose end, is it? The question is, have you hurt her? " Louise looked uncomfortable. " I have been studying her all the year." " Oh," the tone was significant. " And I dare say that she is sensitive, and felt your attitude of judicial hostility? "" I hate to be superficial." " As Apollo doubtless thought in that little affair with the Marseillaise." " I think that she is unusually near perfection." " After deciding to approve of her, perhaps you analyzed her character to her face, and told her your opinion? "" Well," with an attempt at self justification, " when she acted so afraid of me, I hoped that she would be reassured by hearing how nearly faultless I considered her." The woman looked at the girl, and then turned her face toward the window for a moment. When she spoke, her voice had a tremulous note. " That sounds reasonable." Louise glanced up quickly. " Laugh if you can," and she herself was smiling, though with flushed cheeks. " But what shall I do? "" You are not likely to see each other after to morrow." " But don't you see," bending forward anxiously, " she does not understand? I have spoiled her senior year, and she will go away always to feel discomfort at memory of me." A knock interrupting brought the caller to her feet. The hostess, having heard a tone of real distress in the egoistic little wail, whispered a " Come down later, dear," before Louise had disappeared to pay another last visit. At the president's house, she was shown into the library to await the master's arrival from town. An open fire, coquetting with the chill of the unseasonable June night, tempted her with tongs laid near glowing logs. With a deep sigh she leaned her head against the back of the seat in the ingle nook. A ring at the outer door, and somebody was being shown into the room with her. Louise rose, mysteriously expectant. At sight of her, the newcomer suddenly wavered, almost stopping short, halfway to the fireplace. To Louise's murmur of " Good evening," she bowed with exaggerated ease, and sank stiffly into a chair at hand. The expression was familiar, shrinking written painfully on the sensitive face, with mouth set hard against a quiver, and eyes grown dark under lowered lashes. The quiet was full of pinpricks. Finally, lifting every nerve to the effort, and later a rival remarked with conventional sweetness, above a substratum of consciousness that Louise had once praised her manner as charming, " Isn't it delightfully cool this evening? "" Yes," replied Louise, watching her wistfully. Vividly aware of the two eyes in the ingle nook, the young woman, casting about desperately in her mind for something to say, recollected that her companion considered her an entertaining conversationalist. At last, " Have you found your senior year pleasant? "" Yes, except " a quick change of voice into pleading tones, " please be friends." Elaborately at a loss, " Oh, I am perfectly willing." meanwhile staring steadfastly at the piano. Another silence, during which she crossed one foot over the other and swung it nervously under Louise's furtive scrutiny. " I am sorry, I cannot tell you how sorry, that I have caused you to feel any lack of ease this past year." " Oh, I have been perfectly comfortable," with a brilliant smile masking dismayed anticipation of a " scene." Louise turned hopelessly toward the fire. The other had leisure to recall further items in the list of excellent qualities with which Louise had credited her in an analytical synopsis of her character. Her self-consciousness had by no means been diminished by the association with Louise. This fact gave her a sense of injury willfully inflicted. Suddenly she stiffened under a perception of renewed glances. " I have been wrong," said Louise. " I wish that you would " she swallowed something in her throat " forgive me." For the first time that evening the young woman looked squarely at Louise, and at sight of the reddening cheeks and downcast eyes all at once regained her composure. Rising with outstretched hand, " That is all right," she said. Louise brightened joyously. She would leave no loose ends after all. As for the other, though smiling bravely, she could not keep a cool limpness from her finger tips, and, at the sound of steps approaching in the hall, she drew a long deep breath of relief. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 11. Danger. 1. At College, September 27th. Dearest Laura, in the state of happy health, heartless well-being, arising from an afternoon spent out of doors, yes'm, a bicycle ride gay with foliage and fresh air, and apple trees leaning over stone walls, and red haws and wild grapes and fringed gentians, I sit down to write to Laura. Why to Laura? Because. Oh, no, I am neither post, pro circum, extro, nor introspective. I am merely in perplexity. Out with it. My dear, why did I come to college? Aha, stumped, as the boys say, bless the boys. Without their scapegrace shoulders to bear the responsibility, how should I dare to, tackle slang? Give it up. That terrible young friend of yours, what base cruelty moved you to put her under my protection? I, an ordinary, inoffensive senior, with nerves and a talent for silence. I, who have passed beyond the days argumentative concerning flattery and friendship. I, whose brain is not lazy, you know, but simply averse to effort. And she is hist! She is an inquiring mind. Oh, the pity of it! Only 1 week of college gone, and already I decline oatmeal at breakfast, drink hot water with a teaspoon, and shudder at the mention of fudges. Imagine the strain of association with an inquiring mind. When I told her that I preferred the main building to the halls for residence, because the presence of the seniors gave it a scholarly atmosphere, she demanded promptly, "What do you mean by atmosphere?" Of course, I described the article succinctly without hesitation. Again, blind wretch that I am, to fill up a conversational pause, meditative on her part and miserable on mine, I remarked that our college had a distinct personality in the educational world. Just as I was congratulating myself on the immensity of information conveyed, she spoke eagerly. "Please, I've always wanted to find out exactly what personality is. How do you define it?" The next attack will be, and meanwhile fancy me increasing like Aeneas, as to my hair. What do you mean by good morning? In chapel last night she sat beside me. I really prefer her beside me for obvious reasons connected with her eyes. I was feeling what? Yes, happy. For alas, I have not yet succeeded in rising above feeling, even if I am a senior. Happy to be back among the girls again, to see them all around me, and to hear their voices singing. And then, too, the seat was comfortable, and well, I should not wonder if my mouth was half open. Isn't that a sign of bliss? Or maybe it was just a sign that I was singing also. I was thinking that I should like to sit there forever, only I knew I shouldn't, listening to the music, when all at once your stern friend bent her awful gaze upon me with, "Why did you come to college?" "Why did I come to college?" stammered I, wildly searching through my stock of ideas for a plausible excuse. "Oh, why, I came for fun." Then I wilted. She had looked at me. On the way out of chapel, she asked, "Do you believe that college life tends to produce a flippant attitude on the part of the students?" Oh, yes, the way to maturity lies through a wilderness of ideas and opinions, with boggy places here and there. Clad in gaiety and shod with self-confidence, the youth enters the swamp. Before he emerges, his robe is often worn to flippancy and his boots are wholly destroyed. But it is a beautiful swamp. Fare thee well. Martha. P.S. Was the inquiring mind ever free from care? She looks as if she bears on her shoulders the entire weight of the reputation of some ambitious private school. She has showed me a page in a new notebook headed "Dangers of College Life." Ahoo. M. 2. November 2nd. Dearest Laura, I came to college for fun. "Ha ha!" shrieked the maniac. Did I get it? Yes, but not as I expected, with work sandwiched in between. The fun is the sandwiched portion. It makes, however, excellent eating. That, noble one, is imagery. Further, I refuse to explain. I refuse henceforth to explain anything. The whole place is full of interrogation points, generally in the form of a certain solemn-eyed young woman with a new notebook and a fountain pen. Ask her why she keeps me dancing on the tenterhooks of a mysteriously guilty conscience. Why should she visit the sins of institution life upon this meek mortal? Find out if she considers college chiefly valuable as a means of prolonging childhood. Investigate her views of emotional excitability as one of the stigmata of degeneration. What did she say to the Halloween joke on the seniors? The sweetest little lamb in hood and cloak, with various indicated innuendos concerning limitations of character and ability. It was a joke, a capital joke. I ought to know, as I was one of those detailed to feed him whipped cream all night. He had such a vigorous way of voicing objections to solitude. Your friend said nothing. She has, however, speaking eyes. They groaned. "And these are college women?" What did she think during October, when every day which dawned with a glorious wind wrestling with the trees, saw us tearing out to the brook where chestnuts were pattering down upon dead leaves? Or when we came back from the woods with our sleeves stuffed full of hickory nuts? Or when we sang and cheered and laughed all through the long, beautiful drive to Lake Mohonk, jumping down to search for wildflowers and apples, or run along behind the barges? And Miss Propriety? Well, I informed her that she was correct in calculating that the average age of the seniors is 22 years. In the third place, and furthermore, are you noticing the scrupulously analytical form of this dissertation? Influence of contact with an inquiring mind. What were her meditations over the political campaign which has been raging all the fall? Perhaps you remember that, as a community, like other good Americans, we are fond of exercising our lungs to express patriotic enthusiasm. When we have a chance to yell in a ladylike way, that is, in a situation where we may regard ourselves more as abstract citizens of a great republic than as concrete examples of the eternal feminine, we yell. It is excellent as a safety valve for superfluous vitality. It is also beneficial for the nerves of those who yell. You should have seen the magnificent seriousness displayed by your young freshmen during the dizzy round of our mimic campaign. Torchlight, without the torches, and bicycle processions, rallies, speeches, banquets, receptions, even voting. On the night of our grand Republican parade, half of us wearing mackintoshes and half blazers, and every one a paper soldier cap, with effigies, floats, tin horns, drums, enthusiasm, and noise, while we marched up and down every floor of the main building. I caught a glimpse of that child's countenance, face is too short a word, as I was scurrying around the fourth-story traverse in the tail end of the procession. I was the one that smiled.
At another great event, a reception of various delegations by the Republican candidate under an autumn leaf-covered veranda in the lecture room, her emotions I beg her intellectual pardon, her reflections reached the pitch of utterance. The delegations, having gone through with handshakings and speeches, gathered in different parts of the room, and began to sing, or rather howl, each its peculiar song. There were chappies pounding with gold-headed canes, hod carriers with hods, graders with shovels. There were cooks, populists, nondescript toilers, and new women. In the midst of the pandemonium, the inquiring mind approached me with an anguish of spirit in her eyes. "Don't you think—" I hastened to assure her that I did, though as rarely as possible. Then I wilted, as on a previous occasion, that the present political situation is far too grave to be treated farcically. I wonder if she will ever exhibit for my benefit her list of dangers. I can imagine it. Dangers of college life. 1. Item. Reason for entering college. Inference. Flippancy. 2. Item. Halloween jokes and romps. Inference. Frivolity. 3. Item. Mimic political campaign. Inference. Foolishness. Why did I ever come to college? Martha. P.S. Fancy what I might have been if I had not come to college. And, woe, woe, think of the fate of Miss Prune's Propriety Precision if she stays. M. 3. December 11th. My dear, only a note to beseech you to expostulate with that young person concerning her tendency to base general investigations upon poor individual me. And please add a few remarks about timing her words to the occasion. Wherefore this supplication? To-day an old schoolmate, ancient, in fact, I had not seen her for a dozen years, called to see me. When I entered the parlors, this stranger fell on my neck with protestations of joy. I simply had not the courage to confess that I did not know her from Adam. Of course I mean Eve. Behold the influence again of Miss Precision. Imagine me quaking through a tender conversation made up of reminiscences until I clutched a clue. Stretch your fancy far enough to see me making an account of the visit into a beautifully funny joke to amuse the girls at the table, and then to watch the inquiring mind break a meditative silence with, "Is true politeness ever incompatible with sincerity?" Another point for her notebook. 4. Item. Social insecurities. Inference. Lack of moral courage. Oh me, oh me. By the way, a possible danger exploded on Philadelphian Day. As the dining room of the Main had been cleared for dancing, we had cozy little suppers in our rooms. Half a dozen of us clubbed together, oysters from town, chafing dish, miscellaneous china, 1 fork, 3 knives, innumerable spoons. That friend of yours surveyed every movement, tasted the rarebit, and saw that it was good. Then she scrutinized the progress of a quarreling over washing dishes. She said that she had heard that college life tended to produce dislike for domesticity, but... And then she watched us break a cup in the struggle to wipe it with 4 or 5 hands belonging to different persons. Dislike for domesticity. Wherefore, then, the odor of countless chafing dish suppers floating through transoms on Sunday evenings? And wherefore the daily clattering of teacups under the faucet in the hall? Domesticity is derived conjecturally from domus, house, plus edo, eat, and equals the place where we eat. Hence a talent for cookery implies the possession of domestic tastes. Is that clear, young ladies? Hark, the silvery-tongued gong! I must hurry to secure a back seat in the recitation room. It is so fortunate that today I am afflicted with a cough which invariably seizes me when the professor is looking around for a new victim to ask to translate. Be sure not to forget the expostulations. Tell her that questions make me nervous. When my new gown came for Phil, I tried it on, and ventured down into the parlors to get a full-length view in the pier-glass. Absorbed in promenading up and down while practicing different varieties of smiles, I became abruptly aware of an opening door, and a face waxing slowly into horror-stricken roundness before vanishing from sight. Behold me flying up side stairways, crouching behind engaged signs, peering around corners and reconnoitering corridors in nerve-shrinking dread of, do you think that mirrors foster vanity? Occasionally, my dear young friend, very occasionally, it all depends. Martha. P.S. Tell her that it is pedantic to ask questions, and worse to answer them, except in the classroom, and even there it is sometimes wiser to pass them by in silence. M. P.S. Interim. Tell her that the greatest danger of college life is pedanticism. M. 4. February 14th. Dear. A snapping winter night with the shadow of woods at the foot of the heaved up whiteness of Sunrise Hill and a moon in the sky. It is the same old moon we had last year. I have been meditating over life while patronizing the steam pipes. My meditations were considerably affected, as to coloring, by the fact that I was up until 2 last night, engaged in writing valentines. When your friend heard it, she did not express her opinion with the pleasant scholarliness of cui bono, or even in a wholesome waste of time. She merely murmured, I have read that one danger is lack of balance. During examination week, she must have been making a preliminary study of this particular danger. When she inquired, what is the difference between cramming and judiciously reviewing? I told her, of course, that one was learning something entirely new, and the other was reviving the forgotten. Looking at the pile of notes before me, she glanced at the clock and then asked, what is an injudicious review? An injudicious review, my dear, is the kind that arouses longing for vacation, not an ordinary vacation such as the girls whirl through during the holidays, for though a change of occupation may be a recreation, it is not always a rest, but a vacation, as is a vacation. The college year, a mad dance through the week with a double shuffle on Saturday and a wild clutch at old times forelock. On Sunday, catch your breath to begin again. It is an enjoyable dance. It is a thoroughly enjoyable dance. Thereby, in your friend's judgment, hangs the great danger. After the skating carnival, ropes of Chinese lanterns swaying, 3 big bonfires, music, glint of flying steel in the darkness, girls darting and gliding or hovering near the blaze, with frosty curls around glowing faces. I lingered for last looks at dying brands. You see, this is my senior year. The inquiring mind approached, on information bent. She did not even notice how the flames flared and flickered, throwing dancing shadows among the branches of the trees. She began, don't you think that life at this college is altogether sheltered and petted for the girls? Yes, I assented. It is like doing us up in cotton. Don't you think, she continued eagerly, that the life here may spoil us for struggling with the world? She evidently spells world with very black letters. It resembles an orphan asylum in that respect, I agreed. She was not heeding me. I have heard that this is the great danger. Rather comprehensive, I ventured, but she did not take the trouble even to look. Yes, she repeated to herself, that is the great danger. I think so myself, occasionally, especially when I have been up until 2 the night before. At other times I reflect that not all children are taught to swim by being thrown into the water. Wise that I am. The world, said to be cold. February, March, April, May, June. Commencement. Danger. Beware of college life. Why? Oh, because it comes to an end so soon. My motto? Grin, and so forth. Yours, and so forth, Martha. P.S. I am not blue. I am sleepy. M. 5. May 1st. My dear, dear Laura, the extra dear means that it has been a beautiful day. Up early watching the mountains brighten into misty blue, where eastern slopes caught the level rays and deepen westward into purple shadows. Ah, object to scenery and letters, do you? Very well. Sky, fair as the morning, fluffy little clouds. Air, sweet, cool, feet not touching earth. Lake, glistening through trees. Thrushes, full-throated whistle. Orioles, flashing, topmost twig of evergreens. Robins, lawn, sparkle of dew, and, but don't mention it, angleworms. The grass in the circle, blue with violets. Flowers, everywhere. I, late to breakfast. Next, library. open window, scent of new mown grass, now and then a quiet rustle or the turning of a page. Poem, study, true meaning. I, my dear, hedonism, summum bonum. Which is, being interrupted, ah, nonsense. By the way, explanation of early rising, to hang May baskets. Thereby hangs the discovery of another danger. Yesterday a crowd of us set out for the woods to gather wildflowers. On our way through the orchard we found your young friend meditating, of course, as she wandered under the white glory, yes'm, sentimental diction, of the blossoming trees, white snowy petals drifted down upon the deep soft grass. Joining us, her pensiveness darkened. "Don't you think that college girls laugh too easily?" "How about the danger of laughing too little?" I suggested. "I have heard," she murmured reflectively, "some statements concerning higher education and the unstable equilibrium of the nervous system." "The connection," I commented, "is as inevitable as that of the Siamese twins." After a quarter of a mile paced in silence, the inquiring mind again obtained power of speech. "Sometimes people are not agreeable." "Once in a while," I assented, "and when it is somebody else the reason is scriptural, possessed of an evil spirit. And when it is a college girl, the reason is—" "What?" eagerly. "Indigestion." She spoke one word despairingly. "Materialism." In the woods I succeeded in eluding the scientific intellect long enough to compose the first line of a poem. I was sitting beside a miniature streamlet which flowed clear brown, rippling around stones and tinkling over cascades into dark and silent pools about the size of my handkerchief. Far away, in a distance of straight gray tree trunks, through a shimmer of tiny green leaves, I caught glimpses of the girls roaming here and there. The poem began in a strikingly thoughtful way. Flowers, flowers everywhere. And I was trying to work in the names of different species, because poetry in its essence is concrete and specific. Aha! It was necessary, absolutely so, to describe the rosy glow of spring beauties along the brook, the golden carpets of dog-tooth violets, the anemones nodding daintily beside rough stumps, the cheery little hepaticas. This glorious effort was nipped in the bud by the appearance of your respected friend. After examining my flowers, laid away, let me inform you, in the cold darkness of a tin box, not picturesquely withering in a basket, she opened her mouth. "Ah me!" I sighed, and leaned against a mossy green rock. She said, "What are you to do with so many?" I told her that I intended to hang May baskets, get up early the next morning to leave the flowers at the girls' doors, not all the girls, before anyone was awake. "Will you get up very early?" "Yes." "How early?" There is nothing, my dear, so desirable in social conversation as mathematical accuracy. 15 minutes after 6. She looked at me. "I wish that I had my notebook here." "Why?" "Even this worm will turn." She hesitated a moment. "I have heard that one danger of life in a woman's college is the resulting attitude of abnormal devotion to her own sex." Something giggled. It must have been the brook. Laura, think of that notebook. Let me see. What was the first danger? Oh, yes. Flippancy. Behold. Dangers of college life. 1. Item. Reason for entering college. Inference. Flippancy. 2. Item. Halloween jokes and romps. Inference. Frivolity. Item 3. Mimic political campaign. Inference. Foolishness. 4. Item. Social insincerities. Inference. Lack of moral courage. 5. Item. Teas, luncheons, and suppers. Inference. Self-indulgence. 6. Item. Consultation with mirror. Inference. Vanity. 7. Item. Valentine writing. Inference. Lack of balance. 8. Item. Injudicious reviews. Inference. Lack of foresight. 9. Item. Pleasantness of life. Inference. Unfitness to struggle with world. 10. Item. Laughter. Inference. Emotional excitability. 11. Item. Explanation of moods. Inference. Materialism. 12. Item. Hanging of May baskets. Inference. abnormal devotion to woman. Why, oh, why did I ever come to college? Why, oh, why? Martha. 6. May 23rd. Dearest Laura, that notebook, the list of dangers, the inquiring mind, and me. There are dangers, you know, but isn't but an obliging little word? It is almost as convenient as quotation marks when you feel the need of hiding behind somebody else's personality. But listen. Between dinner and chapel, we were strolling over the lawn in the soft sunset time, while the robins were twittering sleepily in the evergreens, and all the sweetness of the blossoming day was gathering cool and still around us. In dainty light gowns, girls flitted hither and thither, sauntering over the walks, frolicking through merry games, making bright bits of color under sombre trees, or, perched on window ledges, chattering gaily as they watched the others. Your young friend had been silent for so long that I suspected that an idea was in process of formation. I hastened to forestall interrogation. Did you ever think of the advantages of college life? Her stern glance slowly sought me. I came to college, she answered simply. Did you ever wonder why? No, gloomily. Since I met you, I have been using up all my spare time in wondering why I came myself. There are dangers, she reassured me sympathetically. You have been studying them? With alacrity catching at the opening for a hint. I heard of them before I came. Invitingly. Haven't you been taking notes on the subject all year? Notes? Widening both eyes upon me with the usual question mark in the depths of each. Last September you showed me a notebook with a page headed Dangers of College Life. I corrected her, meanwhile shocked to observe in this hitherto candid nature a germinating talent for prevarication. Her face flashed comprehension. So I did. Perhaps I may be able to help you with suggestions. Suggestions? For my notes? Oh, I wish that you would! Beginning to fumble in her pocket. You could assist me better than anyone else. Possibly I serve as illustrative of each item. Why, how did you know? In radiant assent. An undoubted case of mind reading. The tone was merely coated with sweetness. Intuition, you know, a sort of sublimated instinct, so inferior to keenness. That sublimation of masculine reason. She looked troubled. That may be a danger. Rationalism. Loss of femininity, and so forth. It is a pity that I do not wear a danger signal on my hatband, for instance. There are dangers, she persisted as she fished up from the depths of somewhere a small brown notebook. You may skip the scribbled part, graciously, and please tell me if I am right in my interpretation of facts. Some of the facts bothered me as much as they were conundrums. The book fluttered open in an accustomed way. Dangers of college life. Dangers of college life. Dangers of college life. Dangers. Dangers. Lack of seriousness in dealing with weighty problems. Lack of seriousness. Full of fun. Full of fun, fun, fun. Fun. Fun of college life. Fun. I am tired of taking notes on dangers, and besides, everybody knows all about them. Once upon a time, people talked about the dangers of bicycle riding. Later. An idea for my notebook. An idea. I have just read that no one can spend 4 years at Vassar without bearing the Vassar mark. Think of all the unsuspicious girls who come to this college without knowing anything about that mark. Maybe the Vassar mark is dangerous. If it is, I shall not come back to college after this year. Notes on the Vassar mark. 1. Fact. Concealment of earnestness under light words, e.g., I came to college for fun. Deduction. Reserve of manner. 2. Fact. Halloween celebration. Deduction. Adaptability. 3. Fact. Imitation politics. Deduction. Sense of humor. 4. Fact. The unrecognized caller. Deduction. Regard for feelings. 5. Fact. Cooking in rooms. Deduction. Versatility. 6. Fact. Care for personal appearance. Deduction. Self-respect. 7. Fact. Sitting up late to write valentines for the girls. Deduction. Unselfishness. 8. Fact. Zeal for study, especially during examination week. Deduction. Enthusiasm.
9. Fact. Responsiveness to my thoughts at the skating carnival. Deduction. Sympathy. 10. Fact. Readiness to laugh. Deduction. Cheerfulness. 11. Fact. Practical allowance for physical influences, e.g., blues and dyspepsia. Deduction. Lack of sentimentality. 12. Fact. Distribution of May baskets. Deduction. Executive ability. Summary. I have decided to come back to college next year. I looked up from the notebook with my very best smile. You have a talent for interpretation. Yes, with a sigh of self-approval. And I am so glad that you enjoyed the notes. But there really are dangers. It may be that they belong to the variety of dangers which are not exactly dangerous, consolingly. As for instance? As for instance, the danger that we may be late to chapel. The gong had struck, and the girls were slowly drifting over the grass toward the entrance. A wistfulness crept into her face as she watched them. I do not know why they all came to college, but and her eyes seemed to look afar off. I think I see why they stay. In spite of the dangers? I muttered in vengeful thought. Oh, the dangers. A long silence, then, bother the dangers. I fainted. There are dangers, but even so, bother the dangers. Martha. P.S. I mean, requisite in pace, and don't bother them. M. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Vassar Studies. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vassar Studies by Julia Augusta Schwartz. Chapter 12. One of the Girls. At the crest of the hill the wind met them with a gust that made the tall girl clutch her cap as she pushed on, unwinking, and with head erect to seat herself on the highest rock of the stone wall ridged across the summit. The little one, sent flying after a scarlet tam-o'-shanter, came struggling up, with color tingled into cheeks and eyes shining, to lean breathless against the solitary tree which crowned the height. The third, whose frail slenderness caused it to appear natural that she should sway before the riotous breeze slipping along by the wall, sank down in a sunny nook sheltered from the gale. As she sat there with her hands lying idly in her lap, the grave lines of her face seemed to relax, and her lips parted in an unconscious smile, while her gaze wandered happily over clumps of sere woods, meadows, and brown fields, to a cluster of red buildings nestling among evergreens. With curly head tilted on one side, the girl under the tree was contemplating her reflectively. "Sarah, I believe that you really love the old college, and it is only a place. I care most for persons." For a minute no word came from the cozy niche. Then softly, as if thinking aloud, "I do love it, Marjorie." "Well," meditatively, "I am fond of it myself, but then I do not exactly cling to the institution when vacation arrives, and I do allow my friends to allude occasionally to commencement day, seeing that it is 2 years distant." Glancing at the blithe face, Sarah's thoughts strayed back to her sensitive childhood, saddened by the anxieties of those about her, to her girlish days early shadowed by responsibility and care, and then to the light-hearted pleasantness of her life at college. Her independent nature, enabling her to live within herself and to create her own interests, inspired her with a craving for freedom from bonds, however dear. More intense than in the generality of others was her shrinking from disturbing emotions. At college, she was released from the 1,000 obligations which spring from the close relations of family intercourse. In the aloofness of existence here among books and happy girls, she could thrust out of her mind the knowledge of trouble, bitterness, and grief. Wistfully her eyes lingered over the far-away hills, before returning restful to the protecting evergreens. "It is different from the world," she said. The girl who was perched unflinchingly upon the windy top of the stone wall here, turned sternly toward her companions. Something is wrong with the world." Marjorie gave a little jump and stared at the accusing figure. Then she broke into a merry laugh. "I knew that you were cold up there, Gertrude." Sarah was half smiling. "What are you going to do about it?" "I don't know yet." Gertrude was frowning in perplexity. "I have been thinking about it for a long while, ever since I heard about Armenia. It is not right to do nothing. Think of all the misery." "Don't think of it. It does no good, and it makes you unhappy yourself." Sarah was speaking slowly. "And your duty is to increase the sum of human happiness by one." "Corrupter of youth, Marius the Epicurean," murmured Marjorie. "Over there," continued Gertrude, unheeding as she pointed vaguely toward the faint blue outlines of the Catskills, "lies the asylum for the insane, with all those hopeless faces in the long gloomy halls." "It smells of whitewash," commented Marjorie. Sarah was moving uneasily. "What is the use of talking of such things?" "Down the river," went on the inexorable voice, "we can almost see the walls of Sing Sing. Lives utterly ruined. And over there in town, just a mile away from us, lonely wrinkled old men and women sit by the windows of the almshouse." "Please don't," shivered Sarah, gazing resolutely in the opposite direction. "Down in the streets of the city are little children hungry and cold." "I've noticed them," broke in Marjorie. "They never wear rubbers, and they play around in the gutters with their shoes soaking wet. Every time we go to town, Sarah gives them pennies, though I keep telling her about offering a premium to poverty, and the evil of encouraging vagrancy. And there," the severe tone softened, "there is our beautiful college, away from the dust and hurry and struggle and sorrow and need of the world, with no worries or troubles." "I worry over examinations," put in Marjorie, looking melancholy. The accusing words rang out. "What right have we to spend 4 years in caring solely for ourselves? How dare we be happy while there is misery all around us?" Upon the silence fell a meek suggestion from Marjorie. "I thought that we were preparing ourselves to help the world." "Peculiar training for an unselfish life." Sarah, who had been staring at the horizon line, with the effect of not listening, slowly rose, shrugging her shoulders as if endeavoring to throw off a weight. "If you feel that way," she remarked dryly, "why do you stay here 2 years longer?" Marjorie to the rescue. "Why, of course her family want her to graduate." Already a few paces down the hillside, Sarah glanced back. Without doubt, she should sacrifice herself to her family. The others lingered, Gertrude turning to Marjorie for sympathy. "You understand, don't you?" Marjorie struggled to rise to the estimate. "I understand a little. Life puzzles me sometimes. I think that perhaps we ought to try to make the best of things," looking shyly away, as if embarrassed at the didactic tone of her own suggestion. As they were picking their steps down the rock-strewn lane, Gertrude, regarding the figure a short distance ahead, murmured meditatively, "Don't you think that our life at college has a tendency to make the girls selfish?" "Well," responded Marjorie, reflecting, "we do have fun." 2. Sarah was standing at the window, idly twisting the curtain cord about her fingers, as she watched an evening mist creep over the soaked lawn. "Do you know," began Marjorie, patiently striving before the mirror to pin her hair at exactly the proper angle to make her features appear regular, "I suspect that Gertrude has an idea?" "She is always having ideas. She is young yet." Marjorie was anxiously surveying the outline of her head in profile. "I wish that my nose were a trifle more accommodating," she sighed, adding at conversational pitch, "It is an idea about helping the world, and I am certain that she is working it out." "I hope that it is a pleasant idea," lazily. "Pleasant for some people. For instance, she has given up eating any dessert except rice pudding, because she calculates that if she has less the servants will have more." "Logical." "Lately she never sends out for rare beef or more butter, because she thinks that the maids are tired from ironing all day." "I never commit either crime." "Because you like beef well done, and you do not care for butter." "I notice a great many things without appearing to do so," replied Marjorie, with a little air of conscious merit which provoked Sarah to steal a sidelong glance and smile to herself. "She did not go to the last hall play at all, because after waiting until everybody else was seated, she found that there was no room left. and she gave her ticket for Rip Van Winkle to a freshman who could not afford it, and she wanted to go awfully." "Who wanted awfully?" "Both of them. And now she always lets the other girls have the reference books first, no matter how long she has waited. And she does everything anybody wants her to do. I have requested a number of favors on purpose to find out." "She is rather foolish." Sarah was lying back in a steamer chair with her hands clasped behind her head. "And she fancies that she is helping the old world roll along more easily. Did you read that short magazine story concerning the phases of moral development out of naturalness while at college, or anywhere, for that matter? Selfishness, self-abnegation, self-realization. She has reached the suicidal second stage, reaction from the first. She ought to be taught that her first duty, according to the principles of ethics, is to herself." In the act of lighting the gas, Marjorie stood motionless until the match burned her fingers. Then in an ominously quiet voice, "When do you think that you will arrive at that stage?" Sarah laughed under her breath. "A sad, sad case. Give it up." She turned her face toward the darkening sky. "Apropos of nothing in particular, there is your wit and wisdom on the ledge. I have been learning quotations, simply of course, to fill up gaps in conversation." The voice changed to dreamy tones. "Every bond of your life is a debt, my daughter. A debt, my daughter. Marjorie, Marjorie," with sudden energy, "did you ever long to be free from every relation, every obligation? Free, free, free?" "Well, I don't know," responded her companion judicially. "It might be lonely." "Sensible child!" "Well," but hereupon the warning whir of a faraway gong preluded the clamor announcing dinner, and Marjorie broke off to hurry Sarah out of her indolent ease. As the two girls were walking down the long corridor toward the dining room, they were joined by Gertrude, glowing from an afternoon in the open air. Coming as she did from the chill and darkness into the light and warmth and cheer which filled the hospitable building, she felt a quick throb of impulsive contentment. Throwing an arm around each of her friends, she burst out, "Isn't this the loveliest place? See how the gas jets shine out like great stars all down the hall, and away off there at the end is that radiant golden glow between the portieres." "It is the library lamp in the senior parlor," volunteered Marjorie. "I know who lent it." "And the girls stream out of their rooms in their pretty gowns," continued Gertrude. "And the elevator rattles up and down," added Marjorie. "And everything is warm and fresh and sweet, and the girls all look happy." "Because it is ice cream night, and I almost smell the frosting on the angel cake." "And everything is perfectly lovely," with an enjoying sigh. Sarah halted to close a window against the damp night air. "It is horrid outside," she said. 3. One evening, a month or so later, during the singing of the hymn in chapel, Marjorie leaned forward, with mischievous face, to whisper to Sarah, "May I secure the privilege of writing your biography?" Sarah, frowning, bent her eyes on her book. "You might as well acknowledge it," persisted Marjorie. "When I passed you, I heard what the professor said. He told you that you possessed remarkable ability, great opportunities, and so forth. Very likely he pointed out the path of duty in the direction of original research, and I am sure that he offered, or at least suggested strongly, the graduate fellowship in his department for year after next. Didn't he?" The closely shut lips refused to move. "Did he? Didn't he? Did he? Didn't he? If you won't nod yes or no, I shall tell all the girls what I heard. Didn't he?" The tormentor caught a sharp "Marjorie!" flung over the shoulder which she was nudging. Tell me, tell me. I can keep a secret, and besides, I am so interested. I have always said that you were the brightest girl in college. Tell me. People are beginning to look at us. Please, please tell me. I am so anxious about your career. Please. Aha, I knew it. I shall begin to take notes for the biography tomorrow." That same evening, after a concert at which Marjorie had furnished variations consisting of ecstatic congratulations and commendations of her own good taste in choosing so brilliant a friend, the two girls loitered in a mood of reasonless laughter through the corridors. When they pushed open the door of Sarah's room, Marjorie gave a shriek of envy at sight of a white envelope lying on the table under the faint glow of a crimson shaded drop light. A letter piled on top of all your other blessings," she wailed, while Sarah, picking it up, idly turned it about by the corners. "It is from home," she said simply. "Won't they be proud of you!" exclaimed the younger girl, generous in appreciation. "If you come back as a graduate fellow one year, without doubt you will win 2 additional years somewhere, and that means a Ph.D. And then glory." Sarah was smiling at her. "I wish," she said, "that you would sing a verse of Alma Mater to distract my mind. My brain keeps chanting over and over, 'Every bond of your life is a debt, my daughter. A debt, my daughter. The right lies in the payment of that debt. It can lie nowhere else.'" "How funny," commented Marjorie. When left alone, Sarah walked over to the window to draw the shade, and stood motionless a few minutes looking out into the moonlight. Here and there upon the untrodden snow a leafless tree cast an interlacing tracery of clear cut shadow. Under each evergreen the mass of gloom heavy at the center brightened into a transparency of graceful embroidery at the border. The girl lifted her eyes to the sky, where the moon shone without a cloud. Her gaze hovered over the great building with its outspread wings, over the turrets, over the dusky eaves and angles of the roof glistening transfigured in the soft light. To her whole place was glorified by the enchantment of the happiest days she had ever known. As she gazed, her fingers relaxed, and the letter fluttered to the floor. For another minute her eyes lingered upon the sky and passed lovingly over the hills and tree shadows on the lawn. Then, drawing the curtain quickly, she bent to pick up the envelope, and sank down by the lamp to read. "Dear Sis," it ran, "Mother is worried about Father. He is as glum as anything, and snaps us up short, I tell you, when we ask for money. I heard him sort of groan out once that you were the only one of the children upon whom he could depend. You see Jack is getting pretty wild, stays out late and bothers us. He says that you know enough to stay away when you once get out of this Quaker meeting. Mother told him that when you come home it will be livelier here evenings. Little Annie says, 'Tell my Sarah I want her every day.' The little mother makes believe that she does not miss you, but she keeps your letters in her work basket and reads them so often I am going to get them framed. I carried her upstairs yesterday. She is as light as anything. That white-whiskered old medicine man has been sneaking around lately. Mother said not to mention it to you because you might worry and interrupt your work, and you will be through in 1 year after this anyway." And then she breathed way down deep and looked tired. "I decided to tell you because it is my opinion that you ought to know it. But Jack says, 'Ho, she's having too good a time, and it's my turn anyhow.' He does not think of anything but himself. Everything is all wrong, and I say, 'Sis, come home, and let your old career go to smash.' Harry." 4. "Do you think that higher education is a fad?" asked Marjorie from her perch on Sarah's window seat. "Gertrude says that she thinks so." Silently Sarah kept on arranging her history notes at the desk. Marjorie continued, "I told her that I had never considered it in that light." A rash statement. "Yes," with a sigh, "she spent the rest of the hour in presenting the subject from the proper point of view. I wonder if she is right. I wonder." A safe mental operation. Marjorie turned her speculative attention from the window to the studious figure across the small room. "I wonder," she deliberated, "if that young woman needs some exercise." No answer. "She behaves with astounding flightiness lately. That is astounding for a girl of remarkable ability. Hoot mon! It is time to laugh. That was a witty allusion." Without lifting her eyes, Sarah slipped elastics around the packages of notes and began to pile them snugly in a pasteboard box. Marjorie watched her with a sobering expression. Reaction in the valleys after mountain climbing. Sliding from her seat, she snatched up a coat and hat, and was at her friend's side. "Come, stand up," with a note of caressing command in her voice. "I want you to go out upon some hill to see the sunset. Life looks different from a hilltop." Sarah was fitting the last parcel of notes into a corner of the box. Her head bent lower and lower, until with a quick movement she pushed aside the litter of papers and hid her face in her hands. An energetic knock at the door was followed by the abrupt entrance of Gertrude. Stopping short, she stared with a dim apprehension that something was embarrassing. Sarah was bending to pick up papers scattered on the floor, and Marjorie was leaning down to erect the overturned scrap basket. Glancing helplessly from one to the other, the newcomer began unconsciously to back toward the door. Marjorie straightened up. "Well," very sweetly, "have you made any new discoveries in the investigation of fads?" Half out of the room, Gertrude paused with her hand on the knob. "It has occurred to me that the Crusades were a fad," she announced meekly before fading from sight. Sarah had repacked her notes, and was tying the cover on the box. Marjorie lingered. "Won't you come?" she pleaded. "I want you to give me arguments why higher education is not a fad. You care more for study than for anything else, because you have the temperament of a scholar as well as the ability. You did not choose to come to college just because it is getting to be the fashion. Higher education a fad! There is my aunt. She had to leave Vassar in her junior year, and she says that it has been the regret of her life." Sarah had risen, and stood with her face toward the window. Marjorie waited. "You ought to go out for fresh air," she coaxed gently. "You are nervous. Your hands are doubled up tight. Please come." "Will you go?" Marjorie shrank away as if struck. In a moment Sarah heard the door close softly. 5. Sarah stood on the steps at the end of the walk leading down to the lake. To and fro over the dark ice glided the skaters. Beyond rose a background of snowy shores, drawing a tracery of bare trees against the glowing sky. A troop of girls swinging their skates came down the path. As they passed, one called to her, "Do you count what you are doing exercise?" And another tossed back gaily, "A chilly monument for smiling at grief, Sarah." She watched them sit down upon the improvised benches to fasten their skates before starting out with long undulating strokes to join the light-hearted frolicking upon the ice. The rose color in the west had faded to pale grays and greens before the girl, ceasing to be motionless, turned her face toward the college. Her eyes rested almost fiercely upon the solid pile stretching out its dingy red length in the twilight. Lights here and there were beginning to glow behind drawn curtains. As she came nearer, her feet dragged more and more slowly, until they halted, leaving her staring up at the library windows ablaze with generous illumination. Hungrily her gaze wandered over every detail, from the busts high up on the shelves to the rows and rows of books. She could just catch a glimpse of the great fireplace near the spiral staircase in one corner and a vase of flowers on the librarian's desk in another. A student or two were bending above each glistening table. Over it all hovered the atmosphere of serenely pleasant days, melting, one into the other, in scholarly enjoyment. A low voice breaking in upon Sarah's aloofness told that Marjorie was hesitating beside her. "Are you wishing that you had not finished the work on your special topic so soon?" After an instant's pause, "It is an ugly old building," commented Sarah in reply. In amazement, "Why, I thought that you cared for it." Glancing at her, Sarah began to walk on with her eyes on her muff. A few steps side by side in silence, and then, anxious to dispel gloom, the younger girl spoke. "The students are discussing possible class presidents for next year, Sarah. Ever so many say that you would be the best choice for us, but more think that you are better fitted to be president of the Students' Association, because the senior president ought to be more social. I consider the other more of an honor, don't you? Fancy, president of students, and then graduate fellow, and then, oh, I don't know what all, almost anything excellent. Won't our class be proud of you, and your family? A daughter with a career, a future before her." Sarah answered nothing until they had reached the main entrance, and Marjorie was bracing her slender little frame to push open the heavy door. Sarah turned to look once more toward the west where the sun had set. The sky was darkening into gray, behind the bleak outlines of the leafless trees. A chill wind had sprung up. Sarah shivered. Then, drawing a long breath, she spoke quietly. "I have decided not to come back to college next year, Marjorie. I am needed at home." End of chapter 12 and end of Vassar Studies Written by Julia Augusta Schwartz and read by Daryl Wor. In California, 2013.